All right, what's up, everybody? Nick here, CFA Nation. How you doing? It is day 3 cricket, and there is a very good weather forecast for today. West Indies is batting in the 50th over. They're batting the 50th over, they just finished the 49th over, 143 for 6. How is everybody doing? How is everyone doing? Let's go Wendy's. 100-run partnership needed from Holder Dorwich. Holder Dorwich is the partnership. You got Bumble at the mic. Gabe is coming very, very shortly. What's up, Stevie boy? How is everyone doing? Hello, hello, hello. There we go. R is what's up, buddy? What's up? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Hello, morning, Dan Stars, Jordan, Silverhall. I think they can avoid the follow-on. I definitely do. I think they'll be able to avoid it. Gabe will be here very, very shortly. There he is right there, actually. Speak of the devil. What's up, Gabe?
What's up, cousin? Oh man, I tell you what. Oh, it's about pins and needles this morning. Pins and needles, my friend. Right now, we are obviously trying to avoid this follow on, and let's see how many runs we are from avoiding the follow on right now.
What's up, Charlie? What's up, my digital teacher? You call me Chaudhry? Love it. Love it.
Morning, Jamie.
There's Boomer in there.
What's up,
What's up, buddy?
Ooh, okay, there we go.
Ooh. That's just replays. So my alarm went off a few minutes ago, and I was surprised not to see a text from Gabe. I was like, oh, maybe he's sleeping. Maybe he let me take the first shift, which is fine. I text him, hey, when you're awake, I sent you the link, and he's like, I'm ready right now, man. So you got both of us here right now. Two Americans up at some ungodly hour watching cricket. What a time to be alive. That is right. Ooh. What's up, Ray?
Daddy. And my boy just scored a 4.
Ooh, Archer.
Archer with a 4. Ooh, daddy. That's what I'm... not Archer. Holder with a 4. Sorry. Off of Archer. Where is your bat, Nick? I think it's still in bed with Jody. He might have just jumped out of bed and, left it warm in his place.
No, my bat is actually like, I'm looking at it right now. It's 10 feet away.
I was going to say, don't let Jody fool you guys. She's on that bat too. Push this back a little bit. Got my little setup.
Yeah, I woke up at 2:55, checked the cricket apps to see, okay, is there any chance there's rain? Because I'm exhausted right now. I didn't get much sleep last night, couldn't fall asleep. And they said, no, the weather's perfect, but they said tomorrow looks atrocious. They said tomorrow looks absolutely atrocious. There's Captain England right there on the screen, Steve Wadgers getting his hat. Archer still bowling in this 50th over. 221 they trail. 21 or 22 more to avoid the follow-on. Archer is, like the rest of us, he's getting the cobwebs out. He's waking up. He's hopefully going to have a good day bowling. This should be an exciting day because you got West Indies. Could they go on a tear or could they lose those 4 wickets early? England's going to go up that second time. Hopefully be able to see them the second time today. Or maybe West Indies just goes on that offensive attack and takes the whole day to themselves. I'm excited for today. There's so much that could happen. Is Dowrich gonna prove something for us today? It looks like a 4. It's going slow. Yeah, it's gonna be a 4. That's gonna be. Oh no, it's not a 4. It just died. Oh, it just died.
Ooh, you like the cap? That's my birthday present from Nick. Ooh, the secret Yankee fan. I love it. I love it.
Oh, they ran for 4. Hoping for the Holder century. Yeah,
Ooh.
West Indies. I don't think they've had a century this entire series. I could be wrong, but I don't think they did. Look at that run for boundary preventer.
I want to say 95 from Blackwood, from Jermaine Blackwood was the highest.
Yeah, I think that was the highest score. I think you're right. Okay, Gabe, what's your prediction? How many runs are they going to get to before they get bowled out?
Right now, 17.
Oh, look at this. I didn't say it, Gabe. Watch this. I didn't say it, but they didn't. So I got to post it on here. Yankees lost and Padres won. That's right. The Padres undefeated, baby, 2-0.
Listen, I know Nick's not a wagering man. I know Nick's not a wagering man, but even he knows not to wager that, not to make that bet. Unless you guys want to make that bet, who finishes with a better record, the Yankees or the Padres?
I like my chances now.
Really? Ooh, on air, you're gonna go ahead and make that bet. Okay.
I like my chances now.
Only makes it with any 2 days of it. Holder, hashtag Holder for the century. Man, listen, if Holder gets me a century today, it will be trending because I'm gonna go on Twitter and blow that up with that. Holder for the century, daddy. 100 for Holder. I like it.
But anyways, what's your prediction for West Indies first inning here before it finishes up? How many runs they get?
You know what? I'd like to see West Indies. I'd like to see West Indies. If they can push anything between optimistically 250. If they can do at least 200, they'll be okay. Buy themselves a little bit more time. But again, if they can get up to 250, then they're only trailing overall by 100. They'll put themselves in a lot better position. 4 wickets. I'm doing the math in my head. 4 wickets to go. That's about 25. And that's how I extrapolate the numbers. So 25 wickets. 25 runs per wicket. So I'd say about 250 optimistically. Realistically, probably 200. Anything under 200, and man, it's ball game. Yeah, 18 is the first goal.
Yeah, I mean,
for the follow on.
Yeah, for sure. They'll be able to avoid the follow on. They were saying in the comments, and I agree, this is the last true batting partnership for West Indies. These two guys go down, then you're looking at those part-time batsmen, those not so strong batsmen. But then again, day 2, Broad went like a monster for 60. And they say he's got some skills, but you don't really expect him to get a 60. So anything could happen. But these guys, they got to stay in there as long as possible. Let's hope that Wokes, Captain England, can get a wicket right now in the whatever over this is, the 51st over.
I was disappointed in myself because normally I hit Twitter right up after the game, but you guys saw that I left you guys with Nick, and boom, there we go, another boundary. I left you guys with Nick, and Nick held down the fort. I'm just being real, man. I was tired. I didn't get to bed till probably midnight. Again, anniversary, so it's not like I was able to get to bed early. The wife and I went out to dinner, and then we were hanging out. Being adults, being a married couple. In any event, so I was just tired, so I went to bed literally right after the broadcast yesterday, and the same thing I was gonna post on Twitter was the same thing that I saw on ESPN Cricket Info. Like, Broad absolutely goes nuts and snatches the West. So what was the title? I forgot what, but it was gonna be something to that effect. Because again, you can't watch that performance and him being the third highest scorer yesterday, I think it was, and say that, you know, if it wasn't for him, again, West Indies is in a position to once again win this match. And I just think that West Indies, I'm not sure if England goes to the West Indies or if they play again this year, but if I was England, I would circle two names really big. Oh no, run out.
Oh, ooh, that was close. They're going
It's
to go to
close.
replay. Oh,
I know.
run out would be disastrous right now.
That would be disastrous.
Could you imagine?
So close.
Especially if that was Holder. I'm not
It
sure
was
who
the
that was on
ball.
that side, but could you imagine both
And
captains getting a
boom.
run out?
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
That would be disastrous.
Those long arms. Those long arms.
He's safe. He's safe. Yeah, he's good.
But you know that it was going to be something
Yeah,
like that as well.
That is Holder.
That was good running. No out. That's right, Boomer. No out. What's up, Jordan Coles? Arez, what's going on? Man, this is exciting. All right, 11 runs, boys. And I think, again, you don't necessarily break England's back, but you get those 11 runs, you avoid that follow on, and I think that now you got some room to breathe. And England, in the back of their mind, got to be thinking, we want this trophy. We don't want this thing to be drawn out. We want to win. So it's going to put pressure on England. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this is big time right here. These 4 wickets, these 2 wickets right here in particular are super big. Dowrich has something he needs to prove, in my opinion. He's 1 away from a 20, but he really needs to get to at least 40 or 50 to be able to make up for some past batting mistakes. Holder, he's at 37. This guy's number 2 all-rounder in the world right now, so he can definitely get up there for at least 50, if not a century. But that run out would have been just disastrous for them. That's not something they could afford to, when they're trailing by over 200, to lose a wicket to a run out. So, I mean, that was close, but not really too close. But kind of surprised that went to a replay, to tell you the truth. The umpires right there. But
that's
they're telling us that our stream is lagging a little bit. Hopefully it's not lagging too much. Hopefully the sound is at least good enough. Right now we are in the something over. I hate when they put that how much they need to avoid the follow on, or doesn't tell us the over is. I think it's the 50-second over.
Man. And Archer's just, dude, he's already bowled his 2. Gabe should make a hybrid cat Mets Indies. Mets? I hope you mean Yankees Indies.
Now, Gabe's a Yankees fan. He's a Yankees fan.
How dare you, Mets? Bro, Met fans don't like wearing Met caps, man. They don't want to be seen in public with it. You know, it's funny. The Mets,
last
once
ball,
again,
50-second over.
My brother texted me right at the end of the Mets game. Mets were up 2-1, right? Oh, Mets are moving to 2-0. The Mets, my younger brother is the only Met fan in our whole family of New Yorkers. He's the black sheep. Everybody has one of those in the family. Black sheep of the family. Benny, this is for you. Love you, kid. Benny makes me laugh because he stands on it too. He's like, listen, you know, I get it the hard way. And yesterday he was going off. Mets about to go to 2-0, and they give up on the last strike, on the last out of the 9th inning, the tying home run to Duvall from Atlanta, and then they end up losing the game. It was hilarious. Yankees candles. Terms I have. Yankee candles are the only Yankee item I'll have in my house. That's funny.
Good call right there, man. Good call right there. Same here. That's an expensive candle, though, man. I mean, this guy's living the high life with the Yankee candle. That's an expensive candle. Not going for the knockoff, just going for it right away. I love it. Let's see. We We got the 53rd over here. Captain England's in there. Wokes. All right. Let's see what he's got. He was able to get, I think he got the 6th wicket yesterday. So let's see if he can get a second one right now in this over.
You love you some Captain England.
You know it. Once he shaves, I'm screwed.
I was gonna say he does have an amazing jawline, doesn't he? I'm jealous. What's good? Chat filling up. 91 people in here now. What's up, Rob? Why do I support a New York team when I live in Nevada? Rob, that's a really good question. I was born in actually in Puerto Rico. My mother's Dominican. I've been living in the States since I was 5. I came out here actually my kindergarten year. I was actually just about 6 when I came out here. I remember celebrating my 6-year-old birthday here. It was pretty cool. Any which way, I grew up in the Bronx, and in New York, one of the things you do, for anybody who's overseas, and I don't know if you've ever immigrated anywhere, what you do is assimilate to the culture. It's the easiest thing to do. So because I lived in New York and in the Bronx, you don't walk around in the Bronx if you're not wearing Yankee gear. You're wearing a Yankee cap. You're wearing, you know what I mean? That's how other kids don't pick on you, and you make friends that way. So we just assimilated to the culture. And the Yankee fans, you in New York, Knicks fans, everybody was Knicks fans. Let's just Brooklyn net right now. Even people in Brooklyn still wear Knicks gear because that's the real New York team. You bleed blue. And the same thing with the Giants. So that's why. But that's a good question.
Dude, we got a comment here from Jordan. He says, you guys need to check out Alistair Cook. I used to be straight until I saw that guy. I'm not going to say I'm going that far with Wokes, but I mean, to each his own for sure. It's like rain clouds. Yeah, tomorrow is supposed to be horrible with the rain. Thanks, Sandeep. Thanks for showing up. What's up, Mun? What's up, Tom? What's up, everybody? You're here with Nick and Gabe, back together, better than ever. We're looking at day 3 right here. The 53rd over is over. Maiden over for Steve Wokes. That's right, Captain England. Get that maiden over. Slow them down. Let's get ready to get that wicket right now.
10 runs, Daddy. That's all we need is 10 runs. Rain clouds coming. Oh, Jimmy. Now, they say that Cornwall can actually bat. He's a big boy, which means if you just put that on the board, he's got power. He may get a 6 or 2, like I said. This partnership is the most important. If they can get this partnership to 100 partnership, it's going to go huge.
Yeah, I agree. I think Holder is looking much better than he's looked in the past, but that potential run out, that was not a good sign right there. He's got to be patient. He's got the skills. He's got the skills to put up a 50 or a century. He definitely does. Anyone can see that. He's got the highest score right now on the West Indies batting attack, and that's the problem. That's the problem. He's got 37, and he's the lead runner right now for the West Indies. This partnership needs to do what Pope and Burns did, what Pope and Butler did in day 1 or day 2. Yeah, day 1. They need to just solidify some runs right now. Like Gabe said, they need 11 runs to avoid the follow-on, and they need to do it before the rain comes in, if there's any rain. Forecast on my side said it looks pretty good, but now they're saying there's some rain clouds. Cornwall, he can bat. I can't wait. He was offered by the NFL once. Is that true? Is Cornwall offered by the NFL? Did he get some NFL love?
It looks like it.
That would be glorious.
So yes, Rajiv, Bronx has a baseball stadium. Yankee Stadium. Oh, whew. So close. Yankee Stadium is in the Bronx. It's on 161st and the Grand Concourse. And actually, the new Yankee Stadium is directly across the street from the old Yankee Stadium. It's really cool. And they turned the old Yankee Stadium like into a little museum kind of thing. But yeah, Yankee Stadium is in the Bronx. So Whew.
For all my WWE fans, I like this comment. Cornwall is Mark Henry. I can see it, not just in his physique, but I can see it a little bit in his face too. Mark Henry tends to rock the dreads too, though. So Cornwall's got a little bit of work on that one before he becomes Mark Henry, the strongest man in the world.
There we
Mark
go.
Henry.
Go for come on.
Good
Go for the boundary.
call right there.
Two boys. I'm telling you, with every
Here you go,
run,
Gabe.
sexual chocolate.
Regarding the New York Yankees, its brand is known worldwide, but I think you'd be surprised by how few people know it's actually a baseball team. What's up,
Well,
PW?
Jay-Z,
full
who's
chocolate, that's right.
Jay-Z, who's probably I knew the bat was gonna make an appearance. I love it. He snuck it in there. I didn't even see it come in the video. But Jay-Z 50 partnership, I love it. Let's get to that. Let's get to that 100 partnership. 9 to avoid the follow on. Let's get this 9 first. Jay-Z, who's one of the most famous rappers in the game. He's one of the first. I want to say he's $500 million. This guy's made so much money. And he has a line in one of his songs where he says, I made the Yankee hat more famous than any Yankee did. I'm not sure if that's true, but yeah, it's just a worldwide known brand. Whew.
Yeah, let's see here. 50 partnership. If Cornwall is Mark Henry, is Broad Surfer Sting? I don't know if I would go as much as Surfer Sting. I would say Broad. This is a deep cut for anyone that knows WCW. I would say Broad is more of Alex Wright. Alex Wright, I think that was his name, Alex Wright. This guy, kind of short blonde hair, but kind of a little longer. This guy had the craziest dance when he would come out. If anyone knows, I mean, this is the dumbest dance of all time, but it was hypnotizing when that guy would come out. I would say Alex Wright.
Nick, I want you to try to answer this question first. It says, what is the most venerable stadium in baseball? Fenway?
Okay, hold on, Gabe, 1 second. Hold on.
While Nick is did it get through? Wow, what a stop. Whoever made that stop,
Here, Gabe, I'll be right back.
That was no worries. That was a boundary right there. Of course. Was that Broad? Of course. Gosh. Give me that 4, Broad. What are you doing to me? That was a boundary. Look at this stop. He dives, lays out for it. Gosh. I just enjoy his play so much. Man, he did such a great job. Yeah, I love Jay-Z, Hard Knock Life. He's amazing. Top 5 rapper of all time. Up there with Biggie and Pac. I'm telling you, I love Jay-Z. There we go. That's going to go for 4. That's going to go for 4. That's going to go for 4. Wow. These guys are playing like monsters. I mean, England is trying everything. You could see how hard England is trying to get a wicket right now. I mean, these guys are running and diving, and that's just one run, right? Because they got at least 3. They got at least 3 off of it. Yep, because he touched the boundary before. Nope. So that's at least 3, right? And just one run. If you get this partnership, that was huge. The ball right before that, the lane stop. I mean, right there, Broad looked like a shortstop in baseball. So impressive. But anyway, Fenway is one of the oldest and most veteran stadiums. I would say, Yankee Stadium was the old Yankee Stadium was up forever. What's another stadium that's really, really old? Wrigley Field in Chicago. That stadium is super old as well. Chavez Ravine, where the Dodgers play, that stadium is super old. So, Yankee caps are cheap. Let me tell you, these Yankee caps aren't cheap, my friend. Matter of fact, I still had the sticker on it because, like I said, Nick got it for my birthday. I just took it off right now, and this bad boy ran. Let me see. Can you guys see that? 30 cash, 30 big ones. And they normally run between 30 and 40 cash. Check out the comments. Let me keep going. the comments. Oh, look at this again. Wow. Who did that? Pope? Oh my gosh. What a stop. Oh, what a catch. Ollie Pope. Oh my God, hold her out. And I mean, that should have gone through too. That was not an easy play. Oh, fair delivery. That's what could have saved them right there. If it was a bad delivery, fair delivery. Was it a no ball? I mean, yeah, at this point you check. I don't care if you use one of your challenges today, because anything is it's too thanks, Nick. Oh, because Nick stepped away, the wicket keeper. Looks like he had one of the kids might have been up, which is really early for his kids. His kids are no, it's not a no ball. It doesn't look like it looks like he stepped on the line. They're gonna look they're gonna look. In my opinion, it's a fair delivery. In my opinion, it's a fair delivery. And you just need 5 runs to avoid the follow on. Did they call it a no ball? No ball. Wow. That was so close. Ollie Pope, my gosh. On the line is not a fair delivery. Oh, you got to have your foot behind the line. I always thought it was just on the line. On the line. Thank you, AJ. I was confused too because I was like, wait, what's going on? I know that foot's on the line. I'm still a novice, but apparently people are saying foot on the line is no delivery. It has to be some part of your foot has to be behind the line. Got it, guys. Thank you. Wow, Ollie Pope, that effort, my gosh. I'm telling you, England is, and if you think about it, the boundary for to avoid a follow on, the boundary that because it was for sure a boundary. The boundary that was stopped by who was that? That was Roddy, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, you just missed an
It's a good
unbelievable
catch.
play.
Too bad it's a no ball.
It was a no ball for the line, but it was so funny.
Wow.
They were like, "Thanks, Nick." Nick leaves and we get a wicket right away.
You know what?
Oh,
I was thinking the same thing. My youngest son, he woke up. I must have woken up by talking. He was in some pain. He gets these growing pains in his legs. And so he comes
no.
downstairs with his Kindle, with his device. It's 3 a.m. And I'm like, no, I got to put this kid back to bed. We'll see if he stays asleep. But I could hear on my headphones. So I didn't take my headphones off. I could hear my headphones out, holders out. And I'm like, really? As soon as I walk away from the screen, they get a wicket. But obviously, it was an almost wicket. I could hear the whole thing. I could hear Michael Holding explain it to me, talking about how it was close, but they usually give it to the bowler if it's close, but it was not close enough. It was over the line. So it was a no ball. So
Yeah, his
come
foot
on,
was
Captain England. What are you doing here? 166
on the
for
line. No
6,
part of the foot
55.
was actually behind the line, and it has to be behind the line. But Nick, right now they're trailing by 3 runs. You don't understand, bro. Yeah, the England is making. They're doing everything in their power to get this follow on. You should see some of the dives. My guy Stuart Broad made an unbelievable Derek Jeter like dive in the hole to save a run. You know, to save would have been a boundary. It only ended up being 1 run. They could have easily gotten 4 on that. And then the very next play, Rowdy Burns, right, made an unbelievable play, ran a ball down that for sure I thought was going to be a boundary, and they saved it for 3. Man, I'm telling you, where's my Wendy's cap done, Antonio? I should have buzzed out today, but I wanted to rock this right here just because my man Nick got it for my birthday. I turned 40, the big 40, and yeah, Jimmy's back. Here comes Jimmy. You watch Lagan movie?
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we have a review on Lagan on Boring Reviews. I have not seen Jimmy bowl since the first test match. since I think I got my first wicket on the live stream. It's been a long time for me to be able to see this guy go. So we'll see. We'll see what he's got going on. That was a nice little bowl right there. Let's see. Jimmy's back. Yes, we will get past the follow on. Yeah, it looks. I can't imagine you guys wouldn't. Nick will burn that Winnie's cap, and Gabe versus Nick contest will be the Vegas Ashes series. We'll start a rivalry. They'll be able to say that the rivalry started because he burnt the Yankees hat. In all serious or in all jokes and tongue in cheek, if I burnt the Yankees cap, more than likely Gabe probably has a replica of the same hat. He would just pull it out and be like, "No problem, I'll just wear this one."
Oh man, yeah, I got. Whew, maybe I'll do and show you guys when I'm in Studio A one time. I'll just turn the computer to my wall. I have literally maybe 30, 40 hats on my wall. And I used to have them all spread out in my room. So my wife bought me this hat racks, and I need like 2 of them just to be able to put them on the wall. So it's on the door behind my master bedroom. I got French doors in my master bedroom. And she still gets mad because I'll forget to hang them up, and I'll leave them right there by my recording studio upstairs in the bedroom. And she's like, "It's 2 feet away." Like, what are you gonna do? I'm a dude. It happens.
Dude, I've ran out of racks. So I have hats stocked up in my nightstand, which is a good problem to have. But people have been asking forever for us to do like a hat reveal video. So we'll have to do that pretty soon, just for fun, just to show you what kind of hats we have. We'll do one at a time. Hat rack. This is new. You want to hear about hat rack? This is my hat rack right now. This is my melon. This is where my hats go.
My most prized hat, I've got 2 of them. I've got, which I never wear. Those are just basically, I got my 2009 Yankees World Champion hat. That's the last time they won the was it 2009 or 2000? Yeah, no, 2009, yeah.
2009. 2009.
Yeah, 2009 World Series hat, and I have the Jeter retirement hat, the one that says number 2 on it in real big, but it's the Yankee hat. Those are my 2 most prized possessions as far as hats are concerned. Gonna make space for a cricket helmet. Ooh, maybe put one in the background. They look kind of heavy to fit on my hat rack, but definitely maybe put in the studio. Oof, I'm telling you.
That was another close one right there. Jeez.
England is trying their darndest. But right here, I think 1 run. We need 1 run. 1 more run. And then I don't want it to be a letdown. Keep getting wickets, but I just think that puts so much pressure. So much pressure.
2 more runs, right? 1 to tie and 1 to get past the follow on. Yeah, 2 more.
Right.
They gotta get to 199. They'll get there.
Thank you, Don Antonio. Appreciate it. Cricket helmet for Gabe, absolutely. I haven't had it had on since 1998. Too. It says what? NC England. 1 and first. Follow on. You don't have to worry about it. I know, Tom. I'm super stressed. I love it. Yo, what's going on, people? Money kicks. Like that name. Money
for
kicks.
A Viking shirt. Cheap for a Viking shirt. Well, save yourself some money. Don't buy either of those. Come on, what are you doing? What are you doing? Nice present, Nick. Opinion on WWE. WWE, in my opinion, is gone downhill quite a bit. I don't even watch it anymore.
I mean, seriously.
Don't even watch it no more. What's up, Ebe?
The last great personality, and that's what you got to realize. WWE is about personality, but you can't rock the same personalities forever. And the last great personality, in my opinion, was John Cena. You know what I mean? But, compared to, again, early 2000s, man, when they had Stone Cold, The Rock, the Generation X, then the 90s.
The Attitude Era.
Hulk Hogan.
Attitude
Era.
Era.
My gosh. The Macho Man, Randy Savage. Yeah, there's storylines that good
that
anymore.
Was Macho Man, that was the early 90s. The XFL is probably done more than likely. Come on, Nick. I live in the Midwest. Vikings and Chiefs are the closest. From Iowa. The closest from Iowa. Okay. If that's, I do respect that. I respect the fans that are from there, that have some kind of tie to that area, as opposed to that. I mean, if you live there, if you live somewhat close, I'm not sure how close is Iowa to Kansas City. Somewhat close, I would choose the Chiefs then, because they got Patrick Mahomes. I can't stand him. I'm in the and that's in my division against the Chargers. That guy is an animal. So if you had those two, I would probably choose the Chiefs, because the Vikings are like my Chargers. They can't win one. They typically they have good teams every once in a while, and they just can't get over the hump. Chiefs have won 2. So here's Holder. He's sitting on 38 for 72 balls. He's waving his hand for something. I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe he's asking for time or something. But 168 for 6. You got Wokes in there, leaking runs, as Gabe would say. Leaking runs.
Come on, 2 more.
There's a 4.
Puñeta! There we go.
That's a 4, right?
Woo-hoo.
Avoid it. Yeah, 42. Go. He's rocking Jackie Robinson's number 42. They avoid the follow-on.
You can't tell me, with England knowing about the weather in the future, okay? Again, you have to plan for it. There's no way that England did not want to get that follow-on, okay? You saw these guys' effort. Let's see what their effort continues to be now. But these guys were diving. They were flying all over the place, running balls down. And that's got to shift momentum a little bit now. Because, again, England has to straight out win in order to get the trophy. If not, then the West Indies retain the trophy. Does Shoeless Joe Jackson still play in Corfield? No, he does not.
You know what's cool about that? I'm glad that you like, that reference about Field of Dreams. What's cool is that field, that baseball field in that cornfield, was actually someone's farm that they made into a baseball field for the movie. Fun fact is, now it's a big tourist attraction. They have bleachers put up. They play games out there. I think they have guys that are wearing the old jerseys, and they play games and they sell tickets. It's a huge draw. I mean, the guy from Iowa could probably tell us more about it. But I mean, that's an awesome reference. I would love to go out there just for some, I love Field of Dreams just from nostalgia. WWF was the best. I agree. WWF in the 80s and early 90s, but especially the 80s, you can't beat that. You had so many awesome wrestlers, so many awesome personalities. You had great tag teams like the Natural Disasters, Money Incorporated, so many great wrestlers.
So this is a great comment by Hond. I'm not sure how he knows this. Maybe he follows them, but he says, why can't I put it up? Anyway, he says, Disco Inferno lives in Vegas. Oh, was it up? It says, Disco Inferno lives in Vegas. Have we ever ran into him? I haven't ran into Disco Inferno personally, but so many athletes, so many celebrities live in Vegas. People don't understand why. That's why sports in Vegas, if you look at the last 5 MLB drafts or 6 MLB drafts, we've had at least 3 guys go in the top 10, okay? If you look at some of the biggest names right now in baseball, I was talking to Nick yesterday, Tommy Pham, who plays for his Padres. He got drafted out of Vegas about 6-7 years ago. He went to the same school that my nephew Renee goes to. So in the off season, he comes back. He lives in Vegas. This is his town. Of course, Bryce Harper's from here. Chris Bryant is from here. Chasen Shreve is from here. A lot of players. The boy from he was the last first round pick from Vegas. What's that boy's name, Nick? The one that plays for the Texas Rangers. His name escapes me right now. Can't remember. Any which way.
I know Steven Jackson, the former running back, lives in Vegas. There's a lot of them. I think it's funny. That they mentioned Disco Inferno. I mean, that's a deep cut. That's WCW right there. I love that they're a fan. They know where Disco Inferno lives. But no, I've never ran into him. I have ran into Jason Giambi, and Gabe knows who that is. Former Yankee, great first baseman. Jason Giambi came into the Mexican restaurant I was working at a long time ago. This dude put down 2 huge burritos. We're talking about the burritos that are smothered in the sauce. He put down 2. So he would come in all the time, actually. Quiet guy, nice guy, came with his girlfriend. But, I mean, he would always order the 2 burritos. We always thought that was hilarious. Yeah, Jason Giambi puts down 2 burritos, no problem.
Happy birthday, Sanyan. Happy birthday, Sanyan. And then Don Antonio, pray for us while you're in church. No. Thank you.
Yeah, Don Antonio, you go to church.
I hope that when you come back, Don Antonio, the West Indies is still on this partnership and batting. Pray.
Are they reviewing this one?
No.
Are they reviewing it?
Did they review it?
Looks like outside leg to me.
Outside leg kind of high. But, you know, they're desperate. It's too high. He's tall.
Yeah, no, they didn't review it. Okay, I thought they were showing how many reviews were left. I was like, did they really review that? I mean, it was close, but
yeah. So Sunyan, happy birthday. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. To finish my point, that the reason so many players live out here in Vegas and that so many good athletes are coming out of here is because a lot of ex-baseball players, football players run camps out here, have teams. There's no state income tax in Las Vegas. You have, what would you say, Nick? Almost 300 days, if not more, of sunshine. It never rains out here. The weather's great. It gets a little too hot in the summertime, but it never rains. No state income tax. So those guys that are retired get to hold on to more of their money. A lot of people live out in Vegas. And it's Vegas. Gambling, great restaurants. I mean, great shows. Vegas has really become, in my opinion, a metropolitan city. Before it was just like a vacation destination. But we're quickly pushing 3 million people, 3 million residents here. We have way over, 2.5 million people. And now that we've got the professional sports franchises, in my opinion, that's what makes your city a major metropolitan city. And again, bringing in the Raiders is huge. NFL is king. Bringing in the NHL, I already told Nick my prediction will be true. I'm not sure how long this is going to hurt it, but we're supposed to be getting the Oakland A's because their contract is up, and Oakland, California does not want to build the people don't want the taxes. California taxes are crazy, so they don't want to build a new stadium. So the casino said, come on down, we'll build it too. And we're supposed to be getting the Oakland A's here in Vegas as well. Yeah, Las Vegas is the fastest.
How far is Death Valley, Nevada? How far is Death Valley, Nevada from your place? Death Valley is about, I don't know, what would you say, Gabe, 1 or 2 hours away? It's not too far, or maybe 3 hours away. I think he mentions Death Valley because that's always the listed birthplace of the Undertaker, the wrestler. Death Valley. I love it.
Boomer is funny. 2.5 million is just a town in India. That's a big town there, cousin. Woo!
Yeah, that's a fat town right there, population wise. So West Indies, before you look, they're 175 for 6. They're 194 runs behind. This partnership is doing exactly what they need to do. They need to hold down the fort. They need to get in those runs. They're being defensive, but they're also, watch out. Here comes Broad. Watch out. Here comes Broad. They're being defensive. They're getting their 4s. They're getting their 2s. But now they really got to hold down fort because they got Broad coming in. I mean, think about that. You got Jimmy Anderson. You got Broad. You got Wokes just for a compliment. You got Archer. I mean, you just got this attack that just does not let up. When you're like, okay, we got past Anderson. In comes Broad. I mean, you just got so many things to worry about. But I'm looking at Holder right now. He's not at strike. He's on the opposite side. But he looks calm and collected. He looks like he's up for the task. And as someone cheering for the England right now, even though they're up by 194, it's making me nervous how calm and collected Holder's looking. Dowrich is holding his own. He'll get another run right there, maybe 2. Get him to 29. 2. Do they go for 2 or they just run for 1? They ran for 1.
Just be careful.
But yeah, Broad's up there. Broad's up there. Look at that. NZ 5 million. Kuwait is 4.5 million. Holder 2 runs away from 2,000 test runs. All right. Wow.
There is no way you could move a Premiership football club to another city or town. That's interesting. Here it doesn't happen that often, but here's the thing. Come on, go, baby. Go for 3, guys. Go for 3. No, they just stayed at 2, right? Here's the thing, guys. Here, for instance, if you don't draw a lot, let's say if you got a community for whatever reason doesn't support the team and you don't draw a lot, there's a lot, and I mean a lot of places that want a professional sports franchise. However, every 10, 20 years, those stadiums start getting older. They want new stadiums, and that costs the taxpayer money. And a lot of taxpayers don't want to pay that. So, that's why the teams end up moving. Either very low attendance, and they're like, we could go somewhere else and make more money. Now, normally they have
baby, your boy Broad.
Review it.
Your boy Broad once again.
Stuart
Broad Street, Broadway.
Thank you. Review it.
Ooh.
You review it because you're the last legit partnership. That's why this is a great review.
And I mean, and not just that, but the umpire put the finger up so quick. So if it's an umpire's call, it's going to withstand. So you got to review and hope that it's an obvious bad call. It doesn't look, I mean, he is tall, but it doesn't look super high. Could be a little high. I don't think it edges.
No edge. Now, only because it's so high on his knee and this guy's so tall, it might miss the wickets. I'm praying. Does it miss the wickets? Nope. Direct impact.
You have it. You want to sit right here? You won't be in the camera, don't worry.
Bro, what have we talked about? Every time the West Indies have the momentum, every single time the West Indies have the momentum, Stuart Broad, for the love of Pete, this guy, jeez.
And you know why that is, right, Gabe? You know why this is, right? You know why you hate this guy, right?
Ugh.
Because he's Daniel LaRusso. He's the Karate Kid. He comes in when you're trying to have a conversation with your ex-girlfriend on the beach. He comes in when you're trying to win your second championship All Valley, and he kicks you in the face. Ooh, the Karate Kid, Daniel LaRusso. 7th wicket. That was huge. And not just the 7th wicket, not just to break up this partnership, but you're talking about taking Holder out, and look who is. Ooh, Sexual Chocolate's coming up. Mark Henry, a.k.a. Cornwall. He is coming in, and he's like, don't worry about it, Holder. Don't worry. I got your century right here. Don't worry about it.
Listen, if he can give me at least, give me at least another hour, survive up there, defend, give me a couple boundaries. You're a big boy. Give me a couple sixes, 25, 30 runs. I'll take it.
Look at him compared to Dowrich. Look at him when he was standing next to Dowrich.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
You're talking like Mini-Me, man. I mean, that was Mini-Me versus the actual life-size version. I mean, I cannot wait to see this guy bat. I mean, I'm truly excited. I'm not even being sarcastic. This is going to be fantastic. He's got 3 matches. Very short test career. 20 runs. Very, very short test career. Jason Holder is now the leading run getter so far for the West Indies. I'm not sure what the term for that is in cricket. He got 46 off 82 balls.
And even
they avoided the follow-on. But now it's all about Kenny Loggins, my friend. You're in the danger zone right now.
Even keeping him out of that 50, out of getting that half century was so huge. This guy Broad, my gosh, he's a nightmare. I'm going to see
he wants to get
Broad in my nightmare
over. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will.
British
By the way,
fans.
I think our lag is really bad. Sorry about that. Cornwall is a lot better than Broad, but the bowling he is facing is a lot better too. You saying Cornwall is better than Broad as a batsman? Wow.
I don't know about. I hope so.
Watch, watch the spam. Watch the spam, please.
Yeah, I was just putting it in timeout myself.
All right. Bat looks like a toothpick in Cornwall's hands. Stuart Broad. He's your worst nightmare. Come on, let's get this wicket right now.
Yeah, I know people mentioned that Stuart Broad started his career as a batsman, but I mean, and then we talked about yesterday how he was great until he got hit in the face. That will take someone's confidence right away, So it's good to see him bounce back from that injury and bowl well and hit well now. I tell you what, Stuart Broad to me has been the most important person in this entire test series outside of Ben Stokes. Okay, I know man of the match went to Ben Stokes. I disagreed with everybody there. I thought Stuart Broad had a bigger role that specific game because those 3 wickets were so important. But overall, if you just talk about whose performance was most integral to this test series, it's got to be Stuart Broad. And every single time that the West Indies, guys, go back and watch our streams, go back and just follow it on the ESPN app, okay? Sorry. Yeah, you're on timeout, bro. Follow it on ESPN app, all right? Follow it on the ESPN app. And does that don't try to run right now. If you look at the ESPN app, guys, and follow what's going on, I'm telling you, every single time West Indies has momentum and is looking good, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating that Stuart Broad comes in and just shuts it down, man. Stuart Broad, even as a West Indies fan, I will say, hats off to you, my friend. You are a monster. You are a monster.
Everyone's giving a lot of love to Cornwall right now. They're giving a whole lot of love to him, saying he's got a bunch of centuries in what they call it, Class A or something like that, List A. They said this guy is the wall. I mean, yeah, he's a big boy. He's going to take up a lot of space in front of those wickets, but leg before wicket's still going to count for him as anyone else. But, there's a lot of confidence. They say he can hit some sixes. I'm excited to see it. Even though I'm cheering for England, I'm excited to see that. Jimmy Anderson's out there. Third ball in the 59th over from the feed I got right here. Got Dowrich, who's on 28. Nice defensive swing, defensive shot right there. 4 List A century, not much. It doesn't sound like that much. A List A and international matches have a lot of difference. I agree, but there's a lot of love for this guy. Broad is your nemesis, Gabe, and I love it.
Oh, man. I tell you what, he has absolutely been the thorn in my side this test series, and I think he's been a difference maker. If you watch the games, again, he has every single time he's done something so huge to shift momentum from the West Indies when the West Indies has the game either well in hand or the game going their way. And, it's one of those things where you got to appreciate his performance. You know what I mean? And I'll give you an example. I absolutely hate the Red Sox, but I've loved Big Papi. Big Papi would come up in some of the tightest moments and perform unbelievably. One of my favorite pitchers of all time is Pedro Martinez. Now, that's a little biased too because he never actually pitched well against the Yankees. Once in a while he would, but man, I'm telling you, like these guys, when there's just sheer talent, how could you not appreciate it? Ooh, the Flying Pope. I like that. The Flying Pope. The Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman. Let's go, Dorwich. Dorwich, get us above 200. And I was going to say that if we can get above 200, we have a prayer. Okay, we have a prayer. Look at Ali Pope. 40 matches, 50 catches. That's impressive. What's up, Sandeep?
Let's see. They say read the Richard comment. Start off soft all over the bat, build up at the hits. A lot on modern bats come pre-knocked in, anti-scuff sheets and fiber, tape the edges, toe protectors, help make the bat last longer. Yeah. So just to clarify, like right now, this bat right here is a glorified prop. Okay. Me and Gabe, we'll have some fun eventually once COVID calms down. But I'm not joining any list A teams anytime soon. This is a prop for me. This is around the house. But I'll check all that stuff out when I feel like we're actually going to be able to get out there and have some fun. Me and Gabe and his son and a few other people. Yeah, we'll get the score, guys. Don't worry, we'll get the score. I think it's funny though. I gotta say, they say, "Hey, Nick, get the score." There's two people right here that can change the score. People. Why am I the designated score person? What am I, a maid around here? I don't think so.
No, they just know that you get it done on time. I was so late with the scores yesterday. That's because I'm watching the game, man. I'm all frustrated. I'm like, oh, painful.
Dude, I was watching your stream yesterday, and I saw in the comments on your stream yesterday, they're like, "Hey, someone pin up a card for Gabe for the score, so he doesn't have to do it." Where's my love for that? Come on, man. Where's my? Why aren't you concerned about helping Nick out with the score? What the heck?
That's because they know that I was being late doing it. My thoughts on Cromwell. I think he's bowled relatively well. He had never got that wicket I wanted to see him take. I think he got the one catch for a big man. He's got soft hands. I want to see him bat. For a big guy, you should be able to, if you've got good technique, if you just make contact with that ball, it's going to go somewhere. So we'll see. Broad runs.
What's up, Arjun? You're not late, my friend. You're not late. We're we're just getting started on this day 3. There's a commercial right now. My lag is like all over the place on my stream. Ruth Strauss died of non-smoking lung cancer. She was 46. Jeez Louise. Sir Andrew Strauss. Okay, so this is his wife. Yeah, man. If you guys want to donate to the Ruth Strauss Foundation, go for it. Go for it. We support that. I'll get some drinks right now. Nick, the scorekeeper. Stats man, I like that one better. Statistics guy. I don't know about scorekeeper.
Nick's definitely the scorekeeper. Let me tell you guys something. When I say a wrong comment and on the stat, he I don't know where he keeps all this stuff. He'll be like, "No, the Yankees don't have 28 championships. They have 27. No, they don't have 50 pennants. They have 48." He knows everything. I'm like, bro, what are you, a walking Encyclopedia Britannica? Everybody remember those back in the day, Encyclopedia Britannicas? We had a set in my house.
Talk about encyclopedia. Go ahead, man.
No. I was just reading the comments. They said, yeah, Strauss's wife apparently died of non-smoking lung cancer. That's so sad. Hans, yes, I am very happy to avoid the follow-on. Nick, did you guys have an Encyclopedia Britannica at your house?
No, we couldn't afford that. But I was thinking about the Friends episode where Joey, the guy comes to his house to try to sell encyclopedias. And then he's like, "Do you want to buy some encyclopedias today?" He's like, "Dude, look at me. I got lawn furniture in my apartment. You think I can afford encyclopedias?" He goes into his pocket and he pulls out a 50. He's like, "Oh, these must be Chandler's pants." And the guy's like, "Oh, that's good enough for one. Which one do you want?" He's like, "Give me V. I want to see how that bad boy finishes up. That was sounding pretty good." That episode is so hilarious. I love it.
My favorite line in that exchange is when the guy goes, "You get the whole set for $1,200." He said, "You think I have $1,200? I guess there's not too much. You don't learn everything from book learning." Dude, Joey's hilarious, man. Joey's hilarious.
Must be Chandler's pants.
There we go.
Cornwall, you're sitting on a donut right here.
Not anymore.
There you go. Off the donut.
Hold that, cousin.
Oh,
What
off
happened?
the donut. He's on 4 now.
Ooh. Oh, Cornwall. I told you, he's a big dude. Power's there. All he got to do is have good form. That was a great shot. I agree. Beautiful shot.
Watch out, Broad. Watch out. Get out of Broadway there. Don't get hit.
Oh, Nick with the dad puns. You got the best dad puns. Get out of Broadway there. Broad out. Stay out of Broadway. You're horrible.
Look
man.
at this. This one's even better from Han Solo right here. Cornwall rejected a donut? Yeah.
You guys are crazy.
Oh, that's jacked up.
Nick, just wait till your daughter gets my daughter's age. Once they become teenagers, all those dad jokes and puns, all they do is roll their eyes. I can no longer get a laugh out of my daughter. She just looks at me like, really, Dad? I don't know what to tell you.
Daughters are the best. Dude, my daughter, love her to death, but she's starting to drive me crazy too, you know, as all kids do. I'm sure I drive them crazy. Oh, look at that from Cornwall. Oh, is that going to go another one? Oh,
Toma.
Prevent it. It's only 2. You know, I'll tell you this right now. Cornwall's not going to wear out his shoes. And that's not me making fun of the guy, but he's not really lightning speed right now. He's kind of taking his time. He's going gingerly around back and forth.
I'm going to tell you what the great Cecil Fielder once said. When you hit it as far as I do, you don't got to run around the bases.
Stop.
Former Yankee Cecil Fielder. And they always used to get on him about his conditioning because he was a big boy. And he said, listen, when you hit it as far as I do, you don't got to worry about running around the bases. And he had a great career. Great career for the Yankees. Cecil Fielder.
Cornwall will outscore Root. You got that right. He's just going to outscore Root. You know, Cecil Fielder, he started off with the Tigers, right?
Prince Fielder started off with the Tigers. Cecil, it's a good question. You know what? I don't want to test your knowledge. I'll take your word for it.
I want to say, I'm going to look it up right now. I want to say he started with the Tigers. And if he did, Cecil Fielder is like so many other Yankees out there where they start off their career in one place, they do great, and then the Yankees buy them. The Yankees buy him with all their money, like every other.
Night Watchman wants to know the best.
So he actually started with Toronto. He started with Toronto and then went to Detroit for many, many years.
Ooh, there we go. A couple more runs. What's the best ball of the series? I think it was the one ball that got out. I can't believe it was. I think Jimmy Anderson threw it. It was the ball that got out. Who was watching it? And it just came around and clipped the wickets. When you show your wickets, was it Jermaine Blackwood? Who got Blackwood out? I think that was the best ball of the series. It was either Jimmy Anderson or my nemesis Broad. And it had some swing bend to it, some late life. I probably thought it was going to be wide and left it alone. And no, it came back and clipped. Was that Wokes that got him out? Then it was Wokes' ball. That I understand why Blackwood got out, because I don't even know. I mean, it was such movement on that ball that came in. It was disgusting. People are saying Wokes, Wokes or Steve Wodgers, like Nick likes to call him.
Yeah, you know, like Captain England. Yeah, that was a nice ball, that's for sure. Dude, Cornwall and Dowrich. Look at this. They just put up like 7 runs the last over. He's at 7 right now. He's staying pat right there. There you go. Good decision not to run. You know, I'm rooting for England, but I'm also rooting for Cornwall right here. I just want to see what this guy can do. Best non-catch of the series, Ollie Pope. Yeah, definitely. And it's the one I missed live, of course. It's the one I missed live. But that was a nice catch for sure. Too bad it didn't count. Jimmy Anderson's bowling right now. He's trying to get a little shine going on. Bowling
best catch is
Cornwall. Cornwall is the wall. Jeez,
I was going to say best catch, but he didn't say best catch. There we go. Not best non-catch, but best catch of the series goes to Cornwall too.
Stop it.
Bro,
Stop it.
England has ran down so many balls today.
Not just that, but I was just thinking, like, they've gotten down the technique so well of that little slide and trying to get the ball. It reminds me of a foot first slide in soccer when you're trying to knock the ball out of the guys from dribbling it. I mean, they're so good at that slide to get on the one side, slide down and stop it. That's some serious coordination. Cornwall, he kind of looked at that a little bit. He kind of stared at that a little bit. There you go. Oh, okay. Did he stop that, or did it hit the stumps?
He stopped it with his hands.
He must have stopped. Jeez.
Nick, according to you, who
Trail
will
by
be the player?
182, people. They trail by 182. Sorry.
According to you, who will be the player of the series?
Honestly, I don't want to get Gabe going right now, but living in the moment, I've got to say Broad. He got his 62 in this match already. He got that wicket right there, taking down a holder, taking down the captain. He had that big performance in the second match. He even missed the first match, for crying out loud. But I mean, the two matches he's been in so far, he's been a man amongst boys. Obviously Stokes is in competition for that as well. His last inning wasn't too great at the bat, but he's gotten some wickets. I would say between those two guys.
I agree. Yes, baseball players do use slides like that in the outfield to try to cut off balls in the gap. You'll see it from time to time. They do. But yes, thank you. Stokes, without doubt. Somebody says, okay, Stokes did have a huge game. But again, who has single-handedly influenced 2 test matches now in a row, in my opinion? It's got to be Stuart Broad. In one, he gets 3 critical outs in 14 balls, guys. You got to understand how the momentum was. And everybody that's in the stream today, if you were here that day, you remember the comments. Everybody was all but certain that was a draw, and England had already lost the chance to retain the trophy there. And he absolutely came up with a spell for the ages. It was unbelievable. And then yesterday, he puts up 62 runs. This is how big it is. No one on West Indies has 62, and he's the 3rd highest scorer on his own team. Are you kidding me? Broad's performance has been, something to behold. I think he made it a point to show them, you never sit me in a test match, cousin. You know what I'm saying? Period. Yeah,
Nick and Gabe, which player's performance has surprised you the most? Gabe, you go first. Which player's performance surprised you the most?
Which one has surprised me the most? I want to say, not to get off the Stuart Broad, because I'm like, I'm not going to be surprised. I didn't know what he was capable of doing. What has surprised me the most, I would say, on the England side, I was very, very impressed by Sibley. I didn't think, I know people forget about his part of the partnership, but 120 runs and the way he was able to chew up so many deliveries, whatever, there's rain in there. But to me, that's test cricket. Being able to be up there and bat for basically 2 days, that was impressive, right along with Stokes. That impressed me. I knew Stokes' name before I started watching test cricket for England, because I didn't know Sibley's name. So that really impressed me. And on the West Indies side, who has impressed me the most? Or what performance surprised me? Not impressed, but surprised me the most? You know what? Chase.
Oh, thank you, baby. Thank you.
And Stuart Broad again. For the love of Christ, is it Stuart Broad again? Oh my gosh.
Yep.
They might as well challenge it.
Cornwall got 10. He looks out to me. It looks pretty plumb to me. Stuart Broad. Stuart Broad is making Gabe's argument right now. Honestly, in the moment.
Eat, man.
Look at that. Fair delivery.
It's kind of high. No, if I'm being objective, it's low now.
But it's got to be out. Umpire's decision, I would say.
Umpire's decision, probably. No bet involved. Oh, okay.
Dude, his bat is beat up. Beat up. Yep, there you go. Goodbye. Thank you, Stuart Broad. I
And
love that he's on England's side.
Bro, my comment was if they could get to 200 and get to lunch, they're going to be okay. That was my next comment coming really shortly when they had got to 190.
They can still get to 200 though before lunch.
Don't worry, Gabe. We'll get them out in 150 and win. Renil, what's going on, Renil? Good morning.
What's up, Renil? So, Gabe, why don't you finish up your thought there? Who surprised you most from the West Indies side?
Oh, from the West Indies side, Roston Chase, because the comment on the very first test match, I remember people were saying, oh, Roston Chase is only a part-time spinner. Well, for a part-time spinner, my man got a 5-fer. He got, 3 more wickets the other day. I mean, he's got, I think, this total test series about 8 or 9 wickets. So for a part-time spinner, the guy surprised me. You know, I love bowling. It's my favorite part of the game. Just like pitching is my favorite part of baseball. So Roston Chase for sure. You can't have that approach against bowlers of high caliber. I mean, it's brutal. Cornwall was never a legit all-rounder.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and tackle this question, Gabe. I'm going to go ahead and interject right here real quick. So as far as the West Indies goes, who's impressed me the most, I'm going to definitely, Chase is a good one for sure. He's definitely up there. But I'm going to go with Brooks. And the reason being is, like a lot of the West Indies players, I didn't know him too well before this test series. But especially in the second test match, he had 260s in both innings. He didn't do so great in his time in this inning, but he really surprised me. But I mean, Chase, that for me, that's the easier one because he's got the bowling skills. He can bat a little bit. As far as the England side, who's impressed me the most? I mean, there's so many of them. Honestly, Broad is the obvious one. Stokes is the obvious one. But we heard a lot about Broad. We heard a lot about Stokes beforehand. For me, not to, stay on the man crush there, but I was really surprised with Wokes. I didn't think this guy can get 2 or 3 wickets in each inning. This guy's got the capability. This guy's got the skills. I don't think he's much of a batsman. I don't think we had a chance to see him bat at all. I'm not sure what he can do there. But there's been a lot of guys that have surprised me. But when I think of surprise, I think of like, who did you not think really had a chance to make an impact and really, really did? So, I was really impressed with Wokes in that second test match. But I mean, there's so much going on right now that there's so much to be impressed with. Surprised by bad performance of Root and Hope. Yeah, you don't want me to go there. You know how I feel about that. You definitely do. Pray for United, guys. We're going to Leicester. Okay. 495 wickets now for Brody. He's got 5 more to go to 500. Holy cow. 5 more to go. 5
for the love of Christ, man.
Whoa. Oh. Dude, Pfeiffer.
Get in this
Pfeiffer
right now and tell me he's not the man of the match. Any England fans? Are you kidding me? Oh, God.
62 on one side, Pfeiffer on the other side. Holy cow.
I'm
Holy
sick to
cow. Oh, Joe Root. Look at that. I'll give you some love, Root. There you go. Root is rooting for the Pfeiffer. Good way to go. Nice catch.
I can't. It's unbelievable. Even West Indies fans, we gotta appreciate the performance. The performance by Stuart Broad here. Holy cow. Broad for the Pfeiffer. And I was just looking in the comment.
Broad on fire.
I was looking in the comment and somebody was like, we need to crawl to 200. And I think, well, Kamar Roach averages 12 runs. We can get to 200. If we get the 190, we'll be lucky, man. Stuart Broad, oh my, with the walking wicket coming up, Jesus. It's my question is this. Everybody wants to kill Stokes. Who else on that selection committee thought it's a good idea to leave Broad out? I'm happy they left them out of the first test match. West Indies won it, but I'm like, who thought it was a good idea? Who was sitting on that table and said, yeah, Stuart Broad's a little long in the tooth. He's getting old. Let's leave him off this test match. Fools. Are you kidding me? Oh, you know what's going to be one of my 3 wickets.
I hate to say it, but it sounds like that was a Root decision. He had a big part to play in that decision, was Root. So, I mean, that's all I'm going to say right there. Tail ender time. Selector at fault, not Stokes. Oh, that's right, because Stokes was the captain. My bad. No, Stokes was the captain that first test match, not Root. That's my bad.
You said that the captain has part of, is one of the selectors. Was he not in there saying to them, "Are you guys crazy? Are you mad? A guy that has 400 and at the time, what did he have? 490 or 480 something wickets? We're leaving him out? Come on now, stop it." And those selectors need to do a better job. Selectors need to do a better job.
I don't know how it is, to tell you the truth, when you have your temporary captain. I'm not sure if the selectors are like, we can take a little advantage of the situation here. I don't know if Joe Root is included in the conversation, even though he's out for his baby's birth. I have no idea. But I can see in the realm of possibility that them saying, Stokes is only in here for the one match. He's a captain for right now, but let's make this decision collectively. And who knows? I have no idea what's going on. Maybe Broad was a little sick. They didn't want to mention that because of the whole COVID thing. You have no idea. But either way, the point of the matter is Broad got 6 wickets in the second test match. He's got 5 already in this test match. He's got a 62. This guy, him and Stokes are carrying this side. They are carrying them. They're getting great performances from Pope and from Butler here and there, but they are carrying them on all facets of the game.
Broad has 496 wickets now. So impressive. Yes, it is.
Let's get him out before they get to 200. Dowrich, he's at 28. He survived the Cornwall out. He survived the Holder out. So, Dowrich, he's doing a lot better than he's done in the past. So that's a good sign for West Indies. We got to get Gabe up to strike, though. That's what we got to do. We got to get Gabe up to strike.
Dowrich should not take a single. Unless it's 2 runs for sure, do not take it, because you do not want the walking wicket on strike right now. Can't do it. Can't do it. Oh my gosh, bro, he's an absolute savage, bro. I'm shocked right now, Nick.
Will England open the batting with Stokes again? Okay, so this is going to show my inexperience, but with my inexperience being considered, I would say that you don't need to open with Stokes because, weather could have a thing to say with the play tomorrow, but you still have 2 more days of play. This day just started. So I would put Stokes in the 3 or 4. I would see what my opening partnership does before I have to throw Stokes in there, because if you get Stokes out early again, then that's huge for the West Indies bowling attack. We got a super chat here. Rahul, thanks so much for that super chat. I think that the issue with Broad in Test 1 is that he has been okay recently, but not this good. He has had a great series comparatively. Yes, he's been out of control. And again, this is perspective of Nick and Gabe watching our first test series. To us, this guy, like, how do you leave this guy off the roster? But maybe he wasn't super strong at the end of the last test season. Who knows? Great super chat, great comment. Thanks for that. But, man, it just looks like if I'm Stokes, I've had a really great test series, but I'm just thinking to myself, man, this Broad's making me look bad because that was a bad decision.
Bro, let me tell you right now, West Indies just made a dumb decision. Why would Dowrich take a single to leave the strike to Gabriel? What are you doing? You don't have to run, right? You don't have to take the run. What are you doing? Gosh, this is the kind of moves where, and who knows? Who knows? Maybe you get out on the next ball, but if anybody's going to get the West Indies above 200, it's going to be Dowrich. It's not going to be Gabriel. Those are just the things that don't make sense. Come on, you gotta have your head in the game. I'm annoyed with some of the
Hey, Gabe,
decision making.
did you update the score?
I did 188 for
Oh, watch out! Look
nine.
at this guy.
Oh no,
That's
I
what I
missed
get for
one.
complaining.
193 for
No, but I'm just saying, like, I'm actually saying, like, that's cool because I didn't change it to the 9 wickets. Good call. So, yeah, Gabriel. I mean, Gabriel wants no parts of it. We'll see what he can do. It would be hilarious. He gets like a 30 right now. That would be hilarious.
I will personally apologize. And you don't know, I actually love Gabriel as a bowler, but he has shown me next to nothing as a batsman. I don't think he scored, as a matter of fact, in the last 2 innings that he's bowled. I mean, that he's batted. Somebody let me know. Maybe I'm incorrect. Has Gabriel scored at all as a batsman? I know he got out on a duck at least once, if not twice.
Great question. That's a great question. Let us know about that. The risk of not taking the single on the 4th is if you can get one on the 5th or 6th, then Gabriel has to face a full over. Yes, so that's a good point. So when the over changes, obviously the stumps change, and now Dowrich is at strike. That's a good point. We've seen that before, and we keep forgetting about that. So good call. So now Dowrich is back up to strike. So you had Gabriel just, hopefully though. But see, that's the thing. So that's the thing. So if Gabriel is, let's say he has 2 balls at the end of the over before they have to switch. Let's say that. Why would the bowler not go right after the stumps? Those 2 balls were thrown wide from the stumps. Go right after the stumps. Look at this super chat. Holy cow. Palpitations time, Gabe. Palpitations time. We got a cool 50 from
Appreciate
Raul. Holy cow. Gabe, your name's there. Please read this super chat, my friend.
that. I'll wait because you're lagging a little bit, Nick. But it says, Gabe, the single run is that you take the single on 3rd or 4th ball so that the tail ender only faces 2 balls, and when a new over starts, Darwich faces again. The exchange ends at the each end of the over. It's a good tactic. I understand what they were saying in the comments. The thing is, man, again, I don't think Gabriel has even scored, bro. Maybe it's just that my last impression of him, but I remember he got out and it was like a ball stuck between his thigh pads, bro. Like, he makes no attempt almost. He is legitimately a tail ender. When I say tail ender, the guy has no swing at all in that bat. But thank you, Raul. I appreciate it. Appreciate the super chat. And
Yeah,
I'm talking
that's big time. Holy cow.
I'm talking as a fan now, where as a fan, there we go. Come on. I'm pulling for my team. You never run out of hope because we've all seen, that's why we love sports. We've all seen our teams pull out amazing victories. And I'm still hoping that they can at least salvage this match by getting a draw, retain the trophy. That would be huge. You know what I'm saying? But it's, again, one of those situations where you've got to make good decisions and put yourself in a position to win, or at the very minimum to draw this match out, man. And I tell you what, Dorwich has done a good job today. Dorwich has done a really good job. 37 runs now, nothing to sneeze at. I would love him to get us above 200. That's the first goal. If he can get us above 200, and then anything above that is gravy. Because that alone, just getting to 200, is got to make England feel a little dejected. They came in thinking we're going to get them out, and we want to get them out and make sure that it's we get the follow on. So at the very minimum, England knows, okay, they got a bat now. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. Get a single, Dorich. No. What ball is this of the over? Oh! No! All out. All out. I'm just incredible. Gone. Broad out. Raul is not on my... is not seen on now. Raul. Oh man. Again, I am so impressed with Stuart Broad and what he's done this test match. You know what? When I saw him standing next to Archer, I didn't realize how big Stuart Broad is. He is super tall. He is super tall, which just explains why batsmen have so much trouble dealing with his stuff. Look how tall he is. You know, when you got that length, you're able to extend, and the ball, even if it's only a few extra inches, you release it closer to the batter, and it seems like it's faster than it's really going. Broad is 6'6". There we go. That's what I'm saying. That's tall. Like my son, Trey, he's 6'2". He throws hard, but what really gets him is how long he is. He's got really long arms. You guys have seen him on camera, and that ball just jumps out at guys. Guys like Randy Johnson in the major leagues. Aroldis Chapman is like 6'3", 6'4". Getting that, that extra length absolutely helps. That extra length absolutely helps. Nick,
Sorry about that, guys. The lag was just driving me crazy, so I had to fix it. So I got like this Ethernet cable from this room down here. It barely is long enough for my computer. I had to move some things around. I had to plug in my computer, but you can't make this stuff up. I'm watching the game as I'm doing this, and they bowled them out when I'm not watching. I just need to leave the stream forever, Gabe. Just have me in spirit. Do what Major League Baseball does. Do a cardboard cutout of me in this chair. You don't even need me on here because I am like the worst luck of all time. It's unbelievable. But Wokes, like I was talking about, surprised me. He got that wicket right there. It looks like Stuart Broad. No, Stuart Broad got the wicket. Stuart Broad got his 6th wicket. Oh, look, they said Wokes in my ear. They said Wokes in my ear. So my bad about that. But Stuart Broad, he took the game ball, the inning ball. I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to see. And it's not just because I'm being biased in the England thing. I want to see both sides bat in this day. I want to get as much gameplay done as possible because tomorrow might be ruled out because of weather. So far, this series has not been delayed because of weather. But I want to see what happens. This is going to be exciting. Who do we think is going to be the opening batsman in this partnership? Who knows? But I got to go back to Raul with that huge super chat. Thanks so much for that, man. That is unbelievable. Really appreciate that. What's up, everybody? What's up?
Man, I'm like...
Oh, well, got the catch. Thanks so much, James. Good call.
I seriously... Broad is a nightmare. Broad is a nightmare. Oh, my gosh, bro. But I didn't realize... Did you realize he's actually taller than Archer? He's 6'6", bro.
Yeah, the only reason why I say yes is it was just recently when they showed the replay of the ninth wicket, his 5th, his arm, his wingspan. I didn't realize how long it was when he has his delivery, and I'm like, man, he seems pretty tall. But yeah, he's super tall. He is definitely a nightmare. Sibley and Burns are going to start off. I think that's a good call. I think you got to save Stokes. I would put Stokes in at 3, 4, or 5. You got even though you're worried about the rain out for tomorrow, let's see how many runs they can get today because then you still give West Indies day 5. I would put Stokes in at 3, 4, or 5. I'd be comfortable with putting him at 4. I got to see what Root can do. I'm very excited to see what Root can do in this next inning because in my opinion, it's just my opinion, I feel like as the captain, he's got to have that good inning in this series. He missed the first test match to be able to, maybe not for confidence because he's been doing it for a long time, but he's got to be able, in my opinion, he's got to be able to show some. He's got to contribute on the batting side. He can't give us another 17 or another 20. He's got to put at least 40 in there, maybe even a half century. So I'm excited to see what Roots can do. I'm ready to go on a positive Root rant. I really am. I got all the negativity out of me. I'm ready for a positive Root rant. And talking about rants, I'm going to shut up and let Gabe say a few things.
Well, for the West Indies, I really think now is where the bowlers have a chance to. Gabriel has a chance to impact this game. I'm looking for big things from Gabriel, early wickets. Roach, who's the most veteran West Indies bowler, he has the most, 9th most wickets in West Indies history. Okay, so I'm looking for Roach to go get us a wicket. I want to see the big man get himself a wicket. You know what I'm saying? He's a spinner, right? Full-time spinner. I want to see him get that wicket. And again, if you're West Indies, you wanted to get at least to lunch. Now you have basically all day. They got out and do we even make it through the first session? No. So, I mean, what are you going to do? But at the same time, you at least avoid the follow on. Just don't let England go off on a tear, okay? Don't let them go off on a tear. Don't let them score quickly. It'd be nice if you guys can make it through the whole day, okay? And that's what you want to see if you're the West Indies. 2 overs before lunch. Yeah, so they 2 overs before lunch. If we can get a wicket in those 2 overs, I'll be happy. Again, if I were the West Indies, I'm starting off with my veteran and my firepower. So I'm going Roach and I'm gonna go with Gabriel.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I think you want to save the spinners for a little bit later, not up front. You're going to witness history, Gabe and Nick. Only 3 fast bowlers in history of cricket and 6 overall have taken 500 wickets in tests. Yeah, I want to say he's like, what, 3 or 4 away now from 500? That's Broad. Right. Can you imagine if he's able to get that in the second inning, 6 in the first inning, and a 3 or a 4 spot in the second inning? I mean, man of the match, good night. It's over there. And possibly, I know Gabe agrees with it, possibly man of the series. I understand in cricket, batsmen's centuries are better than fifers for bowlers. But as a casual fan, as a new fan of cricket, I see how important those wickets are. Gabe knows how debilitating. I can't say that word right now, but how punishing those are. Broad is out of control.
It's definitely debilitating.
And I know he didn't play the first test. That's what's even more impressive. This guy has 11 wickets in 2 matches, and this third match isn't even over yet.
It's unbelievable. It's a performance for the ages, and I think we've actually seen, 2 unbelievable performances. I get it, guys. Stokes, 176 runs. That was amazing. It was an unbelievable performance. The guy batted for 2 days. But when you take into consideration that these have been huge wickets that Broad came in and got, and again, they lost that first test match of the series. Let's not forget when Broad wasn't there. Second test match of the series, Broad helped them win. Okay, helped them avoid, which was all but certain, avoid that draw. And I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, no, nobody was. Yeah, everybody, even the commentators were saying this is going to be a draw. And all of a sudden, 3 wickets fall in 14 balls. You know what I mean? That's unbelievable. Broad's amazing. You know what's really amazing? He's not old, Nick. He's only 33. Now, granted, if he came up then at let's say 23, he's probably been, his professional career is what, 10 years? But he's not that old. He's 33. So people are saying normally they don't get past 500 wickets, only 3 other guys. Could he make it to maybe 600? Could he go all the way to 40, 38, 39, maybe another 5 years? I mean, Jimmy is 38.
Broad plus Stokes equals England invincible. I would say, the form he's looking at right now, and this is just one series, he's looking like he's in his prime right now. I mean, he could have at least 3 or 4 more good years of this. He's only 3 wickets away from 500. I think it's funny in the chat. They're still freaking out about that super chat. They're trying to convert the 50 Australian dollars to rupees. I mean, that was a huge super chat. That was definitely our record, so we appreciate that. Holy cow.
Absolutely. Sibley and Burns in. Oh, man. Sibley and Burns in. And here's the thing. Don Sibley has shown us not only does he have the ability to score, but he has the ability to defend. And I think that that's probably the second most important thing you can do. You want to score, but you also want to defend, especially in Test cricket. And I did not want to see that. I actually wanted England to come out, try to score early, maybe keep Burns in there, yeah, but go with Stokes and have those guys get themselves out. You know what I mean? I think that the problem is Sibley can really take his time and wear out the West Indies bowlers. But let's see who West Indies is going to go with. Everybody's got a sweater on. Are they going to bowl with sweaters? Nope. There he is. That's my boy. I'm telling you.
Rory Burns.
You saw who was stretching out over there? My boy Gabriel. I'm telling you, I could coach this thing. No, I'm joking. I can't coach this thing. They will bet with more comfort due to match score.
Kamar Roach, yep, good call. Right arm, fast, medium. 59 matches, 201. Oh, look at that. Kamar Roach, 201 wickets. Good for him. He's got 9 fifers in his career. We're waiting for look at the cameraman drone vehicle thing. That's cool. Waiting for the pitch flattener dude to get off the field. Yeah, they definitely need some early. This inning, I mean, can England just, like they did in the first match, let's just get as many runs as we can. Let's get a 100, a 150 on the board, and then maybe we'll declare. I don't know. You got to take tomorrow in consideration with the weather. I would personally like them to get to at least. Am I asking too much to get to at least 200? Is that asking too much? I have no idea. But if they get some early wickets, then that could be a big difference. Here's Dom Sibley, 9 matches, 532. 200s. That's right. We saw one of them. Another one, 133. Jeez, this guy's got the capability of feast or famine. But let's see how Kamar Roach is looking. I can't help but being a fan of Kamar Roach, even though I'm rooting for England, Gabe. I cannot help being a fan of him because he is amazing.
Oh, I like Kamar Roach. I tell you what, the first test he didn't show anything. The first game of this test series, he didn't show anything. But then he did show us something. And that was impressive. 360 is good to declare. People are saying 360 is good to declare. So that means they need 200 runs. Hopefully they don't score at that pace. I don't think England will declare with anything. Seeing the way that your boy Joe Root likes to go about it, I don't think they will declare anything.
Is he okay?
Oh!
He looks hurt. Maybe he's just trying to shake it off. Oh, that's detrimental. If he can't go because his hand is broken, that's detrimental.
He dropped him, but I think he's hurt. Jeez.
That is detrimental.
Can anything else go wrong?
Over here. Only 1 run, broken finger, they're saying.
Can anything else go wrong?
Dude, broken finger. You know what that makes me think of? That makes me think of, what's his name? The 49ers cornerback. This guy had broken his finger really bad. He was in the playoffs. So he elected to have them amputate part of his finger so that he can play the next week. Oh, what was his name? He was a cornerback for the Niners back in the 80s. Legend right there. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's got to be the thumb side of the palm.
Wow, look at that ball. And that's an edge. That should be an out. Oh.
Yeah, Master Blaster's calling it game over. We'll see if he sticks in there. I mean, Holder's a tough guy. They're asking what happened. So I think it was Sibley. He edged it. Holder went for the catch. It hit him on the far end of his thumb. It looks like he's walking off. Oh, no.
Jeez.
Now, luckily, he's right arm, so luckily that's on his bowling arm. But still.
Yeah, you can't field with a broken thumb, brother.
Definitely not in the slip. Maybe you put him off at third man or something, hoping there's not too many there going behind him.
And now I feel bad because I was chill, Gabe. Drop catches are common. Unfortunately, all too common. And, catches win matches.
Oh, Gabe rant. It's coming. I can feel it. It's festering up. The lava is about to explode.
I almost went off on a rant there until I saw him lay on the ground hurt because I'm like, all right, he got injured. But I'm like, you're the captain. How do you drop? That would have been a huge wicket to get Don Sibley out right there. And in the first over, it would have been huge. Like you said, Kamar Roach went in and did his job, but then he got hurt. And you got to think about health. Like I said, I have tons of athletes in my family. You know, my boys still play. My nephew plays. You never want to see somebody get injured. You know what I'm saying? I got it. Here's the thing. As sports fans, and some of these high school parents drive me crazy. Don't be that guy. Don't be the one that's rooting for the star quarterback to get hurt or the star player to get hurt. That's somebody's kid. That's somebody's husband. That's somebody's wife. Whatever. You know what I mean?
Yep. 100%. Broad 62 runs outscored both captains' scores. You might have already mentioned this one, but I just saw this comment. That's super impressive. This guy's outscoring the captains. We're showing the replay of Roach right here. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I remember, Gabe, there was a game, the Patriots versus Kansas City about 10 years ago, where Brady got injured and he was done for the whole year. Remember that? They went after his legs. Mm-hmm. And I remember thinking, like, oh, yes, he's out for the year. Yes. And I'm telling you, after that, and I just said that in my living room, I felt so guilty because you're right. You don't want to root for someone to get injured. You don't want to root for someone to go down with injury.
Come on, Roach, baby. Sorry to cut you off. Come on, Roach. Let's go, West Indies.
Wasn't that just a replay? That wasn't the real thing, was it?
No.
Yeah, that was just a replay.
That? No.
I was like, what are you getting excited about? What am I missing? What am I missing?
I thought he got himself another one. I was so hyped. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I think I was dealt my point anyways. You're all good. You just got me scared. I'm like, what's he excited about?
Darn replay. I was like listening to you, watching that. West Indies got to show some fight, man. Got to. Cannot lay down right now, man. Sorry, but you were talking about the Brady injury?
Yeah. No, I was just saying how I was so excited that he got injured. But then I felt so bad because, you know, like you said, that's someone's kid, that's someone's husband, that's someone's dad. And not just that, but as much as you hate a guy like the opposition, like Tom Brady, a guy like that, and you say this all the time, a guy like that is so good for the sport, so good for the league because he's so dominant. You want to see the best out there. It just makes the game better. But there was a lot of people that were celebrating that injury because he was out for the entire year. Unbelievable.
And, you know, that's just the one thing that, you know, I think for me, simply because I've got so many family members. And guess what? My kids walked off the field injured. You know, it's funny. Trey's never gotten injured playing football. He's been injured playing baseball a few times, which is crazy in and of itself. And you'll see parents in the crowd, high school parents, cheer an injury. And you're like, what are you doing, man? You know, that's somebody's kid. You're an idiot. You're a fool. Okay. And again, it's one of those things where that could be your kid and that could be a serious injury. And luckily, you know, he's had like a light, I think it was his knee. He sprained it. I thought he had actually torn his MCL, but luckily he sprained it. And then the chin, remember I showed you the chin when he went to go tag the kid out at second base, kid slid in, hit him with the knee, split his chin open. And then the worst injury, he was running back to catch a pop fly from shortstop, collided with the center fielder because the guy didn't call the ball. The guy, he caught the worst end of it. Trey had to have stitches in his head because the guy's two teeth went into Trey's head. They completely, two teeth knocked out. And this is a 15-year-old kid. Trey was 15 at the time. He was 15 at the time. And Trey had to get like 3 stitches. And there were actually parents out there cheering it. And I'm like, what is wrong with you people, man? That's frustrating.
Yeah, we're in the second over here. Shannon Gabriel's up to bowl. He's already bowled 1 ball for nothing really. And there's 1 run right there. But the thing about Gabriel, like I feel like I got cheaped out or cheap into whatever the phrase is. Because this guy, he didn't look too impressive as a bowler in day 1. But yesterday, he got 1 or 2 wickets. He did a lot better for you. I like to see Gabriel in a dominant performance because I just want to see what this guy can do. The question is, another day later, he should be more in that form. He should be hopefully away from his injury woes he's been dealing with. The question is, which Gabriel are we going to see?
The
dominant bowler? or the one that just can't stay healthy?
I think the Pfeiffer. Nick, I was trying to find a comparison to Gabriel. Who's a guy who has unbelievable stuff in the major leagues as a pitcher, but can't stay healthy? Kershaw, not Kershaw.
No, Kershaw is healthy. Kershaw can't dominate in the playoffs. What's up, Trey? Nice to hear your voice. This is a more dramatic example, but who was the boy for the Cubs who was dominant his first few years and he could not stay healthy? The Padres tried to sign him for a few times.
Kerry Wood?
No, the brunette. The brunette. Mark. Oh, what was his name? He was unbelievable his first few years, and then he just could not escape the injury bug. He just recently retired because he gave up on it. Oh, it's going to drive me crazy. It was after Kerry Wood's time. More recently.
I can't remember.
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, Trey just woke up right now. He's having a little bit of breakfast.
Mark. Oh, what's his name? Not Mark Cuban. Mark Pryor. Remember him?
Yes, Pryor.
Injured all the time. Trying to think of some other ways.
Brandon Wood from Arizona. He was like that. Always injured. Great pitcher.
Yeah.
Sibley is boring. You know what? But that's a true test wicketer. This guy has already seen 6 balls. That's what I'm saying. Being able to be up there for a while and get runs slowly and just absolutely take a whole day. Now, you got to know how to use Sibley, right? If I'm England and I'm in a situation where I need to score quickly, then I'm probably not going to start.
I agree. I was just thinking the same thing.
So that's again on the captain. A lot of people need to understand, like, don't try to change the player. Use the player to your advantage. And if I'm England and I know, for instance, I need to score quickly today because we may not be able to play this thing out. We definitely don't want to draw. I don't want a guy that's going to be up there for a long time like a true chess cricketer but not score runs. Then don't have him as an opener. Drop them 5, drop them to 6, whatever. Drop them, to right before the tail enders, just in case, there's a batting collapse. This guy could save you from, going down. But you absolutely have to understand, you can't change players who they are. You want players to be comfortable. That's the most important thing in sports. Let them do what they do. It drove me absolutely crazy when you have coaches like trying to coach kids on things like, this is how you should swing. Well, if he doesn't have an uppercut swing, I don't care what everybody else is doing. I don't care about long jangle. Let him be comfortable, especially if the player's going well. That's what kills me. When they try to change something that's already working. What? I'm going to give you the comp now that I'm going to think of. He maybe not, Gabriel's not at that level yet, but Tim Lincecum. Tim Lincecum had the chance to be one of the greatest pitchers, in my opinion, of all time. And he had a short career, won a couple of World Series, 1 or 2. I want to say 2. But the guy got injured. And everybody said it. That delivery is going to get you injured because it was maximum effort. To throw that hard when you're that small, you have to, maximum effort. And Lincecum was done before 10 years, bro.
Yeah, but I could be wrong, but I feel like his career wasn't so much cheapened because of the injury. He lost definitely a year or 2, that's for sure, because of injury. But when he came back, and maybe this is the residual effects, he was not the same whatsoever. They tried him in the bullpen. They tried him at the closer. They tried him back as a starter. It seemed like his stuff was so electric and so magical when he was able to get the velocity very high. But as soon as he lost velocity, he wasn't able to make that Greg Maddux transition, I call it, where you're able to be not just a finesse pitcher, but have serious control. He was not able to transition. Now, I will say, even when he was in the later years of his career, he was able to get 1 or 2 no-hitters against my Padres, of course, when he wasn't so dominant. But, I mean, he was so tough to play against. The NL West in baseball, they have some of the toughest pitchers. You're talking about all these guys. I mean, the Diamondbacks right now, they got freaking Bumgarner. They got Robbie Ray. I mean, there's all these pitchers in the National League West that we have to face time and time again. It drives me crazy. But he was so difficult in those 4 or 5 years where he was so dominant. You're right. He won 2 Cy Youngs. He looked like Hall of Fame guaranteed. But then he just went to a slow pace too quick.
Well, the reason he went to the slow pace, Nick, is I don't know if you remember, he started dealing with small injuries. And everybody, that's what I'm saying. Everybody was like, it's because of your delivery. It's all max effort. You know, he had a lot of back injuries. You know, I know in Test cricket, or in cricket in general, bowlers have back injuries. And Tim Lincecum had that full extension. He would almost touch the ground after he finished because it was everything. He threw every ounce in his body, not every pound. I mean, every ounce in his body into his delivery. So he ended up simply doing his job. Exactly. England was scored 300 and then declare, in my opinion. I mean, they need 126 to get there. That might happen. But anyways, Nick, 100. So when he came back, if you notice, his delivery changed. He was no longer doing that full max extension where his hand was touching the ground like he could literally touch the dirt. He stopped doing that. And he lost velocity, and he just couldn't pitch that way. He didn't have the stuff to pitch that way, but he did it to try to avoid injury. But I think that's the biggest comp because Gabriel, to me, when he is right, man, he is right. But the problem with Gabriel is he seems to get gimpy almost every single match, every single test match. It's frustrating, really. And the best thing I could say is that guy needs a trainer, not because he's out of shape. But when you have a lot of, pulls and a lot of small injuries like that, minor injuries, nagging injuries, you need to change what you do. Maybe you're lifting too many weights. Maybe you got to work on flexibility. Something.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's his delivery. I really do. I feel like it's Gabriel's delivery, and it's almost like he has this lingering injury where it's not super serious, but when he's doing he's got a long stride where he plants his foot before he plants his last foot before he gives his delivery. It seems like that lingering injury just keeps coming back, and he keeps tweaking it with his long stride at the end. We got a super chat here. We got a super chat from Adarsh. Thanks so much. Dale Stain was way better than Broad and Anderson. He was a beast, obviously, but you're talking about comparing one of the greats to some of the greats right now in the bowling attack. And for me and Gabe's money, from what we've seen in this test series, Broad's a beast. There's no way around it. It's not a fluke performance. He's an absolute beast. I think just a few more balls before lunch we're going to get here. But 350, I agree with Manav. I think 350 is too low. I understand you're probably going to lose tomorrow, but Tuesday's forecast looks really, really good. We should have a full day on Tuesday. Hopefully rain doesn't shock him and ruin the last 2 sessions here, but I think anything below 250 is a mistake. Don't forget, West Indies can put up some runs. West Indies has a batting attack, even though it hasn't shown too much the last few innings in this series. I think less than 350 is a mistake, unless the runs are just slow to come by. There you go. There's a boundary by Sibley. There's a 4. Way to speed it up, my friend.
Gabe, where's the hat, man? Actually, I tossed it. It's right there across the room. I get emotional, but I thought it was a drop. Apparently, they're saying it wasn't a drop, but on the injury, I'll get it right now. Once this is over, I need to go get myself a drink, get a cup of coffee. But again, 6 runs, 2 overs. That's about 3 runs per over, right? I'm sorry, no. 6 runs, 3.4 overs so far. So almost 2 more balls left. If they can keep it to this pace, I don't see England declaring at all today. I see them having to play until the next day. And if the next day is rained out, then that means England's going to have to, on the last day, come try to get up to 350 and then declare and try to bowl the West Indies out. So it's just the West Indies bowling needs to be very, very, again, with luck, depending if there's a rain out or not, but they need to be very, very consistent today. And they need to bowl well. They need to bowl well.
This might be the last ball of before lunch. Definitely the last ball of the over. Gabriel's already given up 5 in almost 2 overs. The lead is by 178. England's at 6-0. But yeah, going back to Gabriel, they mentioned it too. Like I said, it's his stride. It's how he's planted his feet. It just seems like it's either too taxing on his legs, on his body, or he just keeps re-injuring that lingering injury. But I completely agree. What's up, Varun?
What's up,
Pool King? England won't declare today. Gabriel needs to shed some weight. I don't know about that. Gabriel looks like he's in plenty good shape for me. There's another 4 right there. Way to go, Sibley. There's 8 right there, showing him how to do it. The last ball of the over. Yeah, I don't know about Gabriel. Need to shed some weight. He's pretty good shape. He may not be fit, though. I think that's what Gabe's saying, is his conditioning may not be quite there. I mean, maybe for a bowler, his stature is just a little too muscular, but he looks in pretty good shape to me.
Just because you're muscular doesn't mean you're in the best shape, especially if in bowling, much like pitching, you need that elasticity. You know what I mean? You need to be very, very what's the word? Mobile and loose. You know what I mean? And maybe he's too yoked, because you can tell the guy's got some muscles under that. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe he needs to switch up that training regimen.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I still stand by what I say, though, because he doesn't look like he's jacked muscular. He looks muscular for a bowler, absolutely. But there's guys you see at the gym who they put all their time twice a day, 4 hours a day, just in bulk. And you can see it. I mean, these guys are absolutely jacked, but they can't run 5 minutes on a treadmill. I wouldn't put him in that category. But maybe he needs to thin out a little bit and lose some mass. But maybe he relies on that mass for his velocity. Maybe he relies on that for his swing. I have no idea.
I was just about to say, did you see what happened with Giancarlo Stanton from the Yankees? So Giancarlo Stanton has always, and I mean, for the knock on him is he's never played a full season. Can't play 162 games. Can't do it. Even the year that he won his MVP and hit 59 home runs, he only played 159. He gets hurt. It just happens. Bottom line. Yes, Archer is a perfect physique for fast bowling. But my point with Giancarlo Stanton is that this year he dropped about 10 or 15 pounds of muscle. And the announcers were saying that part of the thing is he was too muscular, so he would have all these lat pulls because he swings so hard. And they're like, look, to hit a home run, you got to hit it out of all stadiums, basically 400. If you can hit it 400, you're going to hit it out of all stadiums, 420 max. You don't need to hit the ball 500 if you can hit it 421. And true to form, 2 games, 2 home runs, they're going far, 460, 480, but it's not the 500-foot shot we're used to seeing from Stanton. Do you need to hit him 500 feet? No, but he's gotten a little bit smaller. Sometimes people think when I say you got to change your training regimen, it means you're out of shape. No, maybe you're in too good of a shape. Maybe you're too muscular. You need to be more, what's the word? More agile. You know what I'm saying? More loose, more limber. And that's definitely what I do not see. Does Gabriel look like a guy that does like Pilates or yoga? You know what I mean? No, he looked like a guy that's got the ability, more lean to be very athletic. No, it looks like he's gonna pull a muscle at any time. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe he needs to change that.
Yeah, there you go. Akhtar is very muscular. I see what you're saying. I do, and I'm not saying it's wrong, but from my own observations in probably the last 20 years of watching baseball and baseball specifically, since we compare it to cricket quite a bit, the guys that shed a lot of weight, and even the guys that are heavier that shed weight, the guys that are muscular that shed weight, the guys that trim weight, and now they're playing with a body that they have not played with maybe their entire life or in a very long time in their career. I have noticed that it actually hurts their performance, and they're not able to stick with it long enough to trust the system, to trust the trainers for a few years to get that performance back up. A perfect example is Prince Fielder. Prince Fielder went vegetarian. He may have even gone vegan, and he dropped about 50 to 100 pounds at one point in his career, and it was the beginning of the end for his career. The last 4 or 5 of his years, he got paid a lot of money, but he just wasn't the best. There's a lot of guys I've noticed that have dropped weight that have not, and it makes no sense. It makes no sense. You can attest to your boy CC Sabathia, and I'm not exactly sure, but I think losing some weight for him let him play for a few more years, but I don't think it made him as dominant as he was when he was heavier. That's my thing, but that's baseball. Cricket's a completely different animal, and I definitely agree with what you're saying with conditioning. But I just think, like, on the outside in, it seems like, yes, shed some weight, you'll be in better shape, you have more to go forward. But I've seen it where it kind of does the opposite effect because they're not used to using that kind of body.
You know, I can see that because I definitely see your arguments, and I have seen that where players aren't used to the body and aren't used to that change because we're creatures of habit. You know what I'm saying? So you're used to playing with that extra weight. You're right. Maybe he does need it in order to get that velocity up there. Who knows? But it's definitely something to think about because two things you've heard from every West Indies fan is Gabriel is amazing. He can bowl. Gabriel is often injured. That's a problem. If that's the first two things people say when they say about you, you're great, you can bowl, but you're often injured, that's a problem. And in our very first test match of this series, he got injured. Like, wow, these guys weren't like soothsayers. And they're like, nah, man, it's just all the time. That's what happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy's gimpy every single test match. So if you're going to help carry this team, the West Indies, you've got to look at it and say, what can I do to change to get better? Because we need you. We need you, Gabriel. Because Shannon, you have an unbelievable arm.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's lunch right now.
Yeah. If I was his trainer, I would go about saying, let's try to lose 3 to 5 pounds of muscle mass. Let's see what happens 3 to 5 pounds. Because that's not a drastic body change. That shouldn't change things with him and his mechanics too much. But you can see, let's do 3 or 5 pounds, and then let's look at the tape and let's see what's going on. Nick should react to 20 wickets in one day. Day 1, England versus Ireland on ECB YouTube. Me and Gabe are probably going to take ourselves a break ourselves right here. I'm not sure if we're going to watch a video. If we do, I'm going to let Gabe make the choice on what we watch and what we react to. But I'm going to get myself some food in a few minutes. Gabe, if you want to get up and stretch your legs, I'll take the first shift here, and hold down the fort if you want to take that break.
Sounds like a winner. Give me like 5-10 minutes, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. But, this match is going very interestingly. We got a super chat here. So let me get the super chat, and then I'll get to my point. He-Man Shu, what's up, man? You are a loyal supporter. We really appreciate all the love. Hi, will you please react to a small clip during lunch? It's Sachin versus Lee. Just type Sachin's famous reply to Brett Lee. It's a 2-minute, 47-second clip. What's up, Trey?
What up, Nick?
I'm not able to put link in the message. It'll show you Sachin's caliber. 2-minute, 47 seconds when me and Gabe are both done with our breaks. We should be able to fit that in. Thanks so much for that super chat. Thanks so much for that that love right there. And then we'll check it out. So I'm going to keep my page on that. Trey's going to say hello to everybody. Tell us what's going on, Trey.
So as I was listening, I was hearing that the West Indies had a collapse because of the great Stuart Broad. Geez, 6 wickets.
I'm telling you, it's a good seat to be sitting in my point that I chose England and Stuart Broad's on our side. I'm not going to lie. It feels pretty good.
Crazy. That's not something you see every match.
But this match is crazy. I feel like this match is way different than the first two, where we're already in day 3 and we're already on our third batting inning, if you will. This is the second inning for England, but this is the third time we've got a batting attack up there. I don't think we've seen one that soon, that quick. I could be wrong. I was not with Gabe in the first match, but it's crazy how Test cricket is so different every single match, and that's probably what's exciting about it. It's exciting to know. Last Test match, I was stressed about the weather with the draw. There's plenty of time to not have to worry and have a draw be an effect. It could still be a factor, but it's going to be really interesting. England and West Indies weren't really able to do much in that second inning. It just got started. It'll be interesting to see if West Indies can get some early wickets.
Yeah, and if West Indies is able to get some early wickets, we're still in it. But there's just bowling is such a big part of Test cricket, because if you have those dominant bowlers that are going to be able to get you those wickets, it's easy game. It's an advantage that you have over your opponent. And Stuart Broad is just that guy. He's gonna get your wickets, and it's crazy.
Can you believe they left him off, Trey? How did they leave him off of a team? I still want to know who made that decision.
Is Archer playing in this?
Yeah, he's playing.
Okay. I didn't
He got
see.
himself a wicket too.
Let's see. Nick Gabe, the Australian Institute of Sports, is advising young fast bowlers to avoid gym work. Stats show it's contributing to early back injury. They focus more on building core strength. That's right to Gabe's point right there. I hate when the man's right. I hate it. But yeah, that's a good point right there. You can't really argue with science too much. So, how your Dodgers looking, Mr. Trey?
We lost a AAA team yesterday.
I love the honesty.
And it kind of makes me upset because, in these 60 games, every win matters, and it really does hurt to see your team lose to a team that has no business in playing this sport at all. I could go and hit for the what's it called? San Francisco. I can go and hit for them right now and probably be in their starting lineup. That's how bad it is. They're a AAA team. Their pitching isn't good. I didn't praise Alex Wood, but I gave him enough credit because he did well last year. I really hope we replace him for that one kid that we brought up from the minors. Yeah, I really hope we replace him because there's no reason you should be getting lit up like a Christmas tree to a AAA team where Panda is hitting third. Nick, Panda is hitting third.
I saw that. He's playing first, too. Your boy Will Smith, though, the young kid, he came in the 9th. He got a pinch hit home run, literally took off the head of a fan. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Fan's head got taken off. Now, for those of us in the comment section, these are cardboard cutouts of fans, season ticket holders, but the ball hit the head of the cardboard cutout and took it off. It was unbelievable. I thought for a second the Dodgers were going to come back, but you're right. In this short season, someone said it best in the Padres telecast. If you lose 4 games in a row in this season, that is detrimental. That is killer when in some seasons, sometimes you have those 4-game losing streaks. I'm just happy right now with the standings. My Padres are above the Dodgers. I know it's not going to last for long. I know it's not, but I have got to enjoy it as long as it lasts. I
understand. And to be fair, that is a good point. Those 4-game losing streaks, when you have 162 games, can be manageable. You can come back from that. With 60 games, literally 100 games less, it's heartbreaking to see that type of losing streak because it's just hard. There's a lot of teams competing now that are going to be able to compete because it's a shorter season. That means less injuries. People can pitch more. You can save more arms. But it sucks because now I wanted to say the Dodgers would have no more than 15 losses, at most 20, right? So one of those 15 losses, we just lost to the worst team in the MLB.
See, I don't know if they're the worst team yet. They're not looking too good. They don't have the best manager, that's for sure. But you just never know.
in
The
the
thing that
major leagues. Gabe Kapler is insane. Okay, this guy has no business.
Dude.
This is like his second or third job, and every single organization, the players hate him. How do you come in and say nobody has a starting job when you got so many veterans over there? And he does the same thing. He can't handle a bullpen. He doesn't trust his players. Gabe
I
Kapler.
thought Gabe was taking a break. I still can't get a word in when he's taking a break. I love it. The thing about the Dodgers, Trey, and I'm just going to jump on them while I can until they go off on a 10-game winning streak, is the NL West has improved this year. I mean, look at the Diamondbacks lineup. The Padres had to go against Bumgarner and Robbie Ray in the first 2 games. That's not fair. Luckily, they were able to get to both those pitchers, which is unbelievable. But Diamondbacks have improved. The Padres have improved. The Rockies, they're always dangerous. They got Nolan Arenado and a few other guys. So I don't know if the Dodgers are going to be able to survive. And I know the divisions are different with this crazy 60-game season. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive with only having 15 losses. If they do in that division, then just give them the World Series ring right now.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for, because I don't know if there shouldn't be a lot of teams. We have a great bullpen. We have a great hitting lineup. Like our defense is not bad at all. I just don't understand why Alex Wood had such a hard time. I don't know if it was quarantine. I don't know if it was rust.
Dude, think about it. They didn't have much of a spring training, and that was 3 or 4 months ago. They had 2 games. They called it summer camp. When I heard that phrase, I'm like, what is this, for like 12-year-olds or something? Summer camp. They had 2 games back. So Alex Wood, in all intents and purposes, is like his second week in spring training, just like the rest of these guys. That's why it works out for my Padres, where you have Paddock and Lamet, who both looked good. Like, you're going to look really good when you don't have a lot of practice, or you might look really bad, but it doesn't mean that's going to be the condition you're going to be in a few weeks or a few months. But Rockies and Padres next week. Yeah, the Rockies, they're a dangerous team. But the most exciting thing is that we're talking baseball, because it's happening right now. I cannot wait. You guys will see me in about a week on our next live stream whenever we have that for the ODI, and I'll be crying because the Padres are on a 5-game losing streak. But right now, I'm happy. I'm smiling. I'm wearing the gear right now. In about a week, I'm going to be burning all the gear and crying.
And you know what really hurt the Dodgers too? We did not play smart baseball at all. We played really dumb baseball. We tried too much instead of playing that smart baseball. I'm instead of trying to pull the ball and taking it yard while people are on base, I'm gonna get that base hit and ensure runs. And we did that a lot against the San Francisco, trying to take advantage of it. But
they're playing a lot like the Yankees. You ever notice that, Nick? The Dodgers over the last, and maybe because Dave Roberts is an American League guy, but he's right. The Dodgers blew several opportunities to, man on first and second, nobody out, move the runners over, bunt, which you see in the National League. No, didn't happen. They either strike out because they're trying to hit home runs, hit into a double play. Like, they had a chance to win that game, but Jason is right. They did not play smartly. And I just think that they don't have the personality of a National League team. What do you think?
No, especially not now with the fact that the National League is the DH this season, which I'm hoping, I can't lie. I've always protected the whole pitching batting nonsense. After 2 games, I'm all in for the DH for the National League. It's super exciting. The Dodgers with the DH position is the last thing the Padres need, because they have so many dangerous hitters. Every year, the Dodgers bring up another Rookie of the Year candidate. Every single year. Their farm system is so deep. So now that they have a DH position, small ball is out of the question for the Dodgers. They're going to go for broke. They have so many batters up there. They're going to be the best DH hitting team in the NL, and it's super dangerous. But I see your point, Gabe. They feel like, why would we go for the small ball when we can just jack it all the time?
But that's what's going to lose you games. You take advantage of the small teams like we did today, and we play recklessly. That's what's going to happen. Because everyone's playing for that spot. It's a short season. Everyone's gonna Everyone's playing as hard as they can every single game, because there's only 60 games. It's not the full season. It's literally over 50% cut down.
That's
So
a third, 120, yeah, a third season. Trey's right in this, almost a third. Trey's right in this perspective. Bro, Baltimore showed up against the Red Sox yesterday. Baltimore. Everybody thinks they have a shot because everybody can do math. All right. And they're like, look, 60 games? 60 games?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, it's a mad dash. It's a race. So teams that would normally be laydowns are now battling, bro. Battling. I was shocked. Kansas City came back against Cleveland yesterday. Teams that have no business even trying because you suck and you know it are like, we can play hard for 60 games. We can win at least, 35, 40 games. That's everybody's mentality. And the top two teams in every division now goes to the playoffs. So everybody's balling, Nick.
So, and I think the White Sox are 3-0 right now. Something like that.
What did you just say? 3-0?
I think so.
Oh my God.
I think they're just 1-1. I'm not sure. All right. So they're asking for the super chat video. They're saying the timer's running out. I thought we had 40 minutes for lunch. We will get to this video. We'll wait until Gabe gets in there with Trey. Let me just see here. This is Sachin's favorite. Sachin versus Lee. Just trying to find it. But yeah, this season's exciting. Can't wait to see what happens. It's definitely going to bring in some guys in the playoffs that probably wouldn't be there normally. There you go. I found the video. It's on Roblin too. Woo! So we'll be able to put this on our channel with the video once we edit it and everything in a few days. So that's pretty cool. Good suggestion, Manchu. I like Varun's comment here I got posted or I got pinned or whatever you want to call it. I think I need to start a channel, Baseball for Indians, BFI, to understand what you guys are saying.
We will help you, my friend.
Oh, yeah. We would love that.
Spell it for me, Trey. Shasim, how is it?
Oh, I have no idea.
It should be in the scroll in the bottom.
What's he asking?
How do you spell it?
For the video.
Oh,
just put Sachin, Sachin. Here, I'll type in the banner right here.
But yeah, I feel like this baseball season is going to be a lot more competitive. It's going to have like that basketball type sense where those teams trying to fight to get into the playoffs. It's going to come down to every last game.
What's it say in the banner? Sachin for what?
Sachin's famous reply.
Famous reply.
Got it. Keep talking.
2 minutes and 47 seconds.
So basically, it's going to be like that those last seed teams fighting every single match. And I feel like it's going to be very interesting because everyone's going to be fighting for that spot. I think if you really want to be the first and second seed, so I feel like the top tier teams are gonna be fighting, and the low tier teams are gonna be fighting to get in that position. Because I doubt people are gonna be far away from each other. I mean, you'll have your Dodgers, you'll have your Yankees, you'll have those teams that are up there in wins. But I feel like there's people that are gonna still be fighting in between all that, in between those top tier teams and low tier teams, because everyone needs that spot to play a certain team, So I don't know. We'll see how this season goes, and hopefully it goes as exciting as I'm putting it. But I really hope
that would be awesome.
I got it, Nick. You want to go get the before we play the video?
No, we'll do the video, and then I'll get a break since Trey's on, even if the game starts. That way, maybe England will get some wickets for your West Indies fans. So we are gonna look at this video. Thanks for the super chat once again. If you just type in Sachin's famous reply, it's on Robolinda 2. It'll pop up. It's the first one, 20 million views. Jeez Louise. This is 2 minutes and 47 seconds. So me and Gabe, we're gonna check this out. Please watch it with us. I got the title that you need to Google, or not Google, that you need to type it on YouTube right here to watch it. So we're going to do a countdown. Gabe's going to give us that 5-second countdown when he's ready, when he feels like everyone else is ready. And we're going to check out this video. Sachin's famous reply. It's got Brett Lee. It's from Himanshu. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let me know when you're ready, because I'm ready.
All right, guys. I'm going to give you guys about another 10 minutes. 10 seconds or so before I start the countdown. All right. Everybody ready? In 3, 2, 1. Start this video and let us check it out.
So there's a boundary there for Sasha, it looks like.
Now, because of the uniforms, we know that this is either ODI or IPL.
Well, it wouldn't be IPL because they got their national teams on.
ODI, right? Yeah, ODI.
But it could be like a T20 World Cup, maybe.
Because it's definitely not white uniforms.
So they had that little eye exchange back and forth there. Let's see how Brett Lee responds. Ooh, that's how Sasha responds with a 4.
Okay, yeah, hold this, cousin. Now, you know somewhere here, Brett Lee's probably going to throw a bouncer or a nasty bouncer at him.
Yeah, I feel like it's coming. But you see that quick little eye exchange? They walk by each other, and Brett Lee kind of. I mean, these are two legends going after each other right now. Ultimate chess match. Your skill versus my skill. Oh, yeah, it was a little high, but Sasha blocked it.
You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming.
Yeah. He kind of shook his head a little bit, like, okay.
Yeah, there was even a smile on his face, like, I knew it was coming. You were going to throw a bouncer at me, cousin. I knew it. Because Brett Lee reminds me of Randy Johnson, the big unit. Just a massive human being, nasty, intimidates you. Yeah. But I like it.
Another one right to him.
Not backing down.
You don't think that's a little bit of accuracy there from Sasha? Right back at Brett Lee? You think that's on accident?
This is what sports is still missing. Look at that crowd, Nick. Look at the fans.
Oh, yeah. Man, we're missing that big time. It didn't miss the middle of the bat either. Let's see what he's got for him on this last one.
Last ball.
Oh, right at his legs, right at his shins.
Here, hold that, cousin.
Oh, he just tossed that real quick.
You think he's aiming for him?
Even that toss at the end looked like he was frustrated. A little toss back, like, okay, whatever. So that was, famous reply. I'm thinking like something dramatic. But again, this is Sasha. This is, in my opinion, this guy's got serious class. Right. Brett Lee's got class too, but Brett Lee, between the two of them, has way more fire, in my opinion. So I was expecting to see something dramatic, something explosive. But again, I could be way off, and they'll let me know. I could be way off, but it seemed like that was Sasha's way of saying, here's my reply. I'm going to hit it right back at you to keep you honest. I'm going to get that boundary, and I'm going to hopefully rattle your, whatever a little bit, kill two birds with one stone. How'd you see it, Gabe?
I think that in that exchange, Sasha won only because he didn't get himself out. A lot of times you get yourself out, but Brett Lee, who's a brand name here, okay? I think that was more important to survive that whole over, score on 4 balls of that over, than if he had gone out and hit a 6 and then immediately get himself out. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fact that he was able to stand in there against a brand name so long and obviously put in work, that was impressive. So, I tell you what, some of these guys that we know about, we're talking about, Sasha and again, Brett Lee, some of these legends, man, it's so sad we didn't get to see them play in their youth. And I can only equate it to any baseball fan that's never seen some of the all-time greats play. I got to see Derek Jeter play. I saw live the play against the Oakland A's that made him famous when he dove into the stands. I remember that as a kid. I remember watching Randy Johnson destroy my Yankees. Okay, I think it was 13 or 14 strikeouts. A performance that even Yankee fans. When have you ever seen Yankee fans giving opposing players standing ovation, bro? You know what I'm saying? Abe, thank you, Abe. Abe's like, Nick, 5 to 7 minutes for lunch. I actually made myself a sandwich while Trey was holding down the fort with Nick, so I took a little long. But I'll hold down the fort while Nick goes and gets himself a bite to eat and stuff, and we'll keep chatting it up until the game comes back on. But
yeah, the last thing I want to say about that video before I peace out here is they're mentioning in the comment section that each of those deliveries, those bowls from Brett Lee were like 95 miles per hour. So he was throwing some extra sauce on there, some extra juice to make it even more, take this Sashin, and Sashin just shot it right back to him. That's a chess match right there. That's awesome. Game, set, match.
No doubt. Get that break in, brother. So I've just put up this comment from Stephen Brewster. I don't know if you guys know that expression. When we say somebody's a brand name, that means, listen, he's a great in the game. You're not just doing this against a bum. It's one thing to go out and, score on 4 of 6 balls in an over against a Joe Blow, a nobody. But when you do it against a brand name, that's a big deal. And when you're a brand name, people say your name and everybody in the sport knows your name. I don't care who you are. If you were a baseball fan, you knew who Derek Jeter was. You knew who Mike Trout. You know who Mike Trout is. You know who A-Rod is. You knew who Randy Johnson was. Mariano Rivera. All those names. Same thing. Brand names. When you're talking about brand names, I would say right now on England team, everybody knows Ben Stokes. I knew who Ben Stokes was before we ever saw our very first test match. Okay. Why? Because they gave him a lot of hype on the show, The Test. That's what a brand name is. Everybody knows who you are. And that is, in my opinion, Brett Lee was a brand name. Dell Steyn is the most athletic fast bowler. Yeah, Dell Steyn, again, that's a brand name. So when you perform against a brand name, it's even more impressive. You know what I mean, guys? Who else we got? What? Watch that straight drive on the second ball again. It's masterclass. Oh, it was really, really good. Varun, Gabe, it's not a name, it's a brand. Exactly. Elegant 4s are always better to watch than humongous 6s because hidden 4s require position and ability to find gaps between fielders. John Snow, very good point. And I'll give you an example. Watching the show The Test, right? There's Archer versus, and that's why at first I didn't like Archer. They kind of villainized him in that show. But Joffrey Archer, I should say, hits Steve Smith, snap dab in the arm. Then comes back and hits him in the head. Steve Smith goes out for concussion protocol. Comes back, he goes on a mini tear, right? Hits 2 or 3 balls. I think he hits like 1 or 2 6s in that exchange, and then immediately gets himself out. What good was that? I mean, yeah, you came back or whatever, but it's one of those situations where, hitting those 6s sometimes gets you out. In Test cricket specifically, your job is to be up there for as long as possible. And that's that's the difference. You know what I mean? So I agree. Hitting those 4s, wearing down the opponent, being up there forever, that's more like Test cricket. Great job, Jon Snow. Wokes got who out? Game's not back on. Needs to check out Akash Kumar movie. Gabar is back for some garbage. I don't know. Wokes got who out? 152 kilometers. That's like 95 miles an hour. That's scary. Yeah, we're going to do a video on our channel. This is cool video. I got to find it online, and you could type it in, but it's what it's like to face a 95 mile an hour fastball. Now, I'll tell you, I've never faced a 95 mile an hour fastball. Okay, personally. At best, I've probably faced maybe 80, 85. My brother Benny was a pitcher in college, and I've stood in against him, and he still throws gas, but at best 80, 85. So 95 miles an hour. Oh my gosh, I can only imagine how fast that is. So yeah, that's scary, man. And again, to Renee's point, he said part of the thing that would make batting harder in cricket, in his opinion, even though, and this is a college baseball player. I put it on the CFA channel before. This season, he was player of the week, back-to-back weeks before they ended the season. This kid can play ball. And he was like, you're going to change your eye level. So from that bounce, first you're reading it out of his hand, and then you're trying to read the bounce. And it changes your eye level, where if I'm just following a normal MLB pitcher, instead of, you're reading it out of his hands, and you don't got to worry about it, about the ball is easier to track as a hitter. And I'm going to go with him because Renee was a way better hitter than I ever was. Guys, Gabe, any Big B movie reviews? We got a few Big B movie reviews. We've done a Sholay, which is a classic Big B movie review. The very first movie we ever saw Big B in, Amitabh Bachchan, was in Pink, and he was amazing in Pink. We absolutely loved his performance in Pink. We've done a few different Big B movies. He's awesome. Check out Shane Warne bowling tutorial. That's something I would definitely love to watch. It was Wokes that got Steve Smith out, leg by wicket in that match you talked about. Thank you, Ajay. Wokes got him out. But the person who got him injured at first was Jofra Archer. First he hit him in the arm, and then he hit him in the head. And then he came back and was on a tear, and he was trying to hit the ball, out of the stadium. He was trying to hit it 500 feet. Who balled at 155 clicks? Don't know. Brett Lee balled at 155 kilometers per hour. That's scary. Yeah, Archer hit him. Ooh, Rennie, I like this comment here. I face 140 kilometers regularly driving my cricket coach during my cricket coaching phase of my life. So, yeah, that's, when I, as a coach, I've stood in there against kids. And even Trey, I'm going to have a video. Part of the reason we haven't done it yet, guys, like I said, we have to try and be responsible. And it's okay if I go out and do it with him because he's my son. But, Nick is also in his own household. And as educators, we have to promote social distancing. So we don't want to get a whole bunch of kids out there and then go out there, film a video, get it online. And people start, talking about it and get in trouble again. People are aware of our channel. But, yeah, I'm watching the game right now, Renil. But I've stood in there against Trey. I've caught Trey. And, man, he throws. I will not catch him without a helmet anymore. Because if I miss that ball by a fraction of a second, he's going to either blow my chest up or take my head off if it's a high fastball. And he's only 16. And he's already pumping, mid to high 70s. He's touching 80s occasionally. So it's super scary. Man, they're showing the masterpiece. The masterpiece. 6 wickets. 6 out of the 10 wickets. It was almost disgusting. Disgusting. Stuart Broad. His test career, he's got 140 matches and 497 wickets. That is impressive, guys. What subject do I teach? I teach everything from, I don't teach the specials, meaning art. I don't teach music, but we teach reading, writing, arithmetic, social studies. What else? Health, science. So the gambit. Can't wait to watch Starkshire. Distance between pitcher and hitter in baseball. The distance between the hitter and the pitcher in baseball is 60 feet, 6 inches. However, oh man, look, he's got like a split on his thumb. Did he break his thumb? Is he coming back to play with a broken thumb? My gosh, that's super tough. But it's 60 feet, 6 inches, guys. And most pitchers take a long stride. So by the time they finish their stride, they can cut that down to 55 feet, roughly 54 feet. When you got those long, lanky guys, and that makes all the difference in the world because the ball jumps on the hitter. I could face Stein, no problem. I went to the Piers Morgan Academy. Did you see what happened to Piers Morgan? I don't think I've ever seen a celebrity. I've never seen a celebrity, I should say, get beat up like that by an athlete. Like, celebrities will talk smack and be like, yeah, I could face this guy. And, they'll go throw them some cookies. We know it's all part of the show and dance and it's all fun. I don't think Brett Lee was having fun. Brett Lee threw some nasty balls up there and Piers Morgan had to wear them. So I'm assuming Stein would probably do the same thing.
Hey, Gabe, check out this right here. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Don't tell me it just left. Oh, here we go. Please live stream Ireland versus England ODI match July 30th. It's at 6 a.m. 6 a.m.? Oh, that's a vacation for us. We're going to sleep in on that day. More than likely we'll be doing that. Full disclosure, I am in the process of moving the next few weeks. So, there's going to be some of these, even though it might be some of a break, that I'm just going to tell Gabe, I need you to hold the fort, which I know you guys don't mind having Gabe on the chat by himself, but we'll definitely try to check out as many of those ODIs as possible. I think is the ODI series 3 matches as well. I think they're a few days apart.
Back to back. I looked at it already, and it looked like it was Friday night / Saturday morning for us, any which way.
I think it's 2 days apart, the first 2, but I could be wrong. You could be right.
British celebrities get beat up all the time. Hulk is crazy. Stop that. Jay, did you watch it? It's on our channel. Watch it again. It is on our channel, right, Nick? Or did we just react to it?
No, it's on our channel.
He was only bowling at about 70%, but Piers Morgan still wore some of those, bro. And he had a big red wall.
Like a man. He stood in there time and time again. Woo.
You're supposed to lob it, right? You're supposed to, let's have fun. This is for the crowd, for the fans, and let's just a little. No, he was doing a full run up, and holy cow! I would never step in against Brett Lee. Are you kidding me?
Even still, don't act like 70 to 75 miles per hour with the cricket ball is nothing at all. That's not a cushion hitting you. That's still going to hurt. That's a pellet. And he took at least 3 or 4 of them. And he had that smile on his face for the camera, and he was still going. I earned a lot of respect for Piers Morgan on that, tell you the truth. Here we're back at play, 5th over, 10-0. Looks like they just scored another run. There we go. So I'm talking about don't let Kamar Roach get you because this guy is filthy. This guy is dangerous. Sibley's back to strike. He's got 2 boundaries so far. We are back. Here we go.
I tell you what, I did gain respect for Piers Morgan there. And did you see Piers Morgan's face? I don't think he was expecting because he was ticked. He was ticked.
I'd be ticked too. And Gabe, you can say that's more than anyone else in this whole chat room, how it feels to get punched in the face and still keep going. No one likes getting hit. I think one of the worst things to do, unless you're super professional and super tough, is to have you and your best friend decide to go for a sparring match in the backyard. I'm telling you, it's not going to be long before feelings start getting hurt and people start getting a little butthurt about it. It does not feel good. And you got the camera on you. You got this celebrity. You got this all-timer in Brett Lee. Yeah, Piers Morgan was ticked.
That's a decent ball. And it's one of those situations where, again, I just think it's like Randy Johnson, right? That's the kind of guy you just don't do it because you could tell he just carries himself around with that kind of demeanor where maybe if you bring in another bowler, he's going to give you some cookies and he's going to, put on a dog and pony show and have fun. I just think Brett Lee takes himself too seriously, which isn't a bad thing. But you know what I mean? He's that kind of guy like, bro, if you're going to step in against me in my world, you know what I mean? I'm going to
take the competitor out of him. That's
exactly
what it's like to me.
You know what? That's the well said, Nick. You just can't take the competitor out of him. I've beaten so many guys. I've seen those eyes. You guys are hilarious in the comments. I love it.
Freaking Hulkbod. That's hilarious. Yeah. Digital teacher. We have heard about Hugh Jackman being a huge cricket fan and, having some videos about him. Maybe one of these days we'll see if we can find one that's copyright safe to check out. Fifth over. The lead is 183. Sibley, he's up to strike. He's got 2 boundaries in his back pocket, which I keep mentioning because we saw how slow his approach could be. Got 2 boundaries in there. Hugh Jackman faces Shane Warne. Ooh. Watch that edge, Sibley.
Right there. Great
Watch
ball.
that edge.
You know what I really like about Kamar Roach is that Kamar Roach has a plan, okay? He attacks people with a plan, and he's the kind of guy that will just nibble until he gets his wicket. And that's what you do when you lose your stuff. You talked about it earlier. Some guys can only bowl because they have a lot of pace, or some guys can only pitch because they got a really good country fastball. That arm ain't gonna last forever. You're gonna lose it at some point, and when you lose that velocity, that's what really shows: are you a good pitcher or not? Can you adjust to that? Most pitchers in the major leagues can't. Bottom line, most pitchers in the major leagues cannot handle losing velocity. Once they lose velocity more than 3 or 4 miles an hour, you're done. Very few guys like Justin Verlander keep it their entire career. Nolan Ryan, I think, was literally 45 years old, still throwing 96 miles an hour. You know what I mean? But once you lose it, can you pitch? Bottom line, once you lose velocity, can you bowl? And Kamar Roach is a smart bowler. I love it.
Yeah, I think he is super dangerous. I think he's got a nice fluid approach. I think he's got a nice fluid delivery. I think he, like you said, he's nibbling. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's got some swag. He's got some confidence too. He to me, I'm super worried about him. I wouldn't mind if they brought in someone else pretty soon because this guy, he's going to drop a few wickets. Be rest assured.
Very nice.
Gabriel, we'll see where he's going. There's another run right there for Burns. Let me update this score. It was 11-0, so I'm going to keep it at that. We'll do it at the end of each over. 5 overs. I think they're going to get to at least 350 before they decide to declare. Not for this inning, but total. I think if you go any less than that, it's kind of disrespectful to the West Indies saying there's no way you can get 350. I understand it's a high score. Trust me. I understand that is a high score. But West Indies, these are a bunch of big boys here. They can play test cricket. So you don't want to give them any kind of bulletin board material. We'll have to see. There's plenty of time. That's for sure.
Well, I'll tell you this right now. Nick, we talk about moments, right? Individual moments in sports. What impresses you? What do you see? To me, I understand now why Holder is the captain of the West Indies squad. Because he could easily say, I got a broken finger, probably. Okay. If at the very minimum it's a sprained, right now, this is not looking good. He could easily pack it in. But he's out there leading his team. He's out there leading men. You don't think that gives the other guys, you know what I mean, in that locker room, on that team, just so much spirit to say, man, if he's going to battle, we're going to battle. I may have a nagging injury. I may have a little soreness. I may have this. I may have that. But I'm going to go give out my all because the skipper's giving it his all. And to me, doesn't matter what else he did. This right here proves to me, yeah, he does deserve to be the captain.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. As a captain, as a leader in any field, there's different types of leaders out there, and I feel like I've come across one type way too many times. That type is the kind of leader that says, look, I'm the manager. I'm in charge. Whatever I say goes. Whatever I say is as if it came from the mouth of God. And they have no leadership skills. They were put in that position, but it's all about control and it's all about power. The other kind of leader is someone that truly wants to lead their people, lead their men and women to success. And so Holder, that kind of approach. I have a broken thumb, whatever. I'm going to go back out there and I'm still going to play. That's the kind of leader that's looking for anything to get his guys going, anything to get the job done. And that's the kind of leader that you want to be, in my opinion. You may not always be able to lead by your performance. You may not always be able to have 10 full healthy digits, but you've got to lead any way possible. It can't just be about you. It's got to be about everyone else. So that's my raw speech there. I completely agree. Yeah, he's not in the slip right now, which is probably a nice business decision.
I like what Varun's comment says. When you're a captain, you don't show pain. And then he's got the E at the end. I like it.
Varun, you beat me to it, you little punk.
Oh,
very nice.
There you go. Jimmy Anderson was a lot faster in his younger days. And that's what I'm talking about. Longevity. He used to be a fast bowler. Now he's a mid to fast bowler, but he's still getting wickets, right? He's about to get his 600th wicket. That's what I'm talking about. Be able to translate those skills. And I think in baseball, honestly, that's the biggest issue. Most of these young pitchers don't know how to pitch. They rely too much on their stuff. And once they lose their stuff, they're done, bro. They're absolutely done.
I could not agree with this comment anymore. The West Indies seem to have a ceiling of about 200 per innings. However, they're capable of 350, so 400 would be an unchaseable score. Perfect. I don't got to add anything to it. I agree with that 100%. Jimmy Anderson had a crazy haircut in his younger days. You know, that's what young blokes do, right? You get the hair growing out, and it's smart. You don't think about this when you're young, but it's smart to have the crazy hairdos when you're younger, because when you're older like me and Gabe, as much as you want the crazy hair, it's just not going to be there. And I know I got hair in the front and whatever, but it's so dejecting when I'm like, you know, I come out of my shower or whatever, and I'm like drying myself off, and I see the reflection at the top of my head. It's thinning out in the back. It's thinning out in the middle. It's thinning out on the sides. Like, it's not a full head of hair. Let me tell you that much right now. So when you're younger, get that crazy hair. Enjoy it while it lasts. You hear me, Trey? Enjoy it while it lasts, pal.
Trey went to bed already. He went upstairs. But, bro, you know what's funny? I got to tell them all the time and remind them. Alex, you know Alex, he has the braids all the way down. Aiden, I show them pictures. I used to have braids back in the day, bro. Okay, I was at 16, 17. I had a full mane of hair. All right, I had braids, cornrows in my head. Now I'm bald. So I tell them all the time, guys, you know what? Enjoy it while it lasts. This is in your future.
I got to see that pic.
I'll send it to you.
Relax, Nick. You look like Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis, that guy is completely bald. I got way more hair than him. What are you talking about?
Oh, whoa. You watch your mouth when you talk about a national treasure, Nick. Bruce Willis is a national treasure. Did you guys see our Die Hard movie review? Dorridge. Oh, he didn't make contact. I thought Sibley actually edged that.
Had a Beatles haircut back in the 70s. Cough, cough. Awesome.
But shameless plug for Boring Reviews. We do this thing called Throwback Thursdays, where we talk about movies that, you know, from our nostalgia days. And Die Hard, which is a Christmas movie, is one of my favorite movies of us. Look at that. Yes, James Quirk in there. Best Christmas movie. He beat me to it. Die Hard, baby. All right. That movie is fabulous.
There's Roach again. I'm telling you, I'm feeling a wicket from Roach in his next 2 or 3 overs. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm feeling he's only given up. Look at that. He's only given up 2 runs in 3.5 overs. I mean, I know it's early, but holy cow. England, their run rate right now is at a snail's pace, for crying out loud. And it makes sense because Sibley's up there. But he's still rocking 9. He's looking for at least a decade, which I know is not a thing, but I'm going to make it a thing.
A decade? With Sibley?
Gabe is the black Bruce Willis. Ooh,
I'll take it.
Yeah, I can go bald if it makes it look like Bruce Willis. Exactly.
I watch Die Hard every Christmas Eve. You know what, John O'Mara? So do I. That is a Christmas movie. me and Savannah, funny story, when we first started dating, you know, and we would hang out, whatever. I remember probably our first or second Christmas together, like, oh, you know, let's watch our favorite Christmas movies. You first. So she puts on a real legit Christmas movie, Christmas Vacation, which is cute. You know, it's pretty funny. Chevy Chase. It's a comedy. I was like, all right. Then I put on Die Hard, and she's like, babe, this is not. I'm like, yes, it is. So we had the biggest argument, and we had to look it up online. Like, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I think that's when she learned I am very strong-willed. All right.
It's still a big debate by people. Is it a Christmas movie? Is it not? Me and Gabe both obviously agree that it is, for more than one reason. Talk about Christmas movies. So my favorite Christmas movie that I watch on Christmas Eve of Bay is The Muppet Christmas Carol. I understand it's for kids. I understand it's puppets, but I absolutely love and adore that movie. I watch it every Christmas Eve or sometimes the 23rd if our Christmas Eve's a little busy. Die Hard or Braveheart, Gabe? I'm saying Die Hard all the way. Braveheart's great, but Die Hard all the way.
Die Hard. There we go. Man, he is amazing. Was that a maiden over for Roach right there?
He is Mr. Maiden over, for crying out loud. His economy is 0.5. Half a run each over. This guy is out of control.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Die Hard with a Vengeance is the best in the series. You know, my younger brother agrees with you. He loves Die Hard with a Vengeance. It's a good one, but the original, you can't beat it.
Can't beat it. You know what? As I got older, I even appreciate Die Hard, Die Harder or whatever it's called. And I mean, I just love Bruce Willis. I love that role. It's awesome. I feel Shannon Gabriel, man, his stuff is so good. I don't know how he could not get a wicket here. Is Albuquerque?
Who's going to get a wicket first, Roach or Gabriel? I'm going with Roach. Gabe's going with Gabriel. Competition once again. Let's see who's right. Ooh, please go. No, we stop for at least two.
Two runs.
Two. They're jogging.
Gabriel will give up runs, but he's going to get wickets.
Live Free or Die Hard. That's a really fun one.
Shawshank Redemption or Forrest Gump. Holy cow. You picked two of the greatest films of all time, bro. That is tough.
Wow. And the tough thing about Forrest Gump is it's got, in my opinion, one of the greatest soundtracks of all time. And one of the greatest theme songs of all time.
Yeah, I got to go with Forrest Gump.
That's tough because, I mean, Shawshank Redemption, that is one of those movies you can watch. Oh, watch out. One of those movies you can watch at any time you want and just watch the entire. Oh, my goodness gracious. It's got a great feel. It's got the narration of Morgan Freeman. Forrest Gump's got Forrest Gump. I would probably give the edge to Shawshank, believe it or not. But, I mean, we're talking like inches away.
Really?
Yes. Shawshank Redemption is just – this is the thing about Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump's amazing. I've said before on Born Reviews that Forrest Gump's reputation has gone down. A lot of people are saying it's a horrible Oscar winner because they think Pulp Fiction should have won, all this kind of stuff. I love Forrest Gump. But it depends, in my opinion, you have to be in certain moods to watch Forrest Gump because there's some times where it gets a little slower, which is okay. Shawshank Redemption can get slow at times, but it's just so intellectually engaging at all times that you can be in any kind of mood and watch Shawshank Redemption.
Dorwich just wore that.
Ouch. Man, the West Indies are getting beaten up.
You know what, though? I got to say, Dorwich has had a lot of trouble wicket keeping this entire Test series. I mean, he's done okay with the bat. He put up, 64 runs or 74 runs, but a lot of balls have gotten away from him. I mean, the guy is tough because obviously.
Yeah, that's a man right there. That's a man right there. He's not showing any signs of pain. He's just coming off it. They're saying it hit nothing but face. It just hit his face. I don't know who their backup wicket keeper is. Who's going to take over that? I mean, that's a huge loss right
I
there.
don't want to look at this, but I got to look at this.
Yeah.
Oh
my gosh. Oh, wow. You can just feel that. Yeah, the gloves didn't even slow it down whatsoever.
You want to be a wicket keeper, huh? You want to be a wicket keeper, huh?
I hope he's okay.
Oh, man. It's like trying to catch a knuckleball. Wow, who just said that? The ball wobbles a lot in England. It's like trying to catch a knuckleball. Great comment. Knuckleballs, you see that the ball floats in the air, and there's a great video. Nick and I may put it in there. I wanted to put it in our Baseball Explained video, but we didn't, where it's like catchers trying to catch knuckleballs. And you got professional catchers that miss this thing by literally 2-3 inches to a guy. The ball dropped almost a full foot. So it's insane. Man. You know, and the fact that the West Indies, you know, right now they're in good spirits.
Hey, hold on, Gabe. Sorry. Everyone watch the TV right now. Gabriel's got a big old smile on his face and he's laughing. You're not going to see that too often. Don't forget to miss it. He is smiling. We're having some fun with the umpires right now.
Man, Dorridge is oh gosh. And to his credit, you know, I probably would have stayed down on the ground, like get the gurney.
Oh, yeah. No, you got one of those right. I'm good right here. Go get it for me.
The Godfather or Scarface? James, you're killing me. These are two of my favorite films of all time too. Godfather or Scarface? I gotta go with The Godfather. When I was younger, Scarface, I thought Al Pacino's role there was more exciting. Say hello to my little friend, Elvira. That's okay. She'll be back. Another Quaalude. She gonna love me in the morning. Ain't that right, Frank? Like, bro, some of those lines are iconic, but at the end of the day, The Godfather's just I mean, it's a classic.
Yeah, Gabe's gonna kill me. I've never seen Scarface, so I'm choosing The Godfather because I've seen that. I came to The Godfather so late. We're talking like I just watched it maybe a year or two ago, and so I thought there's no way it's going to be as good as the hype I've heard my entire life, but it is. I was so thrilled watching that movie. Absolutely great movie. Have we seen Green Book? Yeah, I like the Green Book. Gabe hates it because it won Best Picture. I like Green Book.
No, I hate it because it won Best Picture and it shouldn't have, and it knocked one of my favorite films for Best Picture up. But that's neither here or there. You see, Shea Hope has a helmet, don't you? Shea Hope said, "I'm not catching back there without a helmet."
Well, think about it. It's more than just that. You lose Shea Hope. Who's your third string wicket keeper? You've got to protect yourself.
Scarface is forgettable for new watchers. I don't know if that's true because there are some great lines in there, great performances, but Pacino definitely was better. I mean, The Godfather all around. He's got a better supporting cast in The Godfather too. All right, Marlon Brando's in there as The Godfather, obviously. Vito Corleone. I can't remember the guy that plays the consigliere. He's really good too.
Well, the guy who plays Sonny is really good. I can't think of his name either. But yeah, you got some serious actors in that movie. You even got my girl Talia Shire, who plays Adrian in Rocky.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
Talia Shire's in there. Here we go. Next ball. All right.
Dude, look at this. Gabriel's giving up 15 runs. Roach is giving up 2. Jeez.
The economy is definitely there. The economy is David Duvall. That's who was in it, David Duvall. And to answer your question, Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction, I do believe, got shafted. It should have won Best Picture. It didn't, but I think that's Tarantino's best film, in my opinion. I love Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, the writing's amazing in that. You have so many different situations going on, so many different partnerships and trios or whatever. They all come together. Schindler's List for me, I hate to say it, I was bored. I understand it's historical. I understand it's accurate. I understand it's tragic. The Holocaust. I'm not taking anything away from those. Jeez Louise. There's a 4. I'm not taking anything away from that stuff, but Schindler's List for me, it's just a slower movie to watch. It's not my cup of tea. Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. I love Lord of the Rings. Absolutely love it, but Star Wars. Come on.
That's one thing Gabriel has to work on. I mean, he's got the serious pace, but I think he has to work better on his short ball. You know what I mean? And listen, if you're gonna hit somebody. Make it count. You know what I mean? You're gonna throw a bouncer up there, make sure it hits somebody.
Big B or Amir Khan? Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Come on.
My gosh, what are you doing to me?
That is way too tough. Oh my gosh. I can't answer that. I'm going to defend myself one way or another. I'm going to plead the fifth on that one.
I got to say Amir Khan. Amir Khan simply because Amir Khan, I love them both, but Amir Khan is a chameleon, bro. He can play every single role. I mean, we've seen Big B in a lot of movies. Don't get me wrong. He's great. But, I mean, Amir Khan can go from being the heartthrob to being, a quirky, like in PK, a quirky alien guy, to then being a dad with that super jacked in dongle, and then becomes the dad with the dad bod and the pain you saw in his eyes. He is one of the best actors. I mean,
like Pool King says, Big B's an all-timer. I mean, the guy has got so many roles under his belt. The guy's got so many OG performances just in the 70s alone. This guy, I don't know. That's a tough one right there. I hear what you're saying with Amir Khan. I mean, I love them both. I think they're both unbelievable. Oh my gosh, that's tough.
Knight Rider versus the A-Team.
You know A-Team, what? Baby. A-Team.
Wrong. Knight Rider, bro. A-Team. David Hasselhoff.
Did you just give me a wrong? Come on. The soundtrack alone for A-Team. Come on. You got Murdoch in the helicopter. You got Face. I mean, you got to be kidding me. You got freaking Mr. T. Does Knight Rider have a Mr. T? I don't think so. It has the Hoff, obviously, but it's got no Mr. T. Come on. Come on, man. A-Team.
You got
A-Team.
Hasselhoff. You got the Kit, which was actually a souped-up Thunderbird. Everybody in my neighborhood wanted one of those. And then on top of that, after that, he became Mitch on Baywatch. Bro, David the Hoff? And he's like overseas in Germany. He's like a international singing superstar. He's a sex symbol, bro. An icon. The Hoff? Come on, man.
Get out of here. This question is going to make me lose the few fans I have. I'm telling you. Whom will Nick support during the Ashes? I'm going to support Australia, and that's going to kill me with anyone that is with me rooting for England. No church today. No, we have church. So our church is a little different with this whole COVID. Because we can only have so many people in the building at one time, they're doing different shifts. So each by last name, basically. So me and my family go once a month. That's our shift so that we can keep it under 50. We have quite a few people that go to our church. And so we're going to be doing church from home after the cricket game.
Look at Varun's comment. He's like, blasphemer. I love it. Blasphemer. That's awesome.
Gold.
That's hilarious. And you know what? Just to go against Nick there, then I might have to jump on England's side, just because we've got this, not sibling rivalry, but we got that kind of rivalry. We like to root against each other. So,
but now I'm protective of England. I'm protective of my Broad. I'm protective of my Captain England of Stokes.
My Broad.
Just to hear Gabe say he'll root for England is like letting your best friend date your ex-girlfriend. I don't know.
My Broad, huh? Oh, that's hilarious.
I knew I was going to lose some fans there.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Oh, man. I tell you what, dude. right now it's 22-0, right? But how much time has gone by? This pace, it's going to take them all day to get above 300.
Yeah.
All day.
Who will you support in India versus Australia? Come on. There's no question. Tell you what, India has done so much, not just for our channel, not just for our sanity, but for entertainment. Come on. India all the way.
Gabe's being a traitor, supporting England after rooting against them all this time, all this while. Listen, I said depends which way Nick goes. I am supporting the West Indies. I went out and got a West Indies hat because I'm from the Caribbean, so I have that connection to them. That's going to be my team. But individual games and matches, I can root for different players because I may like those players or may not necessarily like those players. You won't catch me. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Australia, India, England. I'm not ever going to root against the West Indies because that's just my boys. I feel that kindred spirit with them. But when it's, when I don't have a dog in the game, so to speak, I'll root against Nick just because it's fun.
No, that's going to be the thing with our channel at all times. We've said this many, many times, and maybe Gabe has changed his mind to West Indies. I don't have an official team that I'm rooting for, that I'm supporting. In the game of all sports, you have these commentators who they may be rooting for one side. Like obviously Michael Holding's rooting for West Indies, but the unspoken rule, or maybe the spoken rule, is you cannot root for a team while you're calling a game so that you can have it be unbiased. I am going to take that same exact approach with cricket. That may change in a year from now, who knows? But my approach is going to be just fair for the people that are watching with us, unbiased. We're going to pick our side for that match, just for that kind of that rivalry situation, but to still have an open mind and appreciate. The problem with being a fan, and I'm a fan of many teams, is sometimes you cannot see the whole picture. You just see your team, and it's great for rooting for a team, but it's also nice to have that unbiased approach and just kind of enjoy the game and enjoy both sides.
You lose objectivity whenever you are a fan of a team, a specific team. You do lose objectivity. I've done it many a times, and with the Yankees, with the Knicks, with the Giants, and it's like you said, Nick, you can't see the whole picture. Oof! Look at that. Another bouncer. Gabriel's gonna take somebody's head off. I love it. But somebody asked, Don Antonio, welcome back. Sink or float, West Indies for life. Listen, I'm a Knicks fan, brother. I understand pain. So win, lose, or draw, I'm rolling with my boys from the Caribbean. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's just. Again, I was actually excited. I was like, oh, West Indies represents the Caribbean, because we're underrepresented in a lot of sports. You don't see any, Dominicans or Puerto Ricans or even a lot of guys from the West Indies. We're talking about Barbados. You don't see them in the NFL. You definitely don't see them in the NBA. Other than baseball, you really don't see people from the Caribbean play any other sport. So I was excited to see people from the Caribbean dominate in another sport. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not sure about this comment right here. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Umpires are not biased, dude. Not for a long time. Maybe someone in the comment mentioned that. We didn't mention anything about umpires being biased. We hope they're not biased. That would be horrible. I was talking about commentators earlier having to be unbiased, even though sometimes they probably have their team secretly that they're rooting for. Yeah, swap and lock. We hear you. We completely agree. We've only seen so many teams. You're yet to see other teams play. 100%. 100%. But when someone asks us a question, we're going to answer the question as honestly as possible from our limited experience.
Oh, yeah. And again, for me, I wasn't picking the team that was the most successful. I was just picking the team that I was excited because, oh, man, my Caribbean team, my Caribbean people have their own squad. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? You got to realize these are a whole bunch of little islands. You know what I mean? And again, we're underrepresented in a lot of sports. We don't have a really big football. When I mean football, we're talking about American football. Another no ball by Gabriel. Program. Jeez. We don't have any soccer. I mean, Jamaica has a soccer team, but not really big like that. So it's just big to see them dominate another sport, and I love it. Huge no ball. I know, I saw it. It was big. It was what are you gonna do?
They just said Gabriel bowls and no ball every 41 deliveries. He's got it. He's got to fix that right there, quick. He's got to fix that. We're in the 10th over, 24-0, 24-4-0. Lead is 196. Burns is up to strike.
Here's the thing, too. Who would you rather stand in there, though, against? Do you really want to stand in there against Gabriel, guys? I'd rather stand in there against, honestly, the entire West Indies squad. Being in there against Gabriel's got to be so uncomfortable because you got to be thinking about two things. A, you're thinking about not getting out, and B, you're thinking about him not taking your head off. You know what I'm saying? Where, a guy like Kumar Roach, who's as great as he is, I'm not worried about him throwing a nasty bouncer and taking my head off or hitting me. Gabriel's hit 3 people, one of his own already. He hit Dorwich in the face. Burns wore one off the shoulder, and Sibley wore one earlier. So, I mean, it's just uncomfortable. Yeah, that's the issue with Gabriel Bull. Too many no balls. I got you, Renil. He can improve, though. Once the new ball has softened, England will launch. And then once the new ball softens, that's when we got to get Chase in there so we can get a spinner. That's when we need to get a big, sexy, sexual chocolate, Mr. Cornwall, in there. So that
hey, don't mix up your wrestlers, man. Big Sexy was Kevin Nash. Chocolate was Mark Henry. If you the combination, then that's cool. That's a great combination right there. Holy cow. Have you ever seen the Mark Henry videos on YouTube? This guy, when he calls himself the strongest man in the world, that's not just a moniker. He's actually won strongman competitions. This guy holds records for weightlifting. This guy is a beast. How does he have the time to train as a weightlifter and be a wrestler? And I know you're going to say, well, he's got to work out to be a wrestler. It's a different type of workout when you're trained to be a weight trainer. This guy is unbelievable. Yes, Vinny Vegas. I remember when Kevin Nash was Vinny Vegas for WCW. That was before his Diesel run. He was also the Great and Powerful Oz or something like that. He had some bad runs. The same with Razor Ramon before he got to WWF. But yeah, we're in the 10th over. We got 1 ball left from Gabriel. He's improved his economy a little bit. England leads by 196. Gabriel's
here
really slowing down right now. I mean, he's just being very methodical. Maybe there was some kind of delay.
Last delivery.
But he's just taking his time. Jeez Louise.
Come on, stop it. There you go. All right. Nice. Not bad. Only run on that. Good job, Gabriel. Here's a bit for all you wrestling fans. Greatest wrestling team of all time. Is it the Wolfpack or is it DX? Ooh. The Wolfpack or DX?
Are you talking about the NWO?
Yeah, of course. New World Order, baby. The Wolfpack.
Because not to be typical Nick here, but the Wolfpack is technically a little different. That was a smaller faction inside the NWO. But I'm a WCW guy. I love to hate the NWO, but DX was just so much fun. I mean, you had Triple H, you had Shawn Michaels, you had the Road Dogg, Jesse James, you had Mr. A. I mean, you had some great guys in there. Billy Gunn. Those guys were hilarious.
The Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, was the man. Of course, the what was it they called her? The seventh wonder of the world, the eighth wonder of the world, China.
Eighth wonder of the world, China. Yeah.
But is he gonna bowl with a broken finger? Wow. Like, you know what? I've got a newfound respect for Holder. Newfound respect for Holder. I like it. I like it a lot. Wow, everybody in here is DX. NWO for life.
For life.
I love it. The Four Horsemen. I love it. Shawn Michaels and Triple H were awesome. I got to go with the Wolfpack, man. I love the Wolfpack.
Dude, they were spray painting people's backs and people's chests in WO. Hollywood Hulk Hogan. Oh man, I hated when he was Hollywood Hulk Hogan.
I loved him when he was Hollywood Hulk Hogan.
You would, you little
me.
punk. There's a 4. There's a 4. Thank you, Burn.
No. I root for the bad guys. You know me, bro. Hollywood Hulk Hogan. Woo.
Yeah, DX invading WCW. That was a brilliant move. You got to remember, though, NWO came before DX. DX, you know, they kind of copied the idea, but they made it their own at the same time. They were more comical. I used to love Razor Ramon. He'd go out there when he was, what was his name when he was in WCW? I can't remember. Scott Hall. And he would go like, hey, yo. And then he would do his little therapy sessions with the crowd. Throw the toothpick in your face. Oh.
I love it, man. I love it.
The Outsiders, Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, 10-time world champions.
Who was I'm trying to remember. Who's the guy that used to be like 10-time? Was it 10-time or 5-time? 5-time world champ. Who was that? That was
DDP, right?
Yeah, DDP.
3-time world champion.
DDP.
Dude, I love DDP. He was so awesome. Self high five. Yeah, the 1-2-3 kid. He became X-Pac. The 1-2-3 kid. I still remember he cheated against Razor Ramon and stole some money. Comes back the next week in an actual uniform with his name on it. Hilarious. Booker T was a man in WCW. He was awesome. I love DDP or Booker T with the spin room.
It's me, DDP.
Dude, DDP is super successful right now as a yoga guy. I mean, he does his own DDP fitness. This guy has brought guys like Scott Hall and many others back from way out of shape into decent shape.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got some videos on YouTube.
Nick, Ford versus Ferrari or Rush?
Oh, Ford versus Ferrari all the way. It's not even close. That's like AAA versus the major leagues.
No, DDP has COVID? No, I hope that's not true.
Nation of Domination. Nation of Domination. See, the Nation of Domination, they didn't last too long. You had Farouk there as the leader, and then you had The Rock they brought in as a young buck. And what does The Rock do? He looks around and he's like, you know what? I want this faction. And he kicks out Farouk as the young buck. That was the beginning of the heel for The Rock. That was the beginning of his stardom because he got booed before that. And then when people just saw his brash, huge ego and everything, people started loving it.
Another reason why I'm a fan of bad guys is because of The Rock. People forget he started off as a quote-unquote bad guy, and he was the best. I love when he was – remember when he had the people's elbow, and then he turned it to the corporate elbow when he joined Vince McMahon? I loved it. Oh, I absolutely loved it, man.
He's a fair enough actor. He's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's not amazing, but he's fair enough. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back.
Yeah. I actually haven't seen Ford versus Ferrari. I've seen Rush, though, but I think Nick said he saw Ford versus Ferrari, and he said it was amazing. So we'll wait till Nick comes back to ask him. His biggest success was Jake the Snake Roberts. Really? Because I've seen pictures of Jake the Snake Roberts, and he was he looked bad, man. My favorite Indian actor, I've already said, I think Amir Khan is an artist, okay? He's not just an actor, he's an artist, man. This guy is a chameleon. He can do basically any role. He had me crying in the movie Dongo as a father who also is pursuing sports with his kids and seeing how he did that with his daughters. It was just I was bawling at the end uncontrollably. And I mean, that's what films are supposed to feel. You're supposed to feel a connection with him. I think he's amazing. I also love Lagan. Somebody earlier said Lagan or Cholet. I like both films. I go with Lagan. I am such a huge fan of Amir Khan. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Nick will have a different opinion. He likes Amir Khan as well, but yeah, that's man, he's unbelievable. Oh, actresses. Oh, I thought it was actors. Sorry, actresses. Um, that's a good question. Ooh, what's the girl that's married to the Jonas brother? She was really good in Brophy. I mean, I love her. She's been in so many movies. We're gonna get Wickets. The Wicket Keeper is gone. I know. Let's go before he comes back. Tazamir Par, one of his great works. Yeah, Tazamir Par as teachers. Both Nick and I love that film. But as teacher, both Nick and I love that film. Same thing. Priyanka Chopra. Priyanka Chopra. Not only is she a great actress, but she is super hot, smoking hot. My gosh, is she so sexy? Even in Brophy, where she plays a different character, she just still has this unbelievable look about her. Is amazing. Priyanka Chopra. I love her acting. Yes, we love that movie, and we also like as educators, we think sometimes that the focus is put in different areas where it shouldn't be, like text testing, which is why we really like the movie Three Idiots. Three Idiots is also amazing. I'm sorry. Yeah. I know people like Big B, but to me, the films that I've seen have been more impactful from Amir Khan. Don't let your wife hear you. No, she doesn't mind. Sandeep, obviously he's a fan of Boring Reviews channel because he knows I love Nawaz Siddiqui. Nawaz Siddiqui to me is the best bad guy in, as far as Indian actors go. He carries that role. He's been in so many great films. I mean, I really like him. However, I have to rank Amir Khan ahead of him because he could play any role. Yes, she is hot. Yeah, the wife doesn't mind. What subjects do I teach? We both teach fourth grade. We both teach gen ed, which means we're going to be teaching math, writing, language arts. We're going to be teaching, reading as well as science, health, everything except everything except like the specials. We don't teach art. We don't teach music. We don't teach library, things like that. Noah's better than Amir. I wish I could say that, but Amir is just amazing. I said it before on my channel. I think Amir Khan is an artist, period, and I got to put him up there with some of the best actors in Hollywood. I think he's as good as a Denzel, as there goes another boundary. Come on, as a Leo. That's how good he is. Yeah, that was a great shot. How old are fourth graders? They come in at 9, so I get them at about 10 years old, which is a great age because they're ready to learn and they're more independent, you know what I mean? But they still look up to you as an educator. Elementary school, period. They still respect you as a teacher. They look up to you as an educator. Update the score. Sorry about that, guys. Let me go ahead and hit that. Yeah, boom, you're right. That was a great shot. And the score currently is 36 for nil. Oh, boy. 36 for nil. 36 for nil. And we are on the 12th over. Now, I don't remember. 3. There we go. Save. and show. There we go. Where did Nick go? It's about 6:30, so I am assuming he is tending to the kids. I know that his younger son woke up earlier and he had to take care of him. Yeah, Amir is amazing and Nawaz is nasty. You're right. I mean, there's a performance that Nawaz puts on in what's the name of that movie? Oh, Nick will know it off the top of his head. Wow. I cannot remember. He plays like a serial killer, serial killer, and he is unhinged in that movie. Absolutely unhinged. Nawaz or Amir Gabe? I got to go with Amir Khan. I mean, he is just a true artist. I love him. But Nawaz is probably one of my favorite actors. He plays such a great bad guy. I've always liked guys that can really do a good bad guy job. I told a story on Boring Reviews, and I actually had to explain this to Nick. Like, I'm the guy who loved Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader. I'm a younger brother. I got an older brother. My older brother is 2 years older than me. So as kids, I always had to be the bad guy. You know what I mean? When we played with toys, I had to be. Yeah, Irfan Khan was legendary. He was, rest in peace. When we played G.I. Joe, I was Cobra. You know what I'm saying? We played Transformers, I was a Decepticon. Ooh, close. But Ramen Rava 2.0. His performance in Ramen Rava 2.0 is absolutely scary. It is Heath Ledger scary. Dark Knight, in the Dark Knight. That's how great that role is. You know what I mean? It is scary. Don Antonio's like, get some wickets before Nick comes back. Yeah, the wicket keeper's not here right now, and they're not falling, and it's been an extended absence. Even though it is uncanny, right? The 2 wickets that fell for the West Indies not for the West Indies. When the West Indies were batting, I should say. So yeah, happened when Nick was gone. It is hilarious, uncanny. It's a guy doing. That's the first time for the ball. What's up, Arab? Good morning. Yeah, it was a stunning performance. Ramen Rava 2.0 was amazing. Lagan, and for that he was only romantic. He was only a romantic hero before that. Again, yeah, it's sample size, right? So we've reviewed Lagan, we've reviewed Dongle, which I think is one of the best sports movie. What's up, Ray? PMB, what's up, Ray? We've reviewed Tarzan Par. We've reviewed what's that other film? 3 Idiots, PK. So it's a lot more of his recent stuff, but it's all amazing. All amazing. Oof. Come on, Chase. Come on, Chase. Again, and I know that people don't look at run rate and they say it's not that important. I get that. But again, you're thinking of thoughts on Dongle. I cried. I literally cried, Muhammad. At the end, because here's the thing. I'm in almost the same predicament. I was bye. No. Come on. Almost got it. Darn. New guy missed the stumps. Yeah, he slipped. Are you watching ODI? Yes, we are. England versus Ireland. We will be watching ODI. Yeah, I know it's based on a true story. And for me, Dongo was such a great performance. But that role resonated with me because I'm in the same position. Not necessarily exactly what he went through, but I played ball in high school. I was done playing ball, by my, I want to say junior year, because I didn't even make varsity, and then I took up boxing full time. That's why I came out to Las Vegas here. I was at UNLV in Nevada, and I got injured, wasn't able to continue boxing. Plus, my older son is 20. I had him. I don't want to say I had him, but my ex had him when I was a year removed out of high school. I was 19 when she got pregnant. So I had to make some tough decisions and be there for my family. You know what I mean? And yeah, the wicketkeeper failed there. What are you going to do? But seeing the dedication that he put into his daughters in that movie, Dongo, all the places they went into, getting them to work, getting them to wrestle, same thing, man. Yeah, he slipped. And it's the same thing I've gone through with both J-Man and Trey, and I know that struggle. I'm not trying to live vicariously. And I've had this conversation with Savannah a lot. I'm not trying to live vicariously through Trey either. I want them to do what they do on their own. He is new in the role. Leave the silver alone. No, I'm not killing him. I'm not killing him. He almost had it. Renil. But for me, that performance really touched me because at the end, he doesn't actually get to see his spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen it, but he knows, and he knows she won. And when he was crying, man, I was crying. It was just such an unbelievable performance. Come on. I tell you what, right now, Nick was close to the TV. That's why Burns didn't get out. He was in the vicinity. He's awake. So the wicket, like he says, he can't control the wicket keeping skills. It just happens. Yeah, he put on. That was another video we did, Fat to Fit. That was so impressive. For him to go from, fat to fit for this video was unbelievable. And then the way we watched the behind the scenes of Fat to Fit, the way they filmed it is they filmed the fat part first, and then they do the fit. Imagine the kind of pressure where the movie is riding on you being able to make this transformation. Gosh, anyone in this chat who has not seen Dongo, please watch it. I don't care where you're from in the West Indies. Look at Doric's lip. If you're a sports fan, and at any point in your life you've been an athlete and you've now got children that are athletes, watch that film. It's amazing.
What's up, guys? Taking care of some stuff for my kid here. All is good. 38 for nothing. Looks like my wicket keeping skills haven't stayed in range. You got Sibleaf with 18. He's at strike. I hear Gabe talking about Dungle. Yeah, Dungle's a great film. Absolutely amazing. Ooh, why the heck you got to show that replay? That's just tough to watch. My gosh. Dorwich, I mean, he does not look like a happy man. I don't blame him. Dungle is one-time watch through. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a one-time watch through for sure. Someone was talking about, what was the two? Cholet and Lagan. As awesome as Lagan was, I'd have to take the edge to Cholet. That was a fantastic film. For some, I'm not a big fan of the older films. I'm not. 60s, 70s, I consider those older films. I'm not a big fan of them. I loved that movie. Definitely got to take Cholet. It is crazy how things happen when I leave. I agree. It's ridiculous.
Somebody said, Nick, that the wicketkeeper, De Silva, did he get it? No. He said that he has his own wicket channel called All Things Cricket. We got to check that out.
Nice. What about Three Idiots? Three Idiots, Gabe loves that movie. I love that movie too. I think Gabe might love it just a little more than I did, but it's a fantastic. I think I gave it an A or an A+. Three Idiots it's a fun movie. It's also a funny movie with that one friend, not really a friend, but that one colleague who just is rich at the end, but he still gets bested by Amir Khan's character. So many sad moments. I remember when I was watching it, we talked about this in our review. You're watching this movie and you think, okay, cool college film or whatever. and then all of a sudden the camera pans up and you
Super
see
dark.
that guy who killed himself, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this movie
Super
has
dark.
no limits. And then the whole scene with what was it? Was it a girl giving birth or something like that? And Amir Khan's character has to try to figure it out, and the whole all is well. Great film, so original.
Well, I still love that song.
Yeah.
Yeah, De Silva's the substitute fielder, not Dorwich. Yeah. Good thing for Dorwich is that he's got a little time to heal before the next test match for the West Indies. If I watch Lagan again, you know what? That's a good thing. Now that we know more about cricket, because I think we watched Lagan before we had ever watched a cricket match. We might have watched a few cricket videos, but he just said now, if we watch Lagan, we'll notice new things. So I think that's likely a rewatch of Lagan. Maybe do a watch party. That'd be cool.
I don't know. There's just so many movies I still have yet to watch that I want to check out too.
I know that. Dangol or Bahubali? Dangol, no question asked.
Ooh, I love myself some Bahubali. Those are two different movies. You cannot compare those two. Two completely different movies. I like them both. Bahubali was, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the first Indian film I ever watched. The very first one. So that definitely has a special place. Dangol's a better made film, that's for sure.
All right. Update the score. I'm on it. Here we go. The Sandlot is my favorite childhood movie, and I don't know anything about baseball. If you've seen The Sandlot, how could you not love it? Benny the Jet Rodriguez. We were all kids and all believed that we had a pair of sneakers that made us run faster. Okay? I actually own a pair of PF Flyers, and all my kids, when the movie came out, they actually brought them back out. Did you know that, Nick?
I'm sure they did.
And they're super expensive. They're not like cheap like they used to be, $40, 50. They're like $80, $90. You know what I mean? But PF Flyers are awesome. And we all had those shoes. It was just so much fun. Yes, we have watched KGF. We watched KGF. We loved it. Good film. I mean, we don't put it up there, obviously. I don't put it up there with Dongo or Three Idiots, but KGF was great.
Dude, I'll never forget in KGF, he's fighting those guys, and he takes the other guy's hand and he brushes his hair with it.
We did see Irfan Khan's last movie, on Greasy Medium.
Yeah.
We saw it. There were some funny scenes in there. You know, it was a really good comedy movie. And again, both as fathers, we feel his situation. You know, daughter in college, she's away. I got a son in college right now. On Greasy Medium was awesome. My favorite scene though is the one at the airport with the Lost in Translation. It's like, yeah, he's a pharmacist. They look up pharmacists. Yeah, he's drug dealer. He deals drugs. Like, so you're telling us,
and we're coming here so that we can deliver the drugs for him.
That was still hilarious. Oh my god!
And then you got your man. I know all things in that film, and he's just like, guys, there's only so many options here.
Gabe, De Niro, Pacino, or Brando? Woo! I would probably say Pacino, man. It's got to be, to me, Brando. I know he did a lot of great roles. I've only seen Brando in 2 roles, 3 good roles tops. You know, he's a little bit older than the other 2. But Pacino is so good. Even in their most recent movie, if you haven't seen The Irishman on Netflix, please watch it. Nick, was I not saying that thing was going to win an Oscar? And some of those performances were unbelievable even before it became a thing. I saw that film the first day it came out, and it's a long film. But, you know, we watch Indian films, so we're used to long films. It's like a 3.5, 4-hour film. Pacino's amazing as Jimmy Hoffa in that movie. Okay, he's unbelievable. And De Niro's unbelievable as the Irishman, Frank I forget his last name. Frank. I forget. It's time you people should.
Yeah, you may not know about our other channel, but we have our first channel is Boring Reviews, where we do movies, and a lot of them are Indian films. We've seen Gangs of Wasseypur. We've seen the Nawaz Greats. We've seen Irfan Khan's some of his films. Manoj Bajpayee. We saw him in Family Man. We reviewed it, reacted to it. Check out Boring Reviews, Harsh. You may not know about it. We got a lot of reviews on there, series reviews, movie reviews, reactions, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, some great films on there. Check it out, and some great conversations regarding film. I mean, that's really how we even got into YouTube. Nick and I would watch movies and literally dominate the conversation in the lunchroom at the school with the other teachers, and we would be talking all day. And you know, it was his baby. Boring Reviews. You guys don't know. Nick started this channel and invited me to it. Boring Reviews. Cricket became something afterwards that came, but he was like, we both love comic books and we're both big Star Wars fan. And I still remember the very first Boring Reviews. I love it. It was actually Nick on his own during a conversation about Star Wars. And he sent me the video. I was like, oh, this is cool, whatever. Invited me to the channel. And we've been doing reviews since then. But we are huge comic book nerds. I'm a bigger comic book nerd than Nick is, but we love the comic book film movies and movies in general, and we've spent hours discussing films, man. And then we got into Indian films, and trust me, we've seen some of the gems, and we reviewed some of those gems.
What's my take on nepotism? I don't like it, that's for sure. I think that there's certain things in life, in a lot of aspects of life, that are things that we don't like, but are for the most part not going to go away. Nepotism is not just in films, not just in the film industry. It's not just in Bollywood. It is in just about every aspect. If I go to school for a certain field and I go to get my master's degree in that field and I train under the best and I go for that interview and I've got all of my steps in play, I lose that job to some young kid who doesn't even have a master's degree or a college degree because there's someone's nephew. This happens all the time in life, and I don't like it. Now, I will say there has been some times in my life where because I was someone's friend, not really a relative, but because I knew someone or whatever, I had an in, it helped me to get this or get that. Nothing illegal, obviously, but just things, it goes both ways in certain ways, but nepotism in the film industry specifically, I don't like it, but at least here in Hollywood, it's all about what is safe. There's no risk that anyone wants to take. That's why you see so many reboots, so many sequels 30 years later, because no one wants to take a risk. That's why comic book movies are so popular right now, because of that fan base. And so at the same time, they don't want to take a risk with some new actor when they know someone's nephew or niece can play the part. So, I mean, I don't like it, but unfortunately, it's a part of the world.
Which is a more fierce cricket rivalry? You guys have to tell us that. What is a bigger cricket rivalry? I know there's a rivalry between, of course, England and India, England and Australia, Australia and India. I don't know. You guys got to tell us that.
Me and Gabe both have master's degrees. I got mine in educational administration leadership because I had aspirations to become an administrator, to be a principal one day. I took a role last year that was kind of quasi-administration to get my foot in the door, and I learned that I just love the classroom a whole lot more at this time in my life. So, but that's what my degree is. It never hurts to get a degree in leadership. Gabe, tell them what you got.
My degree is in childhood education. I love teaching. I don't ever see myself going into an administrative role. Teaching, and I think Nick found this out a little bit last year. Teaching, unfortunately, like anything else, has its goods and bads. But administration is an administration. And when you're in administration, you got to deal with bureaucracy. And that's what I don't want to deal with. I don't want to deal with budgets and having to cut great teachers or, cut back on supplies and stuff because of in my opinion, there shouldn't be a price on education. You know what I mean? We should be doing our best for these kids. And I think that although all educators and administrators may want that, the reality is they've got to worry about the budget, got to worry about this or that. And I don't like that part of it. You know what I mean? So I want to be in the classroom for life, as long as I can be anyway.
Dude, both these guys are so methodical. These guys are so, ooh, that was close actually, are so patient. They are not going to give up anything. Burns was close to that one right there, but they're not going to give up anything. Burns has 14 runs on like 58 balls. Sibley has 18 runs on 51 balls. It's unbelievable. They're just driving these bowlers crazy by not being aggressive in the least. It's an interesting strategy. You think England would be a little more aggressive, but it's kind of hard to argue with the results right now. You're wearing down these bowlers little by little.
I'm going to take the opposing view here, okay? Because people mentioned it before that's why they got mad at Don Sibley for that very first match. Right now, if they're not thinking we've got to lock this thing up in 4 days, then they got issues. Okay, we all know there's rain in the forecast. Yes, Renil, made an over. So in their opinion, they have to be thinking we've got to get the score above 300 as quickly as possible and declare to try to get a result in this match. You know what I'm saying? We got to score quickly. And when you have already eaten up 110 balls, there's 18 overs so far. You know, plus how much time has gone by? It's 7 a.m. over here. So what do they got? Another
halfway through.
We're halfway through. Another 3 or 4 hours. Like at this rate, you're not going to get above 300 anytime soon. You're definitely not get that 350 mark everybody keeps talking about. So you got to think of it that way. And I think that, yes, while they're true cricketers, Nick, this is where it shouldn't really fall on, in my opinion, it shouldn't fall on them. They're going to play the way they play. Who should it fall on? It should fall on Joe Root. You know, you got two methodical guys. You got two patient guys up there. Why didn't you put somebody that's going to give you some runs quick? Why didn't you go put in, change that lineup and put in a guy that's going to go out and get a few boundaries and get a few sixes? You know, not necessarily have to be your biggest gun. I understand you not wanting to look at that. Another defense. They're just so patient. Another defense. But, you know, do you have to maybe put yourself in there, Joe Root, knowing the situation that you need to score, go get your 50. Okay. But when you have a partnership with two guys that are this methodical, you know, it's going to take too long to score. All right. Maybe.
Yeah, I agree. They got more spinners in there, so the run rate's going to increase. But Gabe's got a point. I just think there's still plenty of time. Even with tomorrow being a washout, they're way ahead of schedule. There's plenty of time there. I'm not sure if there's 50-plus overs left today, Varun, but I'll trust you because you know more than I do about the sport. There's a single right there. The crazy thing is I just updated the score, and in about 6 overs, they'd only scored 4 runs.
That's what I'm saying. Right now, they're content with just defending. And maybe I'm wrong. Again, you guys have to understand we're coming at this from a very novice approach. It's a very new sport for us. But I'm just thinking, even though I'm going for West Indies, I'm thinking if I were the coach, I can never get myself out of that mind frame. If I'm coaching this team, okay, I want an absolute decision. So maybe they're told not to look at the weather, not to think of stuff like that. But if you don't, you're crazy, because guess what? In what was it, the second test match, they ignored that weather and it almost cost them. Again, if it wasn't for my boy Broad, that thing was going to get drawn out. All right. Even the commentators were talking about it.
Speaking of your boy Broad, look at this comment. Don't panic, guys. Stuart Broad will come in tomorrow with balance the gauntlet tomorrow, and he'll take all the wickets in a snap.
Azaria, what are you doing to me, man? Stuart Broad is a nightmare, man.
Here's the flip side of our argument. It's Joe Root's decision to play slow and take the shine off the new ball, so that it'll be easy for the other batsmen to hit it very easily. There you go. That's the experience that we are lacking. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you, Roger.
Okay, that again is the experience you guys have that we don't have, and again, that's why experience matters so much. You know, Joe Root has been a captain for a long time. Obviously, he knows what he's doing. You know,
or does he?
Stuart Broad has more than 450 wickets. Rajab, Stuart Broad is currently sitting at 497 wickets. He's 3 away from 500.
Oh, there's a boundary.
No! Just as we were talking about slow scoring.
He slid too quickly.
Bro, I think right now somebody's in the in the chat reporting back to England what we're talking about. It went right through his legs. Come on.
Is that Campbell again, whose legs it went through?
Gosh. You cannot give up those runs.
If that was Campbell, guys, let us know. Is Campbell not the best fielder? Is he just kind of not doing too well in this series? He's had some gaffes. Oh.
Almost got him. See, now
said Burns is getting himself in trouble and he's trying to use his feet a little too much. Look at that. He's way too far away. What are you doing? Oh my gosh. What are you doing? It's just so he's either being impatient or he likes that ball off that one bounce. He doesn't want to double bounce. But man alive, I don't know what that was. There you go. That's a little more secure.
A zero. Look at a zero. Azriel's comment. I love it. Bring Stokes in, get runs flowing. That's what I thought. My digital teacher. Like, you should have made it. I don't know. You got 2 patient guys up there. Look at what the run rate is.
Root better play well today, or he's going to have it from Nick. Darn right.
Honestly, that last 4 should have been nothing. Okay, nothing. That was another blown play by West Indies defense. I don't know who that was. I pray it's not Campbell, because I just think this is his last test match for a bit, because he's going to get dropped.
I only came here for the Root rant. Still waiting for today's. Oh, you know it's coming if I have something to say. He hasn't ticked me off today, though.
I'll tell you guys when the Root rant's coming. I forecast it. If not today probably, but if we get a game rained out and now we're down to 1 day and Joe Root doesn't declare at 300, Nick's gonna blow his top. Like, Nick's gonna blow his top. I can see it now. If one of these days get rained out and the pressure comes down to it and it's a declaration, it's a matter of declaration, you're gonna see Nick blow his top. You know what? I want West Indies to win, because not to win, but to draw this out so that they can retain the trophy. But more so, just because I could want to see Nick blow his top. Oh, that would be glorious, just glorious.
You know what's crazy is England has 46 runs so far in the second inning, but only 38 from the batsmen. That means West Indies has already given away 8 extra runs in this short inning. 8 extra runs, either by byes, by no balls, by Gabriel. You can't be. It's like walks in baseball. You can't give away extra runs. There you go. Come on, outfield. Speed it up. Speed it up, I said. Dang it.
Good angle.
2.
There we go.
That was a good angle. It's 2.
Yeah, no, it was Nick. Yeah, definitely 220 for Nell.
Nick doesn't care if he angers Sean Bean, Def Leppard, Joe Cocker, and the whole city of Sheffield. Root is his target, and he will not rest until Joe is his Padawan. I do love myself some Sean Bean, even though he gets killed in all his movies. Love Def Leppard with the drummer with one arm. Love Joe Cocker, definitely. His musical skills. Joe Root's my target.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, Gabriel gave away too many no balls, and he gave away a no ball, and then he threw one. I want to say that was it 5 or 4, because I know it was a boundary for sure. Because there
was definitely the one by, but did he have 4 no balls? That sounds like a lot.
They were all Gabriel. None of those runs were on. None of the free runs were on. What's the boy's name?
Roach. What
yeah.
about the one that hit Dowdridge in the face? Did that count as a bye against him because it hit his face and it ricocheted behind him?
You know what? Let us know in the comments, because we were so busy looking at the injury because it was gruesome, especially on the replay. Did that count as a bye?
I'm saying yes.
Pool King. And I think that Ranil and all the other West Indies fans will agree with me. It's been poor fielding from the West Indies the entire Test series. Even the series, the first Test match they won. Just too many drops, man. Too many drops and poor fielding. And that just, you gotta be able to do it. No, that was a bun.
It was a bouncer.
Yeah, Gabriel balled all the no balls.
Sibley, 62 balls, 22 runs. Hey, there's a second holder out in the field. Gotcha, bro. I love it. Roston Chase, great economy right now. Tell you, man, these 2 batsmen will help anyone's economy. 22nd over. England leads by 221, 49 for 0. Still 49 for 0. Chase is bowling. Sibley's got 22 runs on 64. Burns 19 on 68. We'll see if bad light has a part to play in today like it has the last 2 days. Who knows?
That's another thing I didn't think about. Because of this weather, right? We've lost a couple overs so far. I don't remember how many. It's a bad light, right? We know there's some clouds, bad weather in the future. What if this one also? Stefan, it's not the overs we're concerned with. It's, again, the timing. Now, this is going to be a moot point if there is no rain out. However, in the second Test match, Nick, where they said there was going to be a rained out game, and there was a rained out game. They lost the day. Everybody keeps saying weather looks terrible for the next game. Bad rain. So if you have to plan for that, in my opinion, if there's run it down. 2 off of that. If it's a possibility, you have to prepare for it.
Bumble. Yeah, he definitely keeps his eye on the ball pretty well. Okay, Gabe, this is a great question for you.
Wow. David. Okay. Very good point. How many runs over these tests has Gabriel given away? A very good bowler when he gets it right, but considering his no balls and wides, he also can't field well. Well, is he worth it? That, you know what? I'm trying to think of a comparable player, somebody who's great at what they do, but overall their game sometimes may hurt their team. Oh, here we go. And Nick knows I always am able to bring it back to my Knicks. Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony is a talent. Carmelo Anthony never met a ball he didn't like. He never met a basket he didn't want to shoot. The guy is allergic to passing, okay? And that's why he never won a championship, because he never played defense and he took way too many shots and it hurt his team overall. His numbers were great. Guy almost won a scoring title a few times, almost ran for MVP, put up huge points. But again, can you win a championship that way? No. People say the same thing about James Harden. Puts up ungodly numbers, right? Triple doubles all the time. Can the guy win? Okay. And takes too many shots, doesn't get the other teams involved. There we go. Oh, come on. Can we review it?
That's too high. It was like close to his crotch, man.
But that's because he was bending down.
I go
What do you
for
guys
it. I'm
think?
going to waste your review.
I would. You need that. No, they didn't review it. Gosh, man. So frustrating. Anyways, so I think the only reason that look, it hit the pad. Would it have
top of the pad? That's way too high.
All right. If I would say the reason that Gabriel is worth it to the West Indies is because without Gabriel, guys are going to be way too comfortable batting. Gabriel's the one guy that makes you uncomfortable. He's going to make you wear a ball. Good. It would have been too high. Good call. Good job there, not making a call. And, you need an intimidator.
Oh.
That was a bad attempt at a sweep right there.
Or yeah. That's why it's my least favorite shot.
I mean, it hit him in the chest, but
it first hit his shin though. I mean, I could be wrong, but I want to say that first hit his shin. Maybe it was way outside, but why not look at that one? I don't know. It's definitely much lower than the last one.
I feel like this is what happens too when you try to get guys that don't normally score at a big pace. They start to play shots and they get themselves out. Yeah, see? Roger says that Gabriel is worth it. He will get crucial wickets and break apart partnerships, and we can forgive away a few runs he gives away. Yeah, I agree. Again, you need that intimidator. He's going to get you a big wicket. He's not, but I do see the flaws in his game.
Yeah, there's a conversation going on in the comment section right now about the possibility of West Indies coming back and winning. Listen, I've been watching sports for a long time. Anything could happen at any time. And I don't even think at the position right now, it's out of the realm of possibility. But here's the problem. This partnership is one of the things in this test match that West Indies has not had. A partnership just to drain on, just to add the runs and get no wickets. There's no wickets right now. The only chance from the way things are going right now of England being done with this inning is by declaring at some point, and that's not going to happen for quite some time. So just the more runs that get added on without wickets taken is making it more and more difficult by West Indies. I think as a casual fan, 200 to 250 is a decent enough deficit for West Indies to conceivably come back and win. But when you're talking about the 300, 350, 400, I mean, good night.
Nah, and those are, some very weather forecasts. Heavy rain tomorrow. We may lose a whole day tomorrow. Exactly, Varun. Maybe again, we're worrying about things we shouldn't be worrying about. Maybe coaches don't think that way. Maybe captains don't think that way. I would be thinking that way. I would be planning contingencies and saying, okay, we're in the lead. How can I guarantee myself a shot at a decision and a win? We know right now we've got a lead. Let's say it's 227. What's a comfortable lead? If in my mind I need, like Nick said, 320 to 350, then I know we got to score it a lot quicker than a 2.9 or whatever it is right now, a 2.3 run rate. Okay, yes, this is almost a 50 partnership right now. Well, it is a 50 partnership if you count the no balls, but how much time have we taken up? There's day 3, we still got the afternoon. We're in the afternoon session right now. We still got the last session of the day. So maybe 3.5 hours, 2.5 hours, not even worrying about the overs. How much time are you going to waste? That's the whole issue.
But this is the thing, and I agree with you, Gabe. Silly Macho Name here says, wasn't it supposed to rain yesterday too? I agree. It was. It was like at one point 90% chance of rain. And so it didn't cause any delay. Case in point, I slept in yesterday. I thought for sure it was done. Gabe was up early, thankfully, and watched the whole thing. But I agree. You can't declare today. You just can't declare today because what happens if you get some playing time tomorrow? Like what happens if by the third session or after lunch or something, they say, we could actually play a little bit right now. If you declared today and there was game tomorrow, there was match play tomorrow, then you're talking about the West Indies now has 2 days to methodically get the runs they need as long as they don't lose wickets. So I strategically, I could not justify as a captain declaring today. Worst case scenario, you lose tomorrow and then you come back on Tuesday. You can declare first thing and let them have the whole day to try to catch up.
Man, these guys, I tell you what, it's a skill in and of itself to do what Sibley and specifically Burns do. They defend so well. And eventually they'll find the hole, they get their runs, but they're not looking to take their shots. They're just defending. And I equate that to fouling balls off, Nick, okay? I equate that to fouling balls off. In baseball, there was a battle with my Yankees yesterday, early on. And it was important, the most important battle.
Was there a battle yesterday in that game?
No, I mean, in that specific
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing.
And James Paxton, who's our number 3 right now, he's our number 2 because somebody's out, Severino's out injured. He had about a 12 pitch at bat with it wasn't Michael Taylor. Was it Michael Taylor? It was Michael Taylor, I think, one of the Washington National players. No, Victor Robles. And Robles didn't get a hit the entire at bat. Okay, ended up walking, but he fouled off 8 or 9 pitches. 8 or 9 pitches made that pitch count quickly jump to 40. Bases were loaded. They ended up pulling James Paxton out of that game, and in my opinion, it was over after that. You know what I'm saying? Again, being able to just make contact is such an impressive thing, man. And the way these guys do it, being able to, methodically block, defend, it's impressive. And they'll take a shot here or there when it's there, but they're not going to expose themselves.
He wants to watch the video upstairs.
Coaches and captains think that way. They never take weather into account because it's better to draw than losing. Okay.
Yeah, and I understand that. I really do because, I mean, Gabe's a fan of New York sports. New York is notorious for the media and the pressure, right? it's easier to explain to your fans. Ooh, got past him. At least there's a guy right there. It's easier to explain to your fans and your teammates and your media that we can't control the weather. We couldn't control that. It missed out on day 4, so that's why we had a draw. It's a much harder to explain. Well, we were thinking there was a chance that we would lose day 4, so we declared early, and West Indies won. We won't make that mistake again. Like, the justification just isn't there. You look too much like a novice. The Nick rant would be in full effect if that was the case. So, Joe Root, he wants nothing to do. He's mad right now because they're considering changing the name from Root Beer to Stokes Beer. He's not happy about that. That's his family name. So he cannot let that happen.
Did you say from Root Beer to Stokes Beer? You're a nut. I love it.
I'm telling you, there's about 7 different root beer companies that are considering it right now.
Oh, you're out of control. All based out of England, huh? Oh my gosh, you are hilarious, man. You know what? In a perfect world, all you would need is 10 balls to get turned with 10 wickets.
Yep.
300 is enough of a lead, I think. Maybe, Rohit. We'll see.
I mean, it should be. I mean, you would think that they would be able to lead 300.
Oh.
There you go, baby. There you go. Just dies in the outfield, but let's get at least 3. Come on.
Again, I think that they're trying to turn it on a little bit because they realize the run rate is too low. You've seen some aggressive shots by Burns, almost got himself out on that sweep or reverse sweep, whatever it was. And I think that's what happens, not this one, but the one before that. That's what happens when you're trying to chase a score, not let guys play their way.
Yeah. No, you got to let the guys do what they got to do. And again, you can't argue with the results right now. I know it's super slow. I know it's not as sexy as what we'd want, but 60 runs for nothing? Really? That's awesome. There's Cornwall in there. His 5th over. Oh, it's getting past these fielders just by whatever, but at least they have their fielders right behind. Ooh, don't get run out. There you go. I mean, it's unbelievable. If I'm a West Indies fan, Gabe, I'm not sure how you're still alive right now. I mean, this has got to be frustrating for a West Indies fan. For me, I'm sitting pretty and I'm loving it, and I'm feeling good. Upping the run rate now, yeah, it might be like at a 2.4 or something like that, but it is still higher than a 1. That's for sure. The 300 target, I don't know. I still wouldn't feel 100% comfortable with that. I would like to be at least a 330 or 350.
Nick, they're asking us if during T we're going to do another reaction. They said react to Pat Cummings' wickets in the Ashes. We'll see.
Rennell, you're not frustrated? You're not frustrated even a little bit? That's a true cricket fan right there. I'd be frustrated. We do a reaction during T. I'm going to let that be Gabe's call.
Or England. No, it's not frustrating. Yeah, I mean, we'll get a quick drink break, use the restroom, whatever. We should have enough time to check out that video, see how long it is. I mean, what I'm also looking at is 163 balls, 163 deliveries, man. Now 164 deliveries between Sibley and Burns, and they've only got 56 runs combined.
Wearing out that ball. Score is 64-0, and we just ended the 27th over. 64-0 in the 27th over.
Four runs without risk in and over.
Do they have both the spinners out there, Gabe? Is it Chase and Cornwall?
They do.
I didn't think about that. They're not leaking runs as much as I would think with the 2 spinners. But again, that could be all the credit to the batsman right there. Renell says, nope, I'm used to seeing his performance. I don't know if I want to give you a hug on that one. That sounds not like the best news, but I feel you. I'm used to it too with my teams. You hear me say it all the time. You hear Gabe give me the business all the time. I know the elation you felt when they won the first test match in this series, and you're just like, hey, all we gotta do is get one more of the next two, and we're good to go on this series and get this trophy. But I feel you. I mean, it's just when your team, and I'm not saying they're constantly losing, they're putting up a fight for sure. But when you have a team that just constantly disappoints in whatever expectations you have, it's tough. Like, it really tests your fandom. I mean, it's kind of silly, but you have those questions with yourself, like, do I really want to root for this team any longer? It's not worth it. But then you just know no other way. You can't imagine it any other way. My Chargers, they moved from San Diego to Los Angeles. I had the best
bad route.
Please,
that was a bad route taken at that ball. That should not have been a boundary.
Bad angle, but I like the boundary. Perfect example perfect reason to get rid of the Chargers because they went to LA. I'm not really a fan of the LA sports, but when the season was going, I found myself paying attention to the Chargers all the same. I mean, you cannot turn off that.
You know, and let me know if this is how you guys feel about it, right? Yesterday, the Yankees lost, and they got pummeled. But yeah, I was like, I'm not worried about it. We'll be there at the end. It's like I already know the outcome, so to speak. Like I know we're the best team in that division, so it's whatever. But for me, every Knick game is so huge when they win or lose because you don't get all that winning that often with them. So it's also painful when they lose, even though they lose a lot. But I don't know. Oh, another shot. Great shot. Cover shot.
Ooh, I love it. Giving some love to the Ruth Strauss Foundation. Nice. Way to go, Sibs. There goes the run rate.
I feel you both. RCB fan here. Oh, Peru.
Oh, my friends. Oh, that's too bad. That's too funny. Oh, there you go. Another single. They're going bananas right now. Just when I say the Spinners are keeping the score down. They got 10 in that over. Jeez. When would you believe?
11 runs. Nick is a black magician. That's hilarious. He can't control his own power, guys.
I cannot. But, it's working pretty well right now.
Sibley does have really good technique against spinners. Don Antonio Modesto's, grown accustomed to this.
Oh, it breaks my heart. Oh, I love the sounds you can hear on the pitch. I can't imagine it comes in that clear on the field mics as if there's a crowd there, in comparison to. But it's pretty cool how you can hear what these guys are saying.
You know what? Players need to be careful.
Yeah.
Yesterday in baseball on national TV, somebody dropped the F-bomb. And oh, come. Why? Look at it.
He's not even considering it. Man, I hate being behind your stream.
I'm sorry, Nick.
No, you're good. You're good. It's not your fault. They have
We
some
know
help
it's a fair
mics.
delivery. He doesn't have much of a run up. How could you not have a fair delivery? Come on.
We were talking about that last time. Maybe 4 steps at max.
No bat involved. Come on, that's super low. You know what? This umpire
Where is it in line with the stumps? Because that is definitely low enough.
The guy was literally right in front of the stumps. He was literally.
David's saying this is so out.
Oh, stop it. That technology is wrong. No way that would have kept going straight. On the angle was coming in, it would have kept going in. That's a horrible decision. That technology is wrong right there.
Yeah, Cornwall. Look at his face. That says it all right there.
Look at how it's spinning, bro. Look at the trajectory and would it continued going. I know one thing. I could read bounces. I've seen them in baseball my whole life. There's no way that ball would have bounced and kept going straight to miss those stumps. No way. That technology's flawed right there.
No, I got to agree with you. Hit the pad outside the line of stumps. You know, it did, but the trajectory was – I understand leg before wicket. I understand the rule where it hits the pads. But I don't know if it's as black and white as that.
It's not. It's a flawed system. I'm telling you right now, if you guys go and spin a ball, look at the way the ball was spinning and go in the dirt and take it just from that angle, it's going to 99.9% of the time continue going off to the right, which means it would have impacted. Did you guys see the review they showed? They said like it was going to spin and somehow stop and then go straight. How is that possible?
Yeah, so they're saying this is what I've been learning too about it. With leg before wicket, it's wherever it hits the pad, wherever that leg's at. That's just the rule. That's just the law. So they don't even consider the trajectory.
That is so frustrating. All right. Get over it. Move on.
It's tough. Chase 0 for 25 as far as what he's doing as a bowler. 25 runs in 9 overs. You got 74 for none. Made an over there by Cornwall. Came close to a wicket. They lead by 246. Sibley is leading this partnership with 35, but they're both in the 30s. This is a 66 partnership to start off this inning.
And doesn't it seem that happens whenever a call goes against you, then like the floodgates open, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And I understand what you guys are saying, that it's the rule. I don't like the rule then. I don't like the law. Look at where that ball actually was going to go, the trajectory of it. You're telling me the way it was spinning that it wasn't going to go to those wickets. It was somehow going to magically bounce and keep going. That law is flawed. Bottom line, the law is flawed.
The law is flawed.
Come on now. Trust me, there's things in baseball that drive me crazy as well. You know what, cricket fans? Baseball started doing this. I think I may do it myself. I don't have the kind of notoriety to do it yet. But have you seen this yet, Nick? Where they started a Twitter feed on Twitter for bad calls in Major League Empire, and they're letting Joe West have it and Angel Hernandez. Like 3 games into the season, and these guys have blown 18 calls combined. I mean,
are you a little surprised that Joe West didn't forego this season because of his older age and COVID and all that kind of stuff? I mean, he must spend that money super quick. It's funny. Someone in the comment section said Mjolnir. They must have saw a little hammer in my hand I'm playing with. This is actually a Ryan's toy review toy that my son's obsessed with his toys. But that's funny.
Doesn't matter about the victory. It has to pitch and impact inline. No, I understand the law. Somebody explained it earlier, and I remember you guys explained it before. What I'm saying is, even if it hits the line, it's not going to hit the stumps 100%. And the way the law is written, you're telling me that no ball that doesn't hit the line isn't ever going to knock down a stump? Are you kidding me? Stop it. Take the batter out from in front of the stop, and I can guarantee you spinners can easily hit those stumps if they're doing it that way. I think it's, especially with spinners, I think it's a disadvantage to them. I guarantee you spinners are so accurate with what they do. You take that ball out of there so there's no leg before wicket and let them just ball outside the line, and they can still knock over the stumps. So you're putting them at a disadvantage by the law.
We got a tall lock fan in the chat. They said Nick's being his best Tiagi with that hammer. Different type of hammer. This one's not as cool as his is.
Ryan Store review has 40 billion views.
Yeah, that channel's a monster. They have toys at Target, at Walmart. They have the family has like 2 or 3 different YouTube channels. They're out of control. Make millions of dollars a year as a YouTube channel.
Got you. It's part of cricket, will never change.
Well, you can't say it will never change. They haven't had DRS forever. That came in as a change with the technology. Leg before wicket wasn't around forever, I don't believe. So you can't say it'll never change, but more than likely it won't change. There's a 4. That's not going to change. That's going to be a 4 in the books.
Oh, wow. Now it's getting personal in the chat. James hits me with the 2004 Red Sox, though. Oh.
Ouch.
Oh, what did I do to you? Man, James. Oh, just painful. Painful.
You know, speaking of the 2004 Red Sox, or maybe it's kind of a segue, with their whole history they had with the down 0-3 to win the series, I saw this stat on the Nationals I didn't realize. I remember them winning a bunch of away games in the playoffs. They're the only team in any of the major sports to have won 4 away games in a series in the playoffs when they did that last year. Unbelievable.
Who? In baseball, you mean, right?
They said in all the major sports. First time a team won all the away games in a series. So like a 7-game series, they won all their away games.
Are you sure about that? Because didn't the trying to think.
That's what the TV said.
No, because the Giants, the year that we won the Super Bowl, we went in
in one series, in a 7-game series. They don't have a 7-game series in football.
Okay, I was gonna say. Oh, trust me. And I mean, there's things that, like, you know, I get it. I do not want robots completely taking over, or technology completely taking over the game. But I'll give you an example. One of the calls was so egregious. Somebody put a picture of it on Twitter, and I'm talking about Angel Hernandez. And it was in that Yankee game with a called strike 3 where the ball was in the other batter's box. It wasn't a strike. It was never a strike. And it's like, come on, you got to get it right, you know, but that never changes. Umpires are going to blow calls in baseball, and I get it. If you change it, you're going to go to an electronic system, and it's up to umpires' discretion. Because somebody said Barack Kohli loses it when it comes to umpires' decision. Well, in baseball, every single strike or ball is umpire's decision. I don't know about you, Nick, but don't you feel like, at least in baseball, umpires have the most power of any sport? They literally call the game behind the plate.
Well, for 2 reasons. One, because of the ball and strikes, and that's the entire thing on the offense for each team. The other thing is their powerful union. I mean, you can't even, as a professional league like Major League Baseball, you can't even reprimand them because they have so much power. It's just unbelievable. So yes, for two reasons, they have more power than any other sport in America.
And it's so frustrating because they control the sport. Now, I will say these guys are professionals. I have nothing against Joe Root or nothing against Angel Hernandez or any of the bad umpires out there. But when you constantly get bad calls, especially if it is against your team, you start thinking, man, are these guys biased? Were they bought off? Think about it. Like you said, Nick, there's no reprimanding. What if I say I'm going to put $1 million on this game in Vegas, so I'm going to give you $100,000 to make it go my way? What stops that from happening?
No, but that would be an outside controversy. So that would be the best thing for us that want the umpires to lose some control, because that would be a scandal that they wouldn't be able to control. And then now you have the media against them. Major League Baseball just griping about strikes and calls, it's not going to work. Someone asked the question, are they not regulated? I mean, everyone's regulated, but they have so much power that all they got to do is just hint strike. And Major League Baseball has fined players and managers for saying comments about the umpires because they don't want any issue. NFL is getting to that same way, because when the NFL had their referee strike, the calls were so bad. They had no other referees even close to the level of the ones in the NFL, and these referees make bad calls all the time, that it gave them more power. I would say the NBA is probably the second highest as far as power goes, because think about all the foul shots they give the hometown team, the hometown star. I mean, a guy like Kobe Bryant at home would have 30 foul shots. Away, he would have 8. You're telling me he got fouled 22 less times? I don't think so. It's the calls of the stars at their home arena, and that's 22 extra points you're giving that team. Come on.
And here's the thing. It's not like it's unheard of. Listen, we are all men and women. We are all fallible. Nobody is perfect. The only perfect being that walked this earth was Jesus Christ, okay? Bottom line, we are all men. We're all fallible. In the NBA, there's already been a scandal where an official got caught shaving points. FBI stung him, okay? And it's been proven. And he came out and gave information against other officials who fix games. So if you're going to be realistic, you know that these guys can be gotten to. We're talking about officials. So they should be reprimanded. But sports don't even want to admit or acknowledge the fact that could happen, because then they lose credibility. But that's just being real. Anybody that doesn't believe it, go back and look up Steve Donahue, NBA. Look up the ESPN story they did on him, where the FBI said he gave information on 4 or 5 different officials who were also involved shaving points with the same mafia family, and nothing happened to them. This dude did 10 years in jail and walked away from it. But they literally cost the Sacramento Kings a chance to go to the NBA championships, and it was proven. You telling me that's the only time that's ever going to happen? Come on now. Let's be real. Officials have too much power. That's just my point. So I agree with you totally there.
I hear you. It's 86 for nothing, 32 overs. The lead is 258. Looks like tea time.
Tea time. What's a fine in cricket? What do you mean, what's big? Because I'll tell you what the fines are in baseball when you badmouth an umpire. They're talking about even suspensions, which is crazy. What's a fine in cricket if you badmouth an official or umpire? Too much appeal. I've gotten 50%. Fine in cricket. What do you mean 50%?
Yeah, what is that? The game check?
What?
I don't know. That would
Can
be.
you imagine?
He says, what? Dude, look at this partnership, man. Almost 200 balls, 86 runs. Ooh, eat that. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Look at this one right over here. Suspended. The one underneath that, suspension or fine. The one over there, where was that? I missed it. Somebody said 50%.
50% match fee.
Are you kidding me? Oh, They're the Gestapo. They're the Gestapo. Oh, I'm going
Okay.
on it right now.
A little bit of self-serving love right here from Harsh. Figures out the strategies of cricket very correctly. It seems you were a cricketer in your previous life. We know Christians don't believe in rebirth, but we do. Hey, you know what? Let me tell you how things are. This is the thing. Yes, I am Christian, and I believe in the beliefs that I have. But at the same time, I also believe God is all powerful. So if he wants to use things like reincarnation or whatever to do his purposes, then I'll believe in that if that's what he does. And if I was a cricketer in some other life, then I'd probably beat myself up right now for waiting so long to get into cricket, for crying out loud.
This is even worse. Jack Owen says, oh, but they don't get paid as much as baseball players do. That's worse.
Yep.
You taking food out of my mouth because your guys aren't doing their job right? Are you kidding me?
So, Gabe, I'm going to let you choose which video we react to. Nell got one on there from the CPL, but I'm going to let you choose which one we do.
Let's see. You'd be Joe Root.
No way.
Man. You know what? I want to watch. But are you kidding me? Ben Taylor. I think, dude, they're trying to get me to go off because Ben Taylor said body language can also lead to large fines.
No, bad language. Bad language.
Oh, bad language. I'm like, body language? Are you kidding me? Right. Why don't we watch? And I think somebody said it earlier. Which one was it? I'm trying to find it. Come and vote, guys. We're a Democratic channel. Come and vote, guys. Somebody said celebrations. Let's look. I looked at it because I love celebrations. I love sledging. But react to CPL as it is coming soon. You know what? CPL is coming soon. So we could do CPL video. React to
body language gets suspension too.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. React to CPL. You know what? We're gonna go with a CPL video. Let's find a CPL video to react to, and it is coming up soon. You should watch USA matches too. Salmon, let me know where I can find a USA match. Nick, have you ever seen USA cricket on any TV at all?
No, I did see some rugby league on ESPN the other day. That was kind of cool.
All right, so hold on. The chat's going too quick. How do I slow this thing down?
Oh, that was a grandpa moment right there. Oh, this darn technology.
Brandon King, 132, no out. CPL, there we go. We're going to go with that. So everybody find it. Brandon King, 132, no out. CPL magic moments. You know what I'm saying? Our girl Renille, she shows us much love. And with CPL, that's about to start. You know, so just ODI actually starts first. ODI is next week. I'm super excited about that. But CPL is starting as well. So let's check that out. Going to YouTube right now. Bro, isn't it so great that you can just go on your smart TV and go on YouTube right on your TV now? Oh, it's magical. So, Brandon King, 132, no out. And once we find the video, we will let you guys know so you guys can watch along with us. Wow, body language. That's insane. Nick, who was the guy? Oh, I already know. Rasheed Wallace from the NBA that used to be fined like every game.
Or Marshawn Lynch.
Marshawn Lynch.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
That was perhaps the greatest press conference of all time. He said, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Every question they asked, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Oh, that is a classic chess move right there.
You know, people were even more upset about that, but it didn't matter.
All right, Gabe, I'm ready when you are.
Give me 1 second. Brendan King, 132. All right, space. No. Out.
Brandon King 132. It should come up.
Mine's didn't.
Magic moments. This magic moment.
I think that all sports fans universally share one thing in common. We hate officials. Absolutely despise them. Found it. All right, guys. Once again, we're going to give you guys 4 or 5, 10 seconds to get in there. We put it up on the chat so you guys can see it. Type it on TV as a grandpa moment. You know what? It is a grandpa moment. What do you want me to do? Here we go. So we are gonna do it in 3, 2, and 1.
Off the gate.
Get some. I gotta say, I like that uniform.
Right?
Ooh.
The sound.
Jesus. Bye.
The timing was immaculate.
Top shotter. So these are the Tridents versus the Warriors.
Someone was saying that Mark Wahlberg has an equity interest in the Tridents.
Really? Very interesting.
Jeez. He's quick to that to be able to get that to a boundary.
Now, I thought that white ball cricket was only for tests. Apparently, they use white ball cricket here, unless my eyes are
for ODI and for T20. Basically, your one-day cricket.
Okay. So red ball is So what's the pink ball then? That's what I was thinking, because I said that backwards. Red ball cricket is test. White ball is ODI. So who uses pink ball?
Maybe for like breast cancer awareness. Ooh. Ooh.
Nice shot. Licks. Is that an expression? Licks.
What time are you on this video, Gabe?
I am on. Hold on. 2:10 right now. 2:11.
Oh, you're way behind me. Let me go back.
I'll catch up. Where you at?
I just went back to 2:16.
All right, then we're at the same time then. Beautiful stadium.
You guys are watching with us. We're at about 2:25 right now.
Yep.
2:30. Guys, half century. His partner's got one. He must just got in there. Brandon King. That was shoulder length. Oh. I was going to say, it looks like Holder. That is Holder.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His homie got out. His partner got out.
Shot boy.
Yeah, that was a good catch. Got high.
Jeez. Look at it. Run rate drives you crazy, Nick. Current run rate 8.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
That's healthy right there.
Oh, gosh.
That is healthy.
Ooh.
Jeez, they're not going to catch that one.
Yeah, have fun with that, cousin.
Shot, boy. He's keeping that form, admiring his shot.
Where's this game played at, guys?
In the Caribbean.
Oh, so pink is for day and night test. Okay. Pink ball is visibly at night. Okay. No wonder they don't say anything. You could get fined 100% of the match. Jeez Louise.
Forget that.
Ghana, Amazon Warriors. They've been to the final 4 times. So I guess the Warriors been to the finals 4 times and they keep choking.
3 6s, 1 4 in this over for this guy.
Wow.
Onslaught. And another 6. Oh my gosh, 4 6s.
Bye.
I want to know what his problem is. He got a measly 1 on that third ball. What a weak person. Jeez, another 6. He's got 94 on 56. That's kind of the opposite of our boys right now in England. Oh.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Oh. Yeah, celebrate. Take a bow. Patting royalty.
Then again, they're probably not facing my boy Stuart Broad.
They were facing Holder.
True. Good call.
I think Stuart Broad has became Gabe's Cy Young of cricket.
Oh my gosh. That was impressive. You saw how he went and got that on the other side? And I'm sure that traditional cricket fans and even cricket coaches would be upset at a shot like that because that's a shot you shouldn't play, but you never want to, oh, that's outside, let it go. That's a shot we just leave alone. You heard JL say that a lot. But a guy like Uzi was like, you just got to let me play. The way I play the best is playing shots. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Woo.
Crushed it.
That is sexy. I can tell you right now, Trey's going to love CPL and T20, okay, the IPL a lot more because even though he's a pitcher, he loves watching offense, man.
Oh, yeah. Who doesn't?
He loves watching offense. And it's funny because maybe because he's a Dodgers fan, all Savannah's family, from California, they're Dodgers fans. And the Dodgers just never really play like a National League team, bro.
Yeah, they got too much firepower.
Ooh. $88 for 54. So that's, oh my gosh.
88 for 54. You must be way behind me.
What are you at now?
He's got 131 for 71.
All right, I'll catch up. I don't know why.
Got 723.
723 got it. Oh, you know what happened? I got to add. I figured you got to add too.
Oh, no. That sucks. Jeez.
That was actually a good ball right there. It almost moved like a knuckleball. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This guy's on fire, man.
They got 218, and he got 132 of that.
Wow. Oh, man. And I know that you got to just be like, are you serious right now?
Oh,
you know what we haven't seen? We haven't seen a bowler. We haven't seen a bowler get aggressive and just make them wear one.
He might be their captain, but this guy's crying at the post game. I love it.
Why not, bro? I mean, dude.
Yeah.
I always appreciate honesty from players. You know what I mean?
He's a coach. Highest ever score.
Wow. This thing's absolutely impressive. Now, is this the highest ever score in CPL?
At when this was being recorded, highest individual score. Yeah. It's 2019.
No, this is 2017, isn't it? Or is it 19?
No, the title says CPL 19.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing it's 2019. Maybe that's just I don't know. The video was posted 9 months ago.
Oof.
Wow, man amongst boys right there. Now I wonder. He was saying that he was struggling a little bit, and his boys were getting him there. They're getting behind him to get him there. I'm wondering, is that kind of like a fluke performance for him? Does he not typically score that high, or is he just being super modest?
I don't care, but I loved it. I loved it. You know what I mean?
I don't care, he says. Wow, I see how it is.
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, I know a lot of times people are like, "Oh, that's a fluky performance." Somebody the other day kind of dismissed when we got the 62 or 64 out of Broad, like, "Oh, you know, he doesn't do that all the time. He used to be a good batsman." A performance is a performance. You know what I mean, dude? When you do something that's really cool, really historic, you know what I mean? You did it. Nobody can take it away from you. Case in point, we're both baseball fans. Armando Galarraga is not a Hall of Famer. Armando Galarraga is not, you know, anything special, but the guy almost pitched a perfect game. And he actually did pitch a perfect game if it wasn't because of the blown call by, of course, it was Joe West, wasn't it, that blew the call?
No, it was Jim Joyce.
Jim Joyce. So it's, again, bad umpiring, blew the call, but he, in that moment in time, he was perfection. Was he a great player? Not by any stretch of the imagination. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the reason why I say I wonder if that was a fluke performance is because when it's a fluke performance, it's, in my opinion, it's almost even more special because it was like a godlike performance where this guy or this girl were, you know, they were good enough to be on the team, obviously, but they weren't
Right.
that Ben Stokes player, and then they were able just to have that performance for the ages. And it sounds like that was for a playoff seeding, so even more stakes on it. So, I mean, that's pretty awesome.
Renil, thank you for that. That really got us excited for the CPL. Love the uniforms. You know me. I love the colors. We still haven't picked our CPL teams or IPL teams, but we will. And this was just in time. Perfect. The boys are walking back on the field. I'm going to run real quick and get something to drink. And I'll let Nick hold down the fort, and then I'll let you do the same, my friend.
All right. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks, Renil, for that video. CPL, I think that was our first CPL video, so that was cool to check that out. They're talking about the IPL. Brendan McCullum has the highest in T20. Chris Gale has the highest, so there's a little between that and that. Finch has the highest in T20 International. I forgot to put my Bluetooth on. When you have someone put on an all-time performance, it's one of those things that you think about forever, just like Renell recommended that one for this. I mean, she's obviously been thinking about that ever since it happened. It's an amazing performance. We all have those performances from either our teams or someone else's team where it's just like, I got to take my hat off to this person. Our second CPL video. Oh, because the Andre Russell one? Yeah. Good call. I remember in the 2001 World Series, and for me, being someone who got burned by the Yankees in '98 with my Padres, I had a huge hatred for the Yankees. It calmed down a lot once I met Gabe and I met a fan who wasn't pure evil, right? Like you think all the Yankee fans are, which they're not. But my hatred for the Yankees was at an all-time high in 2001, and they were playing the Diamondbacks, who were an expansion team of just 3 or 4 years, and the Diamondbacks were able to win that World Series against them. You know, the big greats, Yankees, who had won 3 World Series in a row at that point. And there's a pitcher, Randy Johnson, we mention him on the channel all the time, the big unit. He is a starter for the Diamondbacks. He pitched in 2 of the games. And then after his second start, this guy on 1 or 2 days rest, which is unheard of, he goes in like in the 7th or 8th inning to close the game of Game 6, I believe it was. That was a performance that I was just like, man, this is incredible. And supposedly he was good to go if there was extra innings in the next game. Pitchers have to have at least a 4 or 5 day rest on their arms, or they're just not as effective. This guy had 1 or 2 days rest, went out there, threw like 40 or 50 pitches, and just shut down the Yankees when they needed him the most, because the Diamondbacks, they had this reliever, Byung-Hyun Kim, who was a great closer that year, but not in the playoffs. The Yankees tacked him on twice. The Diamondbacks should have probably swept that series, but the Yankees have that all-time Yankee hitting, and Tino Martinez and other guys, they were able to get off their closers. So that performance by Randy Johnson, those are just the things, Gabe, I'm talking about, performances that you just think about forever, where you just, you know, you can't imagine it. Yeah, the sledging video with Chadwick Walton, good call. That was CPL as well. So I guess we've done a few CPL videos, but, you know, Gabe, what can you think of as your all-time, not all-time, but one of your all-time performances that you'll never forget about as we're starting this 33rd over?
All-time performances. Oh my gosh. I mean, the very first one that comes up, because it was the most improbable thing, it was the Giants versus the Patriots. Patriots undefeated season. Giants go on. They actually finished, I think, that season 8-8. So they won the division at 8-8, and that's why I'm saying they were road warriors. They had to win all their playoff games on the road, and they beat the undefeated Patriots. So not just the build up to the Patriots, but the fact that the Giants had to win everything on the road. They shouldn't had no business basically being there. And then in that one game, the catch, it was, to me, as big as the Immaculate Reception, okay? This guy goes up, catches it, traps it on his helmet, comes down. It was amazing. Most people forget that's not the play that won the Giants the game. The play that won the Giants the game was, that's why I got his jersey, Plexico Burris, fadeaway, you know what I mean?
Logo route. Boom.
Yeah, but that catch was so huge. Eli Manning, if you watch the whole play, he's getting pulled down by the shoulder pad. I mean, I get chills when I talk about it.
It was 3rd and 5. It would have been 4th and 12 easily, and they would have gone for it. But 3rd and 5 on like the 35-yard line. The play after that, I think it was Strahan who said, after that play, we knew there was no way we could lose. There was just no way.
Right. And to me, that's what resounds the most for me. I've seen so many Yankee moments. It's hard for me to, so many big home runs, so many big wins. I think Derek Jeter play still, stays in my mind. A performance, and even though it was on the opposition, that stays with me, it has to be the bloody sock, Curt Schilling. Bro, that killed me. It was the most painful experience of my life as a sports fan, but at the same time, I was just in awe. Like, this guy's, how is he doing this? How is he's literally on one foot. How is he doing this? And I think that the Yankees even felt that way. Like, this guy, I don't know. Right now, he's blessed, or, I don't know, God himself came down and touched him, because it was just that unbelievable of a performance. And he was clearly hurt. Okay, he's leaking through his sock. This guy's hobbled, can't even finish his delivery. And he was unbelievable. Again, I love pitching. I love bowling. I'll take a great bowling performance. I think you guys have seen which way I sway, even though in this test match, this first 3 test matches, we have some really good hitting performances. We got the century. We got the unbelievable performance by Ben Stokes. What do I keep going back to? Stuart Broad, 3 wickets in 14 balls. That's just amazing to me. I think it's the biggest part of the game, bowling. So watching Kurt Schilling's performance, as painful as it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
That's a real good conversation.
Was that 2004 game or was that later on 2007?
You got I'm losing years here, man. Every time somebody says 2004, what are you guys doing to me?
I'm honestly, I'm asking. I can't remember when that was.
No, that was actually the 07. 2004 was Cowboy Up.
Yeah.
Gosh. There was another 4 overseas players and 1 ICC American player can play in the CPL. Rest local Wendy's play to make the T. Interesting. 10-4-0-6 is okay.
Did you stop by Starbucks this morning?
Oh no, we have our own cups here.
Oh, okay. I was like, man, this guy.
I wasn't up that early.
Dude, that was funny, man, when I texted you because I wasn't sure if you were going to get up because I had told you I'd take the first shift. And usually you're the one texting me like, hey, you up yet? And I was like, oh, he must be asleep. And then I text you. You're like, I'm waiting. I'm right here.
I'm ready. No, definitely, man. I really, in a way, I was praying for rain because I'm like, man, we need to draw this thing out. You know what I mean? But obviously, I want to have something to watch and react to. So, and it's so cool too. Savannah was tripping yesterday. She's like, babe, you've been watching sports for like a total of like 13 hours today. 12 hours. I was like, really that long? Because I watched like the whole game, and then I watched 2 baseball games, full games yesterday, part of another one. I love it.
Yeah, it's insane. It's all about time management. I think, as teachers, our summer's winding down. We got to return back to work, regular schedule, waking up at usual times. And I think to myself, like when I have these last few days of summer, I'm not going to be mad at myself in a few weeks where I'm like, all I did was just watch cricket and baseball and then hang out with the kids. But, we haven't had sports in so long. I don't think I'll be mad at myself. But I think about the time. I think about all these things I want to do and all the things I want to get done. Look at that.
Nope.
Jeez Louise.
I can answer that for you right now. Nope. The lead is 266. I'm typing that in there for you guys. And not me, man. I'm enjoying it. And listen, honestly, this isn't a normal summer for me. And you know that, Nick, because I have to travel a lot during the summer because of baseball with Trey. But unfortunately, that got canceled, man.
Yeah.
That got canceled. That is so tough, too. So many athletes, especially collegiate athletes, are really getting the short end of the stick. Did you realize, Nick, that last year the MLB only had 5 rounds of the draft?
No, I didn't realize that.
And one of the kids Renee played with on his club team that ended up going to ASU, Arizona State, he was supposed to get drafted in the 6th round. And they didn't. Man. And they didn't draft him. Yes, a friend of ours. And here's the thing. If there's no sports this year at all, no college sports, then how are teams and no high school sports, how are MLB teams going to draft? Who are they going to draft? These are tortilla chips that are flavored in such a way. I won't say what type of tortilla chips, Azro, but these are nacho flavored tortilla chips.
Rhymes with burrito. Dorito ads are hilarious.
The ads are hilarious. That's hilarious. We're actually concerned. I don't really care about we're concerned because, man, you can't even say anything on YouTube anymore. You get copyrighted. Like, bro, I'm not using Coke or Doritos to try to promote our channel. I'm just happen to be having one while I'm watching a game. God forbid. So
it's disgusting how many other YouTube channels out there they will scour channels. Like I'll post a trailer reaction and no joke, an hour later it'll say this video was found by copyright owner and they're copyright claiming your video. And I understand people come for the trailer reaction, but they get to claim the entire video that I made because I reacted to it, which a million people on YouTube do. It's not like I'm trying to beat the system. It's kind of disgusting. And, we don't make really any money on our videos anyways. So, you're really going to go to that? It drives me crazy. So, we have to worry about this kind of stuff all the time.
Mm-hmm. And yes, I have seen Nacho Libre. Funny movie.
For me, I've watched it a few times. It's funny at times, but it's so slow and it's pretty boring. It's not my favorite. I think the idea of Nacho Libre is better than the actual movie.
Let me ask you a question. And this is not a popular opinion, but you know who I am. I feel that way about Napoleon Dynamite. Everybody loves Napoleon Dynamite. I don't get it.
That's where you got to respect someone's opinion because I feel completely differently. I love Napoleon Dynamite, but I will say the first half of the movie is 95% of my enjoyment compared to the second half. The second half is just okay. But for me, it's just so weird and so odd and so funny. And I got into it after it became popular because I was serving a mission, so I wasn't watching movies, so I knew nothing about the hype. And my brothers even told me it's horrible, it's dumb, don't watch it. And I just was cracking up the entire time. But it's just different strokes for different folks.
Right. No, definitely. And it's one of those things where I watch it and there's some pretty funny scenes, Uncle Rico making his NFL video, but for it to be such a cult classic like that, I just don't get it.
Dude, there's just so many weird lines. The guy picks up a steak and throws it at Napoleon's head, and he's just so impressed at his accuracy. You got Napoleon getting mad and throwing a tantrum and saying, Uncle Rico, stop, what does he say? Something and eating our steaks. Like he's just, it's just so weird, man. He has a little toy in the bus at the beginning with a rope connected to it. He's on a bus with little kids and he throws a toy out and he's following along and he's just so enamored by it. It's hilarious. Or when he plays tetherball and he hits it. Yes.
I'm telling you. I don't get that film. I know people like it. I don't get the film. There's a few funny scenes. The tater tots. The funny thing is, the tater tots in the pocket. I used to do that when I was in school. You know what I mean? I would eat food out of the cafeteria. You know what I'm saying?
Tater tots. The guy smashes them. He's like, "Oh, you ruined my tots." Oh, it's hilarious, man. Stop ruining our lives and eating our steaks.
That's funny.
Pink Panther are some funny movies. They're not hilarious, but they're funny. Happy Gilmore's hilarious for sure.
Happy Gilmore's hilarious.
You're pretty sick, Chubbs. One of my favorite parts of Happy Gilmore is such a quick part. Is his training method for the hockey season is to stand in front of the pitching machine and take those balls, and so he leaves because he's talking to Chubbs. And that little kid gets in there and he takes one ball. Just the sound he makes, and he falls down. Me and my brothers would crack up every time we saw that.
That is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious.
You don't like Rex Kwando from Napoleon Dynamite? Anyone want to drop kick while I'm wearing these pants? Forget about it. People think I'm a loser for going home to Starla every night. And he shows that woman who's nasty. Forget about it.
What was the brother's girlfriend's name? Shawanda or something like that too?
Yeah.
Shawanda.
Flawanda or something like that.
Oh my gosh.
Pretty much my soulmate, man. This guy's on the net 8 hours a day talking to chicks with his mustache, weighing like 110 pounds, soaking wet. Yeah, that whole scene's pretty funny, man. In Happy Gilmore, where he's like, "That's your home. Are you too good for your home?"
Paul King, my comedy movie, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. That was a good one.
My cocaine.
Oh my God, Abdul Al Rawiz. I'm not gonna say it here because it's the most inappropriate movie of all time. But Tropic Thunder is unbelievable. That movie offends everybody. I love that movie.
Oh man, so funny.
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean, you? That movie's out of control. Out of control.
Dude.
Oh.
Playing the dude disguised as another dude.
The Gods Must Be Crazy. I never seen that one. Caddyshack was a good movie. Airplane was a good movie.
Airplane was all right. It had some funny lines, but it's a weird movie at the same time. The funny thing about Airplane, I could be wrong. I think it's rated PG, but you have a scene where there's a naked girl bare-breasted in the plane. She's just sitting there. And I'm like, this is PG? Like, holy cow. Yeah, don't call me Shirley. That's a great line.
Tom Cruise in that movie was amazing. Here's a funny thing. I'm a movie guy. I didn't realize that was Tom Cruise until halfway through the movie. And yes, he is amazing.
Les Grossman movie.
Diet Coke! Diet Coke!
Yeah, I've seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That's hilarious.
My favorite Les Grossman scene in this movie is like, who's Key Grip in here? And who's the director? You. I want you to go and punch that dude in the face really hard. The guy goes, sorry, man.
I don't know what Tom Cruise cameo is better. Is it that one, or is it when he's cameo as Austin Powers in the third Austin Powers movie?
No, for sure. Best Tom Cruise cameo is Les Grossman. Oh my gosh. Somebody said it right here. Les Grossman. I would watch a Les Grossman movie. That was hilarious. We don't negotiate with terrorists. That was hilarious. He said they'll kill him. And we'll wait for him in the media. And then a few months down the road.
One right there. That was almost a boundary, but only turned out to be one.
Nice.
One run away from 100 partnership. Well, kind of. They got some extra runs in there. I'm not sure if that counts as 100 partnership, but 100 score at least.
Your boy Sibley.
I know. He's one run away from a half century with 115 balls.
That boy gets a run every half a ball. Or a half a run every ball. I love it.
There you go.
Down snatch.
There's a boundary. I mean, 46, baby.
There you go. Snatch is my favorite Guy Ritchie movie. Snatch is amazing. It is so funny. Brad Pitt's amazing in that movie. Don Cheadle's not Don Cheadle. I'm sorry. Who's the guy that plays Benicio del Toro's in it. He plays Frankie Four Fingers. He's hilarious. Snatch is awesome. I love it.
We watch all types of movies, my friend. We don't, like, if it's a dark comedy, we don't say, oh, I don't want to watch that. Or if it's straightforward, we watch all types of movies. Spoofs, all that kind of stuff. Austin Powers. I love Austin Powers. I use an Austin Powers clip in one of my training videos to the staff this last year at school. Love Austin Powers. Yeah, they say the 100 partnership counts even with the extra balls. So here we go. 100 partnership for these two boys. The first two. Looks like Joe Root made a good call there. I can't complain. Joe Root made a great call with these two guys because I probably wouldn't have gone with the slower guys. So hats off to you, Joe Root. They're at 275 right now. See, this is the thing about whether you start slow or not with those batsmen. We still have at least 2.5, 3 hours to go, and these guys are close to the 300 mark. I mean, do whatever you want.
Yeah, Jason Statham is also good at that movie. He's Turkish. That's one of me and my wife's literally. That's one of our go-to lines in our daily life. Like whenever we're doing dinner, doesn't matter what we're having for dinner. I'll always yell out, "What's happening with those sausages, Charlie?" And she'll go back 2 minutes, Turkish, 2 minutes. I mean, when people look at this, if you've never seen that movie, you don't get that reference. But we absolutely love that film.
Yeah, I'm praising Joe Root. I can give credit where it's due. He deserved the rants when I gave him. He definitely deserves the praise while I'm giving it. I will say, here comes my negative with Joe Root, and it's just my perception. He seems a little too comfortable and a little too happy in that captain's chair. He always has the biggest smile when they're showing him up in the whatever they call that. We call him a press box here in the States, or when he's like making decisions or whatever. He looks like he's very much happy as the captain, which is not a bad thing. But sometimes you hold on to that too much because you just love that prestigious spot. That's my only complaint. But I mean, he's made some great decisions. He's captained England in all intents and purposes to a series win, and he was even the captain in the first game. So I mean, all rants aside, this guy deserves a lot of praise.
Calm down there, calm down there, conboy. It ain't a series win yet. A lot of things still need to go right.
Perception lies. You know it lies. I 100% agree. That's why I started off by saying perception. Just my perception. That's all it is.
And Breaking Bad, by the way, is probably one of the greatest series of all time. It's up there with The Sopranos. I mean, Breaking Bad's amazing. Breaking Bad's amazing. How many Emmys did that thing win?
My personal favorites. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Again,
bench pressing a bulldozer.
Look at that. 49, 46. These guys are at 230 balls. How many delivery? What's the record? What's the record for just forget about score? But
nice stop, Roach. Nice stop. Let's get at least 3, please. I'm tired of these doubles. That should be triples. There we go.
What is the record for deliveries, guys? Like how many balls can a partnership eat up? 300, 350, 400. I mean, these guys are going to hit 250, 300 easy. Second test 50 and 9 matches 200. Oh, Dom Sibley. A whole inning? 2 guys. That means nobody. A whole inning. The first 2 opening batsmen eat up a whole inning. How many balls is that? Let me do the math. There's no more than
540 balls.
Yeah, there's 80 overs in a day, right?
90, right?
Oh, 90. 9 times 6 is 54. So 540 balls. Holy cow.
There are 847 balls by L. Hutton.
India announced 26 men for Australia tour. No Dhoni. Wow.
Dhoni is getting up there in age, though. I mean, I'm going to say.
Oh, calm down with there with age. I just turned 40. I'm sensitive when it comes to age now.
Oh, excuse me, miss.
You know, I'm the first one to be throwing guys under the bus. If they can't perform, get them out of here.
You know, oddly enough, to your case in point in our MS Dhoni movie review, you had mentioned many times about how he had to make that call as a young captain. You know, these guys are older. These guys can't field as well. We got to take them off, and how it's controversial. It's interesting now he finds himself in that position.
We all do at some point.
He's chilling in his farm, preparing for the IPL. What kind of farm does he have? That's cool. Unfortunate, but much needed. Cycle of life. Yep. I'm 44. Not you old. You not old.
I mean, you're right, Nick. He did it to other people on the team. It helped India win, a championship. Eventually, it's going to happen to him. That's just the cycle of life. It's how it happened. And knowing Dhoni's character, I don't think he would mind. I think he understands that's just the way the game needs to be played,
Yeah. Oh, totally. He seems like a very no drama type guy, like a very calm and collected, easygoing guy. Sibley's got 52. Burns is 4 away from his half century. And this is a thing. I mean, this is the thing. The first inning of this third match, it was Pope, it was Butler, it was Burns. In this one, it's Sibley and Burns. In the second match, it was Sibley and Stokes. I mean, they have different partnerships that are just carrying them every single time. I mean, it's unbelievable. They have this potential that is just, it's so hard to match.
I tell you what, here's the thing. Somebody says, Ben Taylor, imagine if we still had timeless test. I don't know what that's like, but the only thing I could compare it to was boxing back in the day. And I remember learning as a young cat when I was coming up boxing, you learn the history of boxing or whatever. Back when I started fighting had already got, or boxing had already gone to 12 rounds. Before 12 rounds, they used to be 15 rounders, right? That's why in the Rocky movies, the first ones you see the 15 rounds or whatever. And even before that, when we're talking about the days of Jack Johnson, bro, these guys would be fighting 34 rounds, 38 rounds, 56 rounds until somebody dropped. And back then, it was bare knuckle boxing,
Boundary.
bro. Oh, another one. Jeez. It was bare knuckle boxing. So they have a combined, what is that, 112?
Something like that.
What am I looking at?
It's got 7 4s. Good job, Sibley.
But if you look at all his 4s, he's just placing the balls in the gaps. He's not taking big swings. That's not what Sibley does. He just protects very well, defends very well, and you're not going to get yourself out like that often. I think it's a great, great skill set to have. I'm tripping. No. 102. So they got 102 combined, and then so they've given up 8 runs, which I'm sure all came from my boy Gabriel.
So I'm noticing on the England players' shirts, it has the England logo for their cricket team, and then it has a number below that, and it's like the 600. Is that the overall England cricket number that's played Test cricket of all time? Is that their number? Another 4. Someone, if you don't, half century. There you go, Burns.
It's a hit parade.
There you go, half century. Is that number just their number compared to all the other cricketers that have played for England? Just curious. Like Burns is 688. They should at least score 350. That's the score they should get to before they should have a conversation.
So Azriel says, I'll try to explain the scenario. When Dhoni wanted to remove senior players, it was a logical thing to do. They were over their age, their fitness was laughable, and their form was pathetic. Okay. Which obviously we've seen Dhoni recently. It's not like he's out of shape, and he's got, he's in relatively good shape. So I'm sure that's not the situation with him.
That's cool about the England numbers on their jersey. I wonder if other teams do that. Like, even though it's a number like 688, that's pretty cool to say I'm one of 688 to be in a fraternity. That's pretty awesome.
That is super cool. I almost look at it like the green baggie, right? Where it's a fraternity of people. There's only so many green baggies that's ever been handed out. And it means, it's a special bond, So that's pretty cool. Oh,
Yeah.
wow. I promise you, Boomer, I did not even look down at your comment before I said it. Australia does the same thing with the green baggie, I think.
Yeah, I do remember that with the number.
India does it maroon. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that's super awesome. I think that's a great tradition.
Fun fact, my Yankees have retired so many numbers, there are no longer single digits available. So that's why you see a guy like Aaron Judge have number 99. It's not because he's a 99 player who's played for that team. Trust me, there's tons of players. It's because so many other numbers have been retired. His original number was 9, but since 9 is already retired, they had to go with 99. But there are no single digits even left, okay?
Who was their number 1?
Okay, wow. Now you're testing my
I know
knowledge.
Jeter was 2. Ruth was 3.
Roof was 3.
I think DiMaggio was 4 or 5.
DiMaggio was 5. 1
Gehrig?
was Mickey Mantle, wasn't it?
Gehrig was I think Mantle was 7, wasn't he?
See? So many numbers retired. I got to look it up. Hey, Siri, look up Yankees retired numbers.
Can't think who's number 1.
Take on the Nationals at 10:05 a.m.
That's not what I asked you. Does anybody else have trouble with Siri? Like, she does not understand my questions.
Tell me about it. There's Jason Holder bowling in his 5th over. He had broken his thumb or part of his thumb earlier. He's got 1 man over. CFA pub quiz happening now. Who's Siri? Alexa.
So Yankees retired numbers. Here we go. Billy Martin was number 1.
Oh, that's right.
Billy Martin. He's the all-time best manager in baseball. Billy Martin was king of kicking dirt on umpires.
How many times was he fired by Steinbrenner?
He got fired and hired like 4 times.
5 or 6 times.
Yeah, it was insane.
Can you do the rundown for the numbers for me? I'm just curious. 1 through 10?
Yep. Billy Martin 1, 2 Derek Jeter, 3 Babe Ruth, 4 Lou Gehrig, 5 Joe DiMaggio, 6 Joe Torre, 7 Mickey Mantle, 8 Bill Dickey, 9 is, give me a second. What just happened? 8 is Yogi Berra. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I don't recognize the number 8 player.
Wow, that's what. Well, there's 2 8s retired. That's weird. Bill Dickey's 8, and so is Yogi Berra at 8. 9, Roger Maris, number 61. That's what the 61 is. Roger Maris is number 9. 10 was Phil Rizzuto. And then, should I keep going with the retired numbers? 15, Thurman Munson, Whitey Ford, 16. Jorge Posada, 20. Don Mattingly, 22. 3.
Nope, no finger.
Come on. Oh, he hates me.
This guy doesn't even want to think about it.
Nothing.
Yeah, I love it. He's going to review his own ball, which I don't blame him. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just think it's interesting. He's like, no.
I hate this umpire's smug look either.
I agree.
Casey Campbell, 37.
I agree.
And here's an important fact. The last player to ever wear the number 42, Mariano Rivera, had it retired. It was a fair ball, fair delivery.
That's too high.
It's going to be the umpire's review. Yeah, they're going to say it's too high. And rugby numbers designate positions. Interesting.
Ooh, it's close.
But the umpire already made a dumb call. And guess what? If you take a ball and throw it past the wickets like that, 9 times out of 9, you're going to knock down the wickets. That's why I'm with Virat Kohli. Umpire's decision is terrible. I bet you umpires don't have any real friends. or they probably lie. If you got a friend and you don't know what they do for a living, like Chandler in life, I guarantee you they're an umpire. Okay, they just don't want to tell you because they know that your friendship will instantly be ended.
Yeah, Renell, I don't think Gabe is confusing the shirt number for the jersey number. We were talking about the shirt number and how cool that was. There you go. The very next one.
Out.
The very next one.
There we go, cousin.
I thought we were watching a replay.
Is he gonna say it's a bad ball now and say no?
Well, now England can review if they want.
Yeah, no. It's apparently the umpire's playing for England too. Yeah, I'm gonna be that guy right now.
Well,
this umpire just got me really
out. So now it's England's turn. They're gonna review it.
I would have reviewed it. Why not? Use it.
Yeah, I mean your innings might not be too long.
Nick, look at the Kathleen says, Gabe, you have just been fined for disrespecting the umpire.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take away your super chat contributions. Okay, guys, I know we're not good with the LBW, but to me, that looks like it's in line. It does not look outside, but I'm probably wrong. It doesn't look too high. They're saying plum. Thank goodness that I'm not wrong. Well, you know, Sibley did his job. That's for sure. What did he get, 60?
Jeez.
56?
I know, finally gone.
Good job, Sibley. You did your job. 114.
Adrish, you're the wicket taker. Adrish says, I turn on my TV and boom, he's gone. We got to have you on every single time. The whole screen today. We need wickets.
Gabe's going to have your number, and he's going to say, I need you to watch it for a few seconds, please. 56. You got 56.
3 heads, Reds is...
Finally, a bloody wicket. Ooh. Watch your mouth, Nick.
People.
Watch your mouth, Nick. Holder that, cousin. Ooh, Varun. That's his second pun. Oh, he's giving me some competition. I see how it is.
I love it. Holder that, cousin.
I'll defer to Varun any day. That guy's the man. Root coming next. Favorite player for Nick. All right. Hey, I've been giving him some love today. Let's see if he can pass the root line of 17.
Is that the base line? That's the root line? 17.
Like the Mendoza line in baseball, it's the root line.
Wow. I'm going to tell you right now how disrespectful that is. Nick, you're out of control. So in baseball, out on first ball, look at
Oh
God, I love this.
Oh, there you go. There's at least 1, 2. Don't get run out this time, Root. 3.
Good angle. Hold it to 3.
There you go. Hey, he's 14 away from the root line.
Asriel Burn. So original root line is 48. So here's the thing. Mendoza line, for those guys that aren't huge baseball fans, you guys don't understand that yet. Mendoza line is the line that delineates basically a major league player that's serviceable from somebody who's garbage. You're done. You got no chance at playing. And that was Rafael Mendoza, whose career average, what was it, 200? So if you hit below the Mendoza line, that means you hit below 200, 199. But that means you're just the most average of players before you get thrown out. Man, Nick, throw the salt out there. I love
the Mendoza line is 220, isn't it? I got to look this up. Is it as low as 200? Ouch.
Mendoza line? I want to say it's 200.
Poor Mendoza.
20.
Poor Mendoza.
1 wicket and 117 runs.
Bro,
they just got it.
Bro, at this point, Jesus, we might have.
Oh. Joe Root was almost out.
Oh,
yeah, you're right. The Mendoza line is 200. You were right, punk.
That would have been classic. True. Ooh, here goes the puns. I love the puns. Truthfully, England's best player.
What's up, Charlie? Charlie's one of our patrons. In Root's defense, Root is a big match player. Oh, so that's why he's not doing well. Because in his mind, this is not up to his standards. This is not a big enough match. Okay. I love the defense. I love it.
Rooting for England. Look at Abe. Root rant coming. Abe, you missed the root rant. Nick has limited himself to 2 root rants per show. I think he's already reached his quota for the day.
I haven't hit any root rants today.
Those weren't rants. Those were just commentaries.
I just made a prediction. I said I hope he passes the root line. That's all. Does that count as a rant? That's not fair. I just had to recount. I like to have one root rant in my back pocket for whenever I want. It's like the reviews. Don't take away my reviews for something silly. There you go.
Oh my gosh.
Just 1, 2, dying out in the field. Jeez Louise, that just died. The outfield loves the West Indies.
No, stop it. It's played like that for both teams.
No,
it's
no,
like that yesterday.
No,
yes,
no.
it did.
Roll the tape. Roll the tape. Roll the tape. Roll the tape.
Roll the tape. Guys, they did not play that way yesterday for the West Indies. So many boundaries that should have been boundaries.
I didn't watch yesterday's match, but I was watching the match the days before that.
Bro, this field just plays really slow. You got to catch that, man. Knock it down. God.
They're like, no, dude, no. They're thinking about Roger Dorn. He's like, I'm not taking a risk at defacing this property over a couple of stiffs. They saw what happened to Holder. They're like, business decision time.
Root is root for England. Batting problem. That's hilarious. They ran for 4. Thank you. Gabe is right, Nick. I'm telling you, yesterday, I was so mad. There were so many balls. Literally, when one of them, Nick, they didn't need to run it down. It just stopped. It was like
that one did. That's what that one did.
Like, what happened? These grounds. What's the name of this field again?
Old Trafford.
Old Trafford. This has got to be the worst. The worst field so far for cricket.
An Old Trafford rant. Oh my gosh! Watch out.
I'm just saying, like, the way the dimensions play, the way that the ball just dies. I mean, for offense, any which way, it's kind of like your Padres Stadium.
Hey, watch it. Machado got a home run yesterday. Will Myers got a home run yesterday. Watch it.
Yes, Wendy's suffer from slow outfield. Thank you. The outfield.
Maybe one day there was at least 2 innings for England where it just died every time. I'm telling you, what was it? I think it was the Stokes and Sibley amazing partnership. The outfield died so many times, and then the next inning for the West Indies, it was 4, 4, 4, 4.
I love this right here. I am Root. Yeah. I am Root.
That's a good one.
With old Wendy's accent. With the Wendy's accent, Old Trafford.
Old Trafford? Trafford. I can't do an English accent. Even if I listen to it, I can't do it. Ooh, batting blows.
That Lords. Did you notice that when we watched the Lords game, supposedly that the pitch is slanted?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that. They said that the pitch of the field is slanted, bro.
Look at that. Holder's got the most with 46. Dowrich has got the second with 37, and then Campbell. You got about 6 below the root line on that one.
So when you're bowling, does it matter what arm angle you throw it at? Or just your elbow just has to be straight?
That's a good question. No, I think you got to come over the top, directly over the top. Nick probably knows this because he's done a lot of research already. When you're bowling, you have to come over the top, right? Trey said you have to come over the top, or does your elbow just have to be straight? And can you bowl at like 3/4?
I'm pretty sure to go over the top.
All right. So the pitch is sloped at Lords.
Boundary to boundary, about 9-foot drop. Oh my gosh.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
Pronounce Trafford the same way you would pronounce traffic. So traffic.
Trafford.
Watch
Elbow
the
straight.
2005 Ashes documentary.
Yeah. We got that request already. No worries. Arm over shoulder.
Look at Malinga's action. We've watched Malinga pitch. I like Malinga. He's got nasty stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Azareel still waiting. I think Trey's question was more like a sideways thing, right? Not like not diagonal over, but you can't do the sidearm. Is that what he was
Well,
asking?
because he plays shortstop, right? So a lot of times when he plays shortstop, shortstop is more of a 3/4, like almost sidearm throw.
Yeah,
So he was
sidearm.
just thinking, if I come straight sidearm, kind of like almost Randy Johnson or a lefty would, you know what I mean? Can I do it that way?
That would seem funky to me with your footwork when you're running in. If you're going to be if he's going to be pace or swing, it'd be funky to get the balance where you're doing both your feet running and doing that side. Like, I don't know. I guess it could work, but in my mind, it seems funky.
I've actually never seen a bowler get called for bending his elbow at all. So these guys must. And I watched it, and you see a little bend from time to time, like not much, but.
Okay, root. You're 12 away from the root line. Nope. Next over. Burns.
12 away from the root line. You are so funny. You created your own thing, the root line. Funny thing is, somebody in here is gonna slide into Root's DM, Instagram, or on Twitter, and be like, apparently these Americans have created a new sledging term called the root line.
Dude, I am going to be walking down the street. I'm going to get jumped by about 5 or 6 England boys, right? And then I'm going to get my butt kicked. I'm going to be, as I'm getting kicked in the gut, I'm going to be thinking, what's going on? What's going on? And then when they're done beating me, they're going to say, that's for the root line. And I'm going to be like, no.
Oh, that's so funny. No, Trey doesn't play pro baseball, minor league. He plays high school ball. My nephew plays college ball, which is right before
Don't catch it.
minor leagues. Oh, come on.
Thank goodness.
That was lit. Anytime you pop a ball up in the air like that, it should be an out.
Seriously, I don't know what that was about.
Got called
that again.
Malinga the Slinger.
Yep, Slinga Malinga. All right, Root, let's see what you got.
Laugh out loud, the root line. I'm telling you. That Nick will wake up and not repeat the root rant. Oh, man.
Hey, my root rant has been different every time, okay? Every time. Oh, watch out. Root rant. Oh, I thought it was going to be a 6, but that's still a good 4. Woo! He definitely watches our streams. I'm convinced now. He definitely watches our streams.
I was telling you, he definitely watches the stream because he's out to prove you
wrong.
That
was his sledging reply right there.
Does Trey get paid right now? No. College players don't even get paid. High school players do not get paid. College players don't get paid. You got to, once you accept money, you are no longer eligible to have amateur status, which means you cannot play college ball. So you do not get paid until you're pro.
I'm definitely getting beaten up
by the
army.
That's funny. I love it. Oh, boom! That's hilarious. I got to tell you what, though, it's so much fun, though. You know, when you're watching it, and even when it's your team, man, or whoever you're rooting for.
Oh, lucky the guy's right there.
And I don't really mind Monday morning quarterbacking. I don't, okay, because it's just decisions being made. But when people talk about performances, I'm the first one that will complain about a performance. But yet I know how hard the game is to play. It is hard to hit a baseball. All right, it's gonna be hard to hit a cricket ball. It's gonna be hard to to be able to get a wicket. And these guys are all unbelievable athletes, but we just hold them in such high esteem where we expect greatness from them. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about Campbell's drops. I guarantee you, I would have dropped every single ball Campbell dropped, if not all of them. Okay, I wouldn't have made a catch. That ball. Look at what happened to Jason Holder, who's a professional cricket player, captain of the team. He broke a finger on it. I'm telling you, still the idea of catching a ball with no glove on.
Oh, what was that?
Ooh.
That was some patience right there. He waited for that sucker.
That idea of catching a ball without a glove is so crazy and so foreign to me. I know the run rate is now 3. It's jumped up crazy big. I mean, look at that. Root's got 10 runs on 9 balls. 10 runs on 9 balls.
I know. I love it. Now 10 on 10. Now 10 on 10.
So for all of us that are fans, some of us may have even had some playing experience back in the day. It's important to remember how hard it is to play the sport. With that being said, I pay my money. I pay my cable provider. I pay Willow. So when I watch games, I want to make sure these guys are performing at the top of their class. If not, we're going to let you have it.
Yeah, the run rate's at 3. You know I love that. Absolutely. Way to go, boys. Joe Root, I appreciate you taking my constructive criticism to heart, and you're improving. I appreciate that.
Oh, news alert. Chelsea scores 2 in 3 minutes versus the Wolves. We are absolutely getting into the championship spot now. Chelsea. I haven't seen Chelsea play in a while. With this intent from Root, looks like declaration coming in the next 30 minutes.
Ooh, say it ain't so. Wait until day 5.
People said no way they would declare today.
That's what I would think.
Nick, are you on the Brahma Army hit list? Probably.
I sure hope not.
Oh boy. Chelsea. So lead is 303 now. If they get to 350, will they declare? What time is it now? 9 a.m. So we probably have another hour and a half, 2 hours to play?
Yeah, probably.
Somebody said Root is playing ODI out there. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to expect guys to change their approach. And again, understanding the situation. That's the most important thing. It's England versus rain. And I agree. England needs to think of it that way. If I want a decision, I got to leave myself enough time to bowl the West Indies out. And I can't assume I got 2 days to do it because I'm probably going to lose 1 day to rain. Root burns, Nick's rant. That's Root Burns. Oh, because there's a Rory Burns. Don Antonio with the pun. I like it. Root Burns, Nick's rant. I love it. Wait, no.
Queen will send Johnny English to eliminate Nick. Be careful, Nick. I love Johnny English. Don't send Rowan Atkinson after me. Now, he'll probably fumble it so I can get away in plenty of time. But don't do that. I love Johnny English.
Total lead right now, 304. Let me update this thing. We're having so much fun just talking smack right now and getting into the game. 132. And the lead is 304.
Any Sibley puns? This is kind of a stretch, but if you use a play on the word shabby, he didn't do too Sibley there. I don't know.
Dude,
the look on your face. Oh.
bad, bro.
He went about his run rate kind of nibbly.
Okay.
Oh,
That
this is
was-
bad. Uh,
Simon Crone was feeling insecure because of Nick's rant.
yes, banter, not abuse. Good job, JL line. I like that. Banter's fine.
Get there. Dude, there is like some magic force field in that outfield that just stops fours, gobbles it up.
That pun was below the root line.
Yes, yes, that's the best comment so far. Oh, that pun was below the root line.
It's Sibley awful. Simply awful. It's Sibley awful. Okay, not bad.
Ooh, that might have been a fine there. I could read lips. What he said. Oh my.
I love how they're updating the root score. They are so badly cheering, saying, please, we don't want to hear any more trash talking from this guy. Please do well. I love it.
Roots in 1 day mode now.
Okay, calm down, guys. He's got 13. He's not have 100 yet. There you go. I like that. 14. He's threw 3 away from the root line.
Ooh, I love this. It's slow because grassroots are strong there. All the root puns, man. Oh.
Sibley just became Siblet.
Siblet.
That's kind of a stretch. Sibley, the best, better than all the rest. Simply the best. There you go, Burnsy. That's how you do a sweep. Reverse sweep. No, a sweep. Regular sweep. 62. 140 for 1. Woo. What happened to the wickets, Gabe? I mean, you can't make this up. You saw 12 wickets yesterday when I was not on the stream. 12. I come on, and yeah, we got 4 for the England side, but only 1 against. You can't make this up.
And every single time, yes, Burns is out.
Oh. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if that was Root? Oh.
Did he drop him?
Are they saying it bounced?
Whose call is that?
The umpire hasn't made a call yet. They're going to do a little discussion. I like this. This is a good idea.
Go to the root. Thank you. Go to the replay if you have it. This is important.
They want to do a little discussion first. Nothing wrong with that. Take your time.
I hope this isn't out too. Fair delivery. Oh no, it bounced. I mean, I can't tell him too much because it bounced before it got to him, so it's not even really a bro.
You can't buy a wicket, my friend. You can't
Bro.
buy.
We need to burn this root. We can sing to Gabe. Burn, baby, burn. You gonna learn to put out that fire. Oh, Kathleen. Oh, let me have it now. It's all good. It's all good. Give up. West Indies can't root. When now, listen.
Oh, wow.
I'm not gonna never say never, but this is what I do know. Maybe West Indies can't win. Maybe. But I also know that England doesn't retain the trophy unless they actually win. A draw does them no good. Right? So there's still much to play for, in my opinion. That's a big deal. Again, West Indies are the underdog. As well as England has played the last 2 games, if they don't get a clear out victory, they don't get the trophy. So is that really a victory for them this test series? Let me know, England fans, if you guys walk out of here with a draw, even though what England has clearly played better the last 2 games and don't retain the trophy, are you guys going to take that as a win? Thank you, Ben Taylor. England has way more to lose. Gabe is rooting for rain. Rooting. You know what? Oh, root. I'm telling you, all the puns. I didn't realize how much fun you could have with that name. Session by day 3. I tell you what. Where's the rain dance? So funny story. Pun overload here. Funny story, right? And I guess this is the world we live in today. I was actually talking to the wife about it yesterday, and I was like, Trey, let's do a rain dance. We'll put it on Instagram or whatever. And of course, my better half, and trust me, when you guys meet her, you'll know she's my better half. As they say here in America, I outkicked my coverage. Okay. She says, babe, did you think it's really a smart idea to do that? Because you might offend somebody. And if, once you put something on social media, you put it on social media. You know what I mean? The rain dance, as she's explained, and my wife, she did a lot of cultural studies in school. She's also an educator. Right now, she works as an literacy specialist. Again, it's one of those situations where I didn't think about it that way, but by having fun with it and doing a rain dance, I might offend people of the Native American denomination, and I don't want to get myself in trouble that way. So that's honestly what happened with the rain dance. We decided cohesively not to do it.
It's a good call.
Which basically means my wife yelled at me and told me that would be insensitive and inappropriate. So most of you married dudes out there know what I'm talking about. She gets the final call.
Someone was asking about our Instagram, so that's just our handle, whatever you want to call it on Instagram. Same thing for Twitter, just change the character in front. But I'll have it up there in case anyone wants to see us on Instagram. We have a Twitter page, but I don't really go on Twitter too much. Gabe will take
I do more of the Twitter stuff. I have fun with it. But then I got in trouble because even on Twitter, you can't put down clips. I was putting clips of the first few matches, and I guess they flagged me from ICC or whoever. I was using their stuff. I'm like, come on, really? So it rained a bit about 5 minutes ago, and I'm 10 minutes from Old Tariff. Oh, tell me the rain is going that way. Blow it over there. Blow it that way. Go to Old Tariff.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Accelerate the run rate, then declare 370. That's the route to victory. I love it. Did he get him? No bet.
314.
He said no bet. No bet. Ooh, close. I know it would have been so good if it was right. If he got out right here. Was there no bat involved?
He's like, come on, I caught it. One ball left from Holder in this over. Holder's got 1 wicket so far. And there's the 47th maiden over by Holder. I feel like the run rate has gone down in the last few overs.
That was close.
At 350, England should be close. Maiden over. The trophy is being retired after this year. It'll be the Lord's Museum for a future series between England and West Indies. It'll be the Botham Richards Trophy. Yep, they renamed it for those two legends.
So that's what I'm saying. That's even a bigger thing if the trophy's going to be retired this year. You can't tell me that if England does not retain the trophy, they're not going to feel like this is a loss. You know what I mean? I know, you know how there's that old saying, there's no such thing as a moral victory. You know what I mean? You
There's
win or
four.
you don't.
There's a moral victory for me.
Oh. Burns, excellent. Holds fingers together. Joe needs to be uprooted. Woo! I love it. And I'm encouraging it, but I don't care because I love it.
I don't know. Joe needs to be downrooted because as far as the batsmen go, he's already been uprooted. But he's 13 away from the root line, so that's good. 3 away. 57 miles per hour. Cornwall is throwing some spitting gas. 146 for 1. 47 overs. Root showing his sibling rivalry. Yeah, I was thinking about using Sibley for sibling, but I couldn't think of a good way to use it. He does need to put down some roots. I agree. I'll be very happy if he's able to.
You're at 318. 350 is around the corner. What, are you kidding me? How much more do you want to score? Oh, my God. There goes another one.
Nick taking jabs at Gabe every now and then. How do you figure? What jabs did I give? What jabs?
Every time he reminds me of about the score.
Oh, are you kidding me? You guys don't think. Listen. You don't think if roles were reversed right now that I would hear it from Gabe every 3 seconds?
I'd wake him up in the middle of the night.
Oh,
I would text him.
Stop it.
I'd send him an email. I'd spam him.
Stop it. I've been listening to it my whole life from this guy, especially the Padres and Chargers non-stop.
Oh.
Gabe's a big boy. He can handle it.
And it's going to come again this year.
Oh, look at that reverse. Jeez. Go, baby, go. There you go.
Are you kidding me?
74. Man, Burns. He's been solid.
I think that's his second or third 70s for the series. I know he had 70s before. Man, Rory Burns.
They're saying that Cornwall's given up 10 in this over, and they're saying that counterbalances the success of the maiden in the previous over by Holder. Jeez. 152 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Holder has actually been the only person to get a wicket. In my opinion, he got 2 wickets. The other one, of course, I know the whole video system and leg by wicket law, but none of the bowlers, other than Kamar Roach, who was very economical, bowled relatively well today. And
YouTube question. Does the liking of videos make a difference in the algorithm? Absolutely. Absolutely. The more likes that we get on the video, the more times that video gets suggested on someone's feed there. It definitely helps. Strong likes and subscribe. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, my gosh. This is... I mean, at this point...
Come on, Root. Let's go, Root.
I think the West Indies needs to think very strategically.
I like your spirit, AJ. Everyone liked the video. Yes, that'll help.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure how much it'll help a video like this, where it's kind of one of those things where you're a true fan, you're gonna watch it. If not, you're gonna be like 8 hours for a watch party. I don't think so. But definitely with our other videos, our shorter videos, the liking helps tremendously, because there'll be a video that we feel like, hey, that was a pretty good video, that was a good reaction, everything was great, and then I'll look at the numbers and it shows like maybe it was shown to 100,000 people. And then there's other videos where we're just like, oh, that was just okay. And then it's shown to 1 million people or whatever. So it's just, you can't predict how many times that video will be shown. So yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, the umpire is coming. The umpiring is coming. Azriel. As in maybe they're gonna call it for light. That would be crazy if you lose.
Oh, that would suck.
Because of light. 325.
Don't think so, Jason.
Oh, wow. Oh, man.
Yeah, he hit with his bat.
The umpires strike back. That's probably. Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one. I like that. I don't like videos because there are some very rare videos in my playlist, and I don't remember their names, and I go to watch them sometimes. You can always download videos and add it to your playlist. I'm not sure how liking videos will change that, but, to each his own for sure. There you go. Ooh, he's over the root line. He is over the root line.
Now, guys.
Negotiations are going to commence to increase the root line to maybe 20. Oh, my God.
Now, guys, all the England players have names, right? I mean, have songs. Is there, I know there's a Jimmy song. Is there a root song? Because if there is, Nick's got to sing the root song at the end of the stream, because Joe Root just went above the root line.
Oh.
We're going to have the root celebration. Is there a root song? Let me know, guys.
There was a memo that was just sent out to those 5 root beer companies saying, hold on. Don't change the label just yet. We're getting a call. Our lawyers are telling us to hold on first.
The root is on fire.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, gosh, that's hilarious.
This root was made for boundaries. That's just what he'll do.
This root was made. So, yeah, this is depressing for the West Indies. I agree, man. Right now, it's frustrating, but, part of the game, man. You're going to take losses sometimes. You ride with your team. You support them. You watch them. As a Knicks fan, this is nothing new to me. Oh, the umpiring is coming. I like that. But, it is depressing, especially since they started off that first test so promising. But, I mean, I think this entire series, there's something to be said about momentum, okay? Bottom line, people who never play sports don't understand it. But momentum is a real thing. And athletes are people just like us. They have good days. They have bad days. They have insecurities. I don't care how long you've been doing it. You can lose your confidence in the blink of an eye. And
What's
think
happening? Are they calling it bad light? Why is Holder walking off? Is he injured? Sorry to interrupt you there. I'm trying to figure out.
I just noticed it too. But momentum is such a huge thing. And I think that the West Indies were in such great shape to draw out that second game. I don't think if England had drawn out that second game, I don't think you get this kind of effort from England in the third game. And West Indies maybe outright wins the series. But that spell, that 3-wicket spell by Broad just really changed everything, man. It just really did. Drink breaks. Stokes is stoked. How didn't I think about that? That's a really good one. Stokes is stoked. The keeper right now is what's the guy?
De Silva.
De Silva.
Weeds need to be burned from the root. Oh, you're gonna kill our viewers with all these puns, but I love them. I like them.
Okay, I was trying to read. Always in test for West Indies, Gabe. Always in test and batters let the bowlers down. I hear you. My younger brother Benny, who's the only Met fan in our family. You know how you got that black sheep in the family? You know, he likes to go against everybody else. That's Benny. And Benny's a Met fan. And the Mets are built opposite the Yankees. The Yankees normally have really great hitting, decent pitching, okay? The Mets have unbelievable pitching all the time, but they can't score runs. And they got a guy, Jacob deGrom, who won the Cy Young in a year where he lost more games than he won. He was 10-11, I think it was, and he won the Cy Young because of how unbelievable his numbers was. Because literally his ERA was under 2. It was 1.59, but they would never. How do you lose 11 games when you give up less than 2 runs a game? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's how bad the Mets were at scoring runs that year.
Yeah, someone was asking about Dowrich. What happened to him? He got a bouncer from Gabriel to the mouth, and he didn't. He tried to stop it with his hands, with his gloves. It went right through and just popped him really good. So he's badly injured. They're at drinks right now, 158 for 1. They got a lead of 330. People are saying they should declare. They should declare. I still think about the possibility of tomorrow's play. I don't see the harm in still playing. People are saying they can still get him out in maybe 2 or 3 sessions. So, I mean, if you want to be very, very conservative, then you think about declaring right now. But I think you still have some time to kill, because you got to think about this. If the West Indies bats come alive and the bowlers get cold, which could happen, we'd see momentum change, then do you want to give the West Indies even more time to possibly catch up? I understand 330 is a fat score. It really is. But I think that's being a little too conservative. Declare in half an hour. They should declare at 380. Are you familiar with the ICC ranking? Just what they share with us on Instagram. We get screenshots all the time on the different ranked players and teams and whatnot. Run rates well above 3. Yeah, Jason Holder, he broke his thumb too, or a part of his thumb. So they're dealing with some serious injuries. West Indies cannot afford to be dealing with injuries right now, and they are. This De Silva guy seems like a pretty strong backup as far as fielding goes. Once our Instagram, I put on there before. There it is again. Boring _reviews.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, and I hope you guys know that, you know, we're tongue in cheek with all the flack we're giving Root. You know what I mean? Obviously, he's a talented guy to even make it the captain. You know, we're just going to be critical of players. That's just what we do. We're critical of our own teams. Trust me, nobody's more critical of the Padres or Chargers than Nick, and he's a diehard Padres Chargers fan. But with that being said, the last thing you want if you're Root is to declare too early and then allow the West Indies to come back. You know what I mean? That's a tough spot to be in, because if you declare too early, you're really sending a message to the other team. I don't think you can hit. I don't think you can hit for nothing. You're garbage.
Board material. You don't need to do that.
Exactly. Which is exactly what I do not like about the new baseball format, where you are going to choose what opponent you want. I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, how many overs are left in today's play? I mean, we're at 49 for England. I'm not sure how many West Indies had before they were bowled out. Let's say 15 or 20. So like 10, 20, 25 more overs. I would give, if you had to declare today, which I'm not sure why you would, I would give West Indies no more than 5 to 10 overs. Man, they can't buy it. They cannot buy it. Holder got ankle injury. Did he?
Gosh.
My gosh. Yeah, he didn't look too comfortable when he was walking off.
Jesus.
Less than 70 minutes left in the day. Cornwall's had a lot of close ones.
I feel like it's coming.
A lot of close ones. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely due. What is the time in the USA? It's 9:23 a.m.
Oh, that's an out. But I know. Got to go with the decision. Always go with the decision.
3 Reds. 3 Reds. Even they're saying on the commentating, wasn't close. He was out. Wow.
Dude, I hate coaches. I mean, not coaches. I hate umpires' decision. I'm with Virat Kohli there. It's disgusting. Come on, man. It's on the line, for the love of Pete. Gosh.
Wow.
Interesting. Shiraz says they didn't declare it. They don't. Wendy's don't want to take the wicket because Root will come out. I mean, not Root. Ben Stokes will come out.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. They were best in T20. Oh, listen. Great shot from Root. Oh, Nick, I'm about to look up during the next tea break the Root song.
Oh, 24. Let's go, Root. You know, I knew all along this guy was something special. I've been saying it since the very beginning. And, you know, it just feels good to be proven right sometimes.
Oh,
you know?
God.
I mean, I've been like shouting from the rooftops. This Root is something special.
Oh, my God. It's so funny. I love it. You're out of control, Nick. Oh.
I don't think I said anything bad about him. I don't think.
I've been shouting from the rooftops how good Root is.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to start a new Twitter just to celebrate Root. The audacity.
Oh, gosh. You guys are awesome, man. You make this game, watching the game fun. Because, I mean, you know, your team's getting smacked. You got to have fun with it. You know what I mean? You want to watch it and hope for the best. But, that's hilarious.
Yes, shouting from the rooftop.
He was shouting from the
Oh, I know he's talented. I've been saying it for so long. Man, I mean, he was really talented because he was able to stay below the root line for his first 4 batting performances. Super talented.
That is, oh, come on.
Nice. 26. Wait, no, that was Burns. 76. Nick, I have 6 hours of video evidence of hate on Root. Only 6? That's all you got? I thought there was more.
That is awesome. He's like, only 6? Another one. Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. Reverse sweep, too. I mean, this guy can do it all. This guy is so impressive. Man, I mean, anyone that can't see that from the very beginning is just out of control. They don't deserve to watch sports. I pride myself on being able to see talent from the very beginning.
Oh, you're out of control. So Nick, I just found on my phone
The
Brahma Army We Are the Brahma Army song, and then the Joe Root. Oh, I love it.
Too little, too late, Nick. What are you talking about?
Root rant coming. He said, I knew it all along. So, no joke. There's a player on the Yankees called Gary Sanchez, and Nick knows he has to hear about. I think Nick is so sick of hearing Gary Sanchez because I absolutely detest Gary Sanchez. Even though he's the best offensive catcher in the league, this guy can't catch a fastball. Okay, this guy couldn't catch a cold. All right, he misses fastballs right at his glove. He has so many bad pass balls. And I call Nick every season, win or lose the game, and to tell him how many errors or bad throws he made or whatever. And Nick's like, dude, really? You guys won. Cry me a river. My team's on a 3-game losing streak. And you know, you as fans, I don't understand fans that are never critical of their own players. You gotta be critical of your players. You know what I mean? Hold them to a high standard.
Definitely.
And we definitely hold them to a high standard.
Definitely the captain. You got to. See, in all honesty, all sarcasm behind, what have I said since the very beginning? I have said, just from what I've seen, just from my perception of what I've seen, I wasn't impressed with decisions that he made, decisions he didn't make for poor batting performances in the previous 3 innings. But I always said from the beginning, you can check the video on this, that it's a small sample size. And I'm sure he's as good as everyone's saying is. I just haven't been able to see it. Now I'm being able to see it, you know, and I'm not, all sarcasm aside, I'm not going to say I instantly love him because that's not authentic. But, I mean, come on. I didn't like Stokes at first either. I was complaining about him in our test review, about how he was driving me crazy because he just killed Australia's hopes in that one match. But, you know, if I see someone doing well, I'm going to give them their credit due, 100%.
Wow.
Jeez. Root, another 4.
They've turned it on, bro.
Yeah, he's definitely playing well.
I think somebody got in Root's ear, or maybe while he was up there. If I were Root, no joke, the entire time I was up there, I would be having all my research guys searching what are the possibilities of rain. I guarantee you, up there the entire time, he was working out scenarios, thinking, all right, you know, we need to up the run rate. So as soon as somebody gets out and I get in there, I got to go ahead and put some runs on the board. If I get out, I get out. Then we'll get the Stokes show, because I think he's playing like a guy that's looking to put up a big score so they can declare, because he knows he's not going to have 2 days. You know what I mean? And he wants that decision. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah.
He also has never come out in at least the time I've seen him play. He's never come out disaggressive, has he?
No, not at all. I mean, to someone's point, he declared, or he sacrificed his wicket one time, which I understand that someone was going to be out in the run out, so he made it himself the sacrifice. But I still, you know, he's a good batsman. Why would the good batsman sacrifice himself? I'm not sure I fully understand that decision. I still don't see the point of declaring before the end of this day, because you don't know 100% what's going to happen tomorrow. You just don't know. To that one guy's point, he's 10 minutes away and it was raining over there. It's not raining here. I mean, there's barely any clouds over the whole stadium, for crying out loud. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to give anyone their due. And Root he put this roster together in the second inning very well. I was saying that from the beginning. I've been giving him love all day, and now he's shown with the batting performance. Sometimes you just got to see it. But as far as me switching sides, have you not heard me say for the last 3 weeks I'm a Padres fan and a Chargers fan? Both teams combined have 0 championships, and I've rooted for them my entire life. Many, many teams have championships. If I turned sides, I would not be a Padres fan anymore. And I tell people I'm a Padres fan, I'm a Chargers fan. I don't even try to hide it. So, come on.
He said, I don't even try to hide it.
Come on.
You know what's funny? Somebody said earlier, you can find Yankees hats in the UK. You can find them in India. You can find them everywhere around the world. You can't find Padres hats in San Diego. Okay, that's how. And Nick has Padres gear because nobody's proud to be a Padres fan. Come on, let's just be real. So I give him credit for that. He said, "I don't even try to hide it." That's hilarious. Look at Rory Burns trying to chase that century. Oh, daddy.
Wouldn't that be crazy if Root decided to declare and Burns is at the nervous 90s?
Here's the thing. If it felt to me like Burns also, when he was in there with the partnership with Sibley, Burns was playing very defensive, right? At a time, he was on the same pace, actually, as Sibley. Now, he's playing a lot more aggressive, just like Joe Root. I think they're trying to put up a score because I think somebody said it correctly. They are trying to declare today. They don't want to take any chances. They know that game's going to get rained out tomorrow, and they want to have a whole day to get 10 wickets. I could be wrong, though.
Okay, but so this is my confusion, though. And maybe it's because he learned his lesson. They didn't do that in the last test match when time was even more of the essence, when they had more innings to play than they do right now.
Right.
Just as simple as him learning his lesson, or is there something I'm missing about the philosophy this time?
I think you got to learn from your mistakes, and everybody agrees. Listen, it's so funny how I was in the video. Yeah, it's so funny how perception is everything, but people forget. Even the commentators are saying that this game is probably going to get rained out, and if the West Indies were literally an hour away, and they looked. There was no reason for you to think it wasn't going to happen. But the West Indies were about an hour away from, holding on to that last day, maybe an hour and a half away, and then in the span of about 20 minutes, that game changed on its head because 3 wickets fell really quickly, and then 4 and 5, and it was over. Okay. It changed the entire complexity of the game. But yes, there was a big factor there. And I'm sure Root was hearing the pressure that everybody else was hearing where, oh man, you're going to waste this performance from Sibley and from Ben Stokes because you're not going to get a win here. You're going to end up drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So I think he learned his lesson. Listen. Not winning is not an option here for England. Again, if England draws, it's a loss. That's how you got to look at it. So I think Root is playing to put up a big score, declare, because they're looking for a win. And I agree with Neil. It's not looking good for the West Indies because 3 of the 4 players right now are injured. Is Cromwell going to be able to bat? Not Cromwell. I'm sorry. Dorridge going to be able to bat? Is Holder going to be able to bat?
Right.
Jeez.
Not looking good. Not looking good.
Night Watchman, how many overs left today? So,
jeez, score's way behind.
Probably 15. What do you think, Nick?
I have no clue.
Because it's no more than 90 overs in a day. I forget how many were put up by the West Indies. What's Root's score? Ooh, I got a new one. The square root of Root score is 37.
That's not mathematically sound.
Yeah, that's not mathematically correct, but it sounds good. 14, keeping in mind light and I think that's what the West Indies. Look, the shadows are starting to creep in. You see that outfield?
Yeah.
17 overs left, 53 minutes. Not sure, but West Indies will have to fight it out tomorrow or Tuesday because of the injury. Well, if they get tomorrow and Tuesday renewed, then in 2 days, I guarantee you, it's we're in trouble as far as the West Indies is concerned. 2 days, and they're going to be able to get those 10 wickets. But if it comes down to 1 day, I'll take my chances. I'll take my chances. 1 day, I'll take my chances. Somebody just said bad lighting may come into play. I just saw the shadows creeping.
No
Somebody
doubt.
said England has enough runs. Somebody else says 50 more runs. All right, can I get a consensus here? Let's try to take a vote. Should they declare or not? You can
I
just
say not.
declare or runs. If England gets a full day Tuesday, they will face they will fancy their chances with bowling attack. I mean, could they get 10 wickets in a day? Absolutely. We've seen them do it before. But 2 days would be more like it. And these guys are playing like they want to score quick so they can declare. Oh, we got a super chat.
Super chat by Gaj Raj. Thanks so much for that. Appreciate that. Super chat. Let us know if you had a comment or something to go with that. Appreciate the love. People are saying declare, don't declare. It's pretty even there. Some are saying 50 more runs. Again, if you're worried about, and the forecast does not show rain at all really on Tuesday, if you're worried about the rain last another day and both days being lost, you're not going to get your 10 wickets right now and just in the test match in the last 45 minutes. So for me, if there's a chance that they're going to play tomorrow and there's a chance that the wickets aren't falling and they have 2 days to chase 360, I don't see the point. But that's just my opinion.
Interesting. I think that for England, anything other than a win and it's a loss. You know what I mean, guys? So I think that the reality is England has to play the percentages to try to play for the win. So what I mean is I'm going to look at every possibility. I'm going to say, and I think Joe Root's demeanor, all jokes aside, he came in, he's scoring quickly. I'm sure he had a conversation with Rory Burns because now he's more aggressive. They're trying to score quickly. I think the conversation was, boys, we're probably looking at 4 days, okay? We're not looking at 5, which means we got to bowl these blokes out in, 1 day, 10 wickets. So we got to put as many runs up as we can today. If we drop our wickets, we drop our wickets. It doesn't matter. But we want to score as much as we can today because we're only probably going to get one shot at winning this thing. So to Nick's point, I could see them saying, we could probably get all 10 wickets in 1 day. However, if you declare now at 361, now you make it even easier for yourself because you may be able to get 2 wickets in an hour and a half, or what's left, 70 minutes, 50 minutes, maybe 1 wicket, and make your job that much easier.
Well, they just showed the stats for the biggest run chases at this field in history, and the highest run chase was 294. So if I'm reading that correctly, they were 294 down and they were able to chase it. They're at 361. That was the highest ever in history. So now that I better understand what's more logical and what's not, I can see the sense in maybe declaring in the last few overs of the day, hoping to get a wicket or two and just destroying those hopes. Rain delay, destroying those hopes. I just wasn't sure what conceivably could they chase. Not what have they done before in the past once, but what conceivably could they chase.
Well, somebody here said, I think Root will allow Burns to get to 100, then declare. If that's true, he's a great teammate, but a bad captain, because I don't care if Burns gets to 100. I care about winning this test match. And what if I run out of time because I was trying to let Burns get to 100? You know what I mean? I see Burns.
I'm not sure too much sense in that right there. Let's see. Still super chat. Thanks so much, Viniac. Jeez Louise. Still eagerly awaiting the day when we get to play cricket together. Yeah, that'd be cool. That would be awesome. That would be very cool. Consider the time, Nick. I am considering the time. I've made arguments for both sides. I definitely consider the time.
Oh God!
Oh, nope. That was a bullet right there.
That's the oof.
A
I had
bullet
to
right there.
I had to control myself. I almost said something inappropriate. But I'm like, oh my gosh. That's an out. That's just another drop. And just going forward, please, West Indies need to play better defense. If I am the coach of West Indies, if I am the captain, we're doing nothing but fielding the next few practices. We're going to be miserable, but I'm going to make you field 1,000 balls during practice because you guys will stop dropping catches, for the love of Christ. Oh my gosh. I can't do it. I can't do it. It wasn't a drop? Did you see that bounce? It looked like a line drive.
$55 overs, 191 for one. Burns is at 84.
Oh!
At 41.
Oh!
Oh my gosh.
Oh!
My gosh. Was that a 4 or a 6?
That's a 6, bro. That went all the way. Yee.
Who said Burns can't? Who said Root can't get a 6? Who said Root can't get a 6?
Bro, I'm telling you, I think somebody slid into his DM and said, "Look at all this garbage these Americans are talking about you, Root. Go get him."
Now he's one away from his own average.
Oh man.
People have been telling me for days he can't hit 6s. There's a 6 right there, cousin.
He destroyed that thing. Every run hurting Gabe. You absolutely right.
Oh, what was that? That was odd, but it worked in their favor. Jeez Louise. Stops it, at least 2.
Yep, every run.
Ooh,
That's okay.
199.
I'm a Knicks fan. I've seen Jordan drop double nickels in the Garden. I saw Kobe put up 63. I'm used to pain. Don't remember. I also have a teenage daughter. That's tough too.
No, I never said he couldn't hit 6s. I said a lot about Root, and I own everything I said. I never said he couldn't hit 6s. Never once said that. I don't know. I've never seen him do it before. It came up a lot when we were talking about how he gave himself up, that he can't hit 6s and Stokes can. So I never said he couldn't hit 6s.
I like this one. He took the aerial route.
Just cleared the rope. Yep. Hey, it's a 6, whether it's just barely over or it's 2 tanks up.
Just wait for the T20. Wendy's will hurt others. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh, staying in the chat. You guys are so funny. I love it. I mean, 373. I think you guys are right, because if the commentators put that graphic up on TV, you don't think, put it this way, sports franchises aren't really run, and teams aren't really run just by the managers anymore. They've got assistants and special assistants and analyzers and stats geeks and all kinds of people who tell them everything.
To be safe.
They got sabermetrics. They know what's going on. You don't think that they know that the biggest chase ever on this ground was 294? Of course they know. So the only reason, in my opinion, that Root is still chasing, maybe this is what the conversation is with Burns, is saying, bro, you need to get to your 100 as quick as possible. I don't care about my half century. We need to go ahead and declare this thing, because we got to go ahead and get some wickets. Put ourselves in the best position to get these next get these 10 wickets over the next few days.
You know what's crazy is if they do that, then they would have bowled twice in the same day, different innings.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Wendy's won the cup in 2016. Okay.
I believe Wendy's has won all the cups. There's no doubt that Wendy's has the history, that Wendy's have had the teams in the past. No doubt. We've talked many times about how we're impressed with that. Big time. The original World Cup winners back to back in the inaugural World Cups. These guys have the history 100%. Ooh.
There was a game. There was a game. Wow, look at that. Another 6.
Half century for Root. Good job.
Bro,
Half
he said, I'm going for it because I'm telling you, they're just trying to make these numbers because they're going to declare today. So he got his half century there. I'm pretty sure that the conversation with Rory Burns was, bro, you need to score and you need to score quickly.
Right.
Take that 50. Somebody said, take that 50.
Oh, 49 test 50s in 94 matches. Wow.
Wow, that's impressive.
That is impressive. 1700s. Wow.
That
Redemption Root.
Root is a half century. That is very impressive.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't care about the wicket either. You only got one.
Care about wicket now?
Yeah, I wouldn't care at all.
And that's honestly what you should be thinking of as a captain. Like, wickets don't matter at this point. Get the score quick.
Well, there's a boundary right there.
Get score quick and worry about the score quick and try to worry about the time. That's his biggest enemy right now, time.
Night Watchman, I've been saying it all day. I've been giving him praise all day. All day long. All day long. I've been giving him praise because he's been showing me really good play.
Yeah. Nick is now, once Joe Root passed him in the root line, Nick, oh, here it goes. Oh, no, that's just checking to see the ball's okay.
Even before that, even when they were bowling, even I was talking about yesterday or the day before that about his selection for the bowlers. I was giving him credit there. Today, when they started off with Sibley and who was it, Burns, talking about that was a great choice. Put those two guys in there, even though Sibley's a little slower. I've been saying it.
Man. I mean, honestly, I was the one that killed him a little bit for that decision because I'm like, you want to score quick. If you want to score quick, because you got to worry about whether why would you put two guys that are working methodically together like that so slow? I mean, look at the run rate for Burns versus the run rate for Root. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's very, very impressive. No, we both been killing Root. You can watch both our videos. It seems to have the ears a little better when Nick's talking about it. But this is the thing. If you're a fan of England, and I've said this so many times, I'm going to keep saying it. If you're a fan of England and you get offended when someone like myself, who's an outsider, who's watching this, you get offended at something I'm saying that's based on what I'm seeing in front of me, not just me being a punk, but based on what I'm seeing in front of me. If you get offended at that, then, that's your prerogative, obviously, but that's not how I go about sports. If I sit down and watch a Padres game and they're losing 10-2, in the last 5 days, they've won 5 in a row, and someone says, man, they're playing horribly, am I going to get mad and offended about that or get salty about that? No way. I'm going to say, yeah, you're right, they're losing. But, I'm just calling it the way I'm seeing it. And in my mind, that's how I think you guys would want it as fans of cricket. What do these people see the way they're seeing it?
Wow.
If you want nothing but praise, then, that's not really authentic. That's not really how I go about things. So I've been giving this due all day long.
Strike rate, not run rate. You guys are right. Strike rate, not run rate. Thank you. I appreciate it.
He's going nuts.
He's definitely going nuts. But I think that, and this is a question later on, I get it. It's and it's gonna open up. This is gonna open up a different conversation, right? But Uzi said this on the test, and I feel like players, from what I have seen, play better when they don't really care about their wicket. Did they declare? Is he declaring right now? I just missed it. Did they declare? He walked up to the umpire like, bro, you're not. Did they declare?
I don't know. I was just trying to update the score. I'm not sure what's going on.
I don't know. It says, Nick, you're right. All jokes aside, pretty shot that concern. Root is the architect. I don't know what that means. Oh, he's asking how many overs were left. Declaration only after crossing 400. Because he was talking to the umpire, so I was assuming he was trying to declare. But my point was, you know, it's one of those situations, man, where you have to. You got to let players be players. Don't you feel like they play better when they play loose like this? I don't care about my wicket. I'm just going to go try to score. Because when they're trying to protect the wickets, sometimes it seems like they're not playing their game and they get themselves out. Case in point, Root's playing like doesn't care about his wicket, playing recklessly, and he is scoring huge. Same thing happened the other day with Broad, scoring huge. I feel like players just play looser when they play this way. And I know that's not Test cricket. Test cricket is about patience, grinding it out. But my question is, I remember Uzi even saying that when he was talking to JL. Like, I got to play my weight. I know, you know, the idea is to go up there and let balls go, leave balls, and defend. But I got to play my weight. And he did it, and the guy batted for a whole day, 8 hours, right? So why is it a coaching thing where they don't want players playing looser like this? Let me know in the chat, guys.
I would think, yeah, and you know, in a traditional inning where you have the old hitting and time's not a factor, especially in the first inning, you want to be more conservative to save those wickets. But it's absolutely correct. It's a different mentality when you're like, you know, we have nothing to lose. Let's just swing for the fences, so to speak. Let's try to get as many runs as possible. It's a different mindset whatsoever. But either way, 63 on 54, either way you look at it, is super impressive. And, you know, England, I mean, you can't tell me the hearts of the West Indies players are not breaking a little bit. I mean, I know these guys are professionals, but I mean, you're looking at that score, you're like 392. Oh my gosh! Like if we were watching an Australia game, I can see JL right now in the, you know, his seat right now, just like, can we just get it out, please? This is crazy.
Now, somebody said 100 and they're gone. They're waiting for Rory Burns to get to that century mark, and I get it. Those stats are important. Somebody here said, not sure you guys realize how unreliable weather forecasts are in Northwest England. Not guaranteed to lose a day tomorrow. Here's the thing. In America, if the weather forecast says it's gonna rain, you better, you could write it put it on the board, it's gonna rain. They're so accurate with it. And a lot of times you look at the weather, you're like, what do you talk about? It's gonna rain. It's gonna rain. You know what I mean? Once in a while, the weather forecast gets it wrong. But for us, when they're talking about, there's a big chance of rain, 90% chance of rain, that tells us from our American Root with another 4. He is putting on a clinic. From our American perspective, that means we're almost guaranteed. We're taking them at their word that it's going to rain because we're assuming they're very accurate at it. Now, I'm not sure, again, if it's just so unpredictable, the weather, like it is out here in the Northwest, in the Midwest, where in the Midwest, you know, it could be raining 1 minute, thunderstorms the next minute. It's nice and bright and sunny. So I'm not sure. Let me see. They will target about 4:30. But why? I don't understand that. Why do you need 4:30? Wouldn't getting a couple of wickets today be more important? There we go. Who got themselves out? Was that
was Burns.
Burns got himself out? Nope. It was your boy Root.
De Silva got out.
Oh, it was Burns. And I think
looks like they're done. Looks like they're done.
So you guys were right. He was trying to let Rory Burns get to that century because somebody said 430. I was about to go on a rant about that. Why do you need 430 runs? For the love of Pete, the highest chase was 298. 100 more than this. Like, how much batting collapses? Because what are they expecting to happen?
Look at this. Look at this. Just because Nick was gone. I mean, I literally got up to go to the bathroom for 2 seconds.
Dude, it's uncanny. It's uncanny. Guys, we can't make this up. How did you literally got up to go to the bathroom and there was an out? Bro, it's insane. Because it was never achieved. So now they declare. Yeah, so they declared, obviously, he was trying to let Burns get to the 100. Whoever said Burns was trying to get to 100 was right. They weren't trying to chase 430 like some people said, or 450. That just doesn't make sense logically. There's no way a team has never come in here and chase over 300, let alone chase 430. Are you kidding me?
I like this from Ben Taylor. I love this attitude. Come on, show up. No, where's that? Sorry, Seriojo. Where's that at from Ben Taylor? Shoot. He said, time to break a record. I love that attitude. You know, it may not be the most conceivable, but you got to have that attitude as a fan. And that's the attitude I have every day of my life. I love that.
Oh, my gosh. I got to say, though, guys, it's uncanny. Nick, I want to go back on our live streams, and I'm going to count, and that's going to be a lot of work. But I want to count how many wickets have actually fallen when you're there. And I'm going to put that stat up and see if anybody's saying anything so uncanny. Guys, it's insane. Today alone, you missed like 3 of the wickets.
Especially for England. I've been rooting for England, especially for England. Because I saw 4 today when the West Indies was batting this morning. 4 quick wickets. But only 1 because I stepped out for the other one. The other day on Monday, 2 days ago on day 1, I was late to the stream by 1 over. There was already a wicket. I only saw 3 the entire day I was there. 3 the entire day.
Next day I saw like 12.
Yeah.
Jeez, it's uncanny. Renil, time for Wendy's to draw. I love that attitude. 160 and done. So 160 and done. Okay, they will have 2 days to play. If we are conservative, they could chase 500 if they want it.
RCB desperately needs my services. My offer still stands. About $1,000 a match and a big thing of nachos. That's all I need.
Wait a minute. Somebody just said, and you know what? I like optimism. I do. But Varun, and I'm not trying to, be antagonistic or in any, way, shape, or form. But have you watched the same games I've been watching, cousin? You're telling me these guys are going to chase down 500? The West Indies don't got that in them. That's just being real. Unless somebody has an unbelievable performance, the West Indies does not have chasing the 500. You could give them 3 days. Are you kidding me?
How about this one? Even Lara can't save the Windies.
Come on. Let's be objective. What have we watched? West Indies average is about 298, 300 tops. All right. They're not chasing down 500. That's why I'm like 400 is too much. And I'm like, whew. Now, I like Renil's attitude here. She says, time to draw. I can see that. Go back in there. Get your guys riled up. Get them fired up. And say, listen, guys, this is me. If I'm the captain, I'm holder, I'm telling them they messed up. They should have kept batting. They're trying to say we can't come in here and break a record. Okay? It's time to go break a record. Let's go put in some work. Let's retain this trophy. That's what I'm doing. I'm going in there and firing my guys up and saying, nothing matters that's happened thus far. What matters is this last inning batting. Everybody take one ball at a time, one pitch at a time, because they're the ones that got something to lose at this point. They should win. Everybody's expecting them to win now. But if we can just bat and stay up there long enough, we will draw this thing out. You know what I mean? And that's the attitude.
I like this comment. Remember the video Nick uploaded today? the McGrath sledging video that me and Gabe reacted to. What were they chasing in that one? I can't remember. The series was already over, but they were chasing some big scores. So that's a good point. You never know. But in order for that to happen, West Indies better be praying for some kind of sledging situation to get them all fired up.
I mean, I think that honestly, the West Indies
418 runs. Wow. There you go.
I think that the West Indies already has their bulletin board material, meaning your captain went out there with a broken thumb, basically, to go play. All right. You know what would be great if Dorridge comes back in the game with his broken, busted face and says, "I'm ready to play, Cap. Let me get a skipper." You know what I'm saying? Like you guys have everything to play for. So I really think you could get fired up and go out there. And the best thing right now would be for West Indies to come out in the last, what do we got left? 30 minutes? England hasn't won yet, Jody. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
So okay. So we got, let's say 30 minutes. What would be the best bowling duo that Root can choose to start this off? You're going to go right for Broad and right for Wokes? Are you going to go for Broad and Anderson? I mean, are you going to go for your heavy hitters right away and hope to get a few quick wickets?
I would.
I would assume Broad would be in the mix somewhere, but at the same time, how many overs has he bowled already today? Anderson and Broad, they're saying.
And if I am the West Indies, I am definitely going with my more patient guys, because losing any wickets today would absolutely just be devastating. So you got to put some solid batsmen up there. You know, I know that Brathwaite got dismissed early, but Brathwaite has shown the propensity and ability to be up there for a while. Okay, so I would go with Brathwaite. And I know it's unconventional to change the order like this, but I would go with Blackwood, because Blackwood, we've seen him put up big numbers before, and unfortunately, he got himself out yesterday. But I would go with Blackwood. That's my pair. That's my duo. Somebody said Anderson and Board.
Broad is 6 for 31, 14 overs. That's got to be just from that complete first inning, though. So I can't imagine he's bowled too many overs today. But 6 for 31, what an absolute nightmare. Yeah, Broad and Anderson is by far and away everyone's choice. More than likely, that's what Root is going to do. Daniel LaRusso is going to go out there and see what he can do. The man that gave my first wicket, Jimmy Anderson, he's going to see what he can do. I wouldn't mind seeing a few wickets by the end of this day. Abalash, I hear you, ain't over till the fat lady sings, and I do believe in that. But once again, I go back to Batman Forever, Jim Carrey. Tell the fat lady that she's on in 5.
Somebody, Renee, I was trying to read your comment. It moved too quickly, and said that's the problem. No, we're gonna put you in timeout, cousin. That's a problem. Hey, West Indies don't have much solid batsmen. I get that. So I get that. And that's why I'm thinking you might want to change the batting lineup around and get two of your more solid guys together today, because you don't want wickets to fall early. In this whole test match, who have been the two most solid batsmen? It's been Blackwood and it's been Brathwaite. Hope that you're going to get a good combination between those two. And if you don't lose a wicket today, and in that last 30 minutes you can go for, I don't know, maybe a half century combined, that'd be great. A good start.
Yeah, like I said many times, I've been very impressed with Root. Very impressed with Root today. I give him nothing but love, and that's genuine opinion from me. Nothing but love. I gave him love when they were bowling. I gave him love when he was batting. Absolutely. I have no problem eating crow. No problem whatsoever admitting the truth right in front of me.
Okay, here it is. And it's Brathwaite, right? And that is, I can't see the other guy. It's Brathwaite and Campbell, yeah?
No, they should put in Shea Hope and Campbell.
Not Blackwood. Nope. Chase is better. Okay.
They should put Gabriel and Hope.
What are you doing to me, Gabriel, bro? Listen, Night Watchman. Who is it?
Yeah, let's get a Night Watchman. There you go. I like that.
Get out of here.
Nick Chaudhary, Gabe and Sorry. Woo! Finally, the lead detective that gets suspended for talking too much.
So you guys are right. He's going for the jugular, Jimmy Anderson, and
Yep.
it looks like on the other side, he's probably going to go with Broad, going for the jugular.
You know what I didn't notice? It's so stupid right until now is not only does someone wear your hat when you're bowling, but they also wear your sweater. They put on the double sweater. I never noticed that.
You know what? I noticed the hat and didn't notice the sweater thing.
Which makes sense because in cricket, it's 360 degrees. You just throw your sweater on the floor, it could impede the ball if the ball's hit that way.
Nick Root and Gabe Broad. Oh, gosh. Listen, Broad's going to give me a nightmare, bro. This guy been amazing.
But see, that's the whole reason why if you ridicule someone from a team you're rooting for, when they play well, it's still to your benefit anyways. It's not a nightmare.
Jimmy. Go out and get 400, boys. Brathwaite and Campbell, like I said. I really would have liked them to change Campbell because he's been so shaky, but you know what? I didn't make the call.
Oh, the interesting about the sweater thing. They said usually the umpire used to carry him, used to hold him, but because of COVID, now they have the players do it. Man, these guys know everything. It's only a nightmare for you guys because Broad is nailing it at 3 a.m. Yeah, we're still supposed to be asleep. Not a nightmare for me. I'm loving Broad. And yeah, I remember him as the guy that gave up the 6 to Yuvraj Singh. It's incredible that,
guy?
early on his career, he had that happen, and he's able to bounce back.
How come I didn't get that guy?
We don't need that guy. Nope. We're good. Oh, Jimmy. I don't know that song. I love that he has his own song, though.
Oh, I respect Broad. Let me tell you, I can respect.
Doesn't the Barmy Army have songs for everybody? Pirate of the Bumblebees. Sometimes they give the sweater to the umpire.
Again, what's going on here? I respect talent, and I'm one of the few people that listen. You can't talk about Boston Red Sox around Yankee fans. I got a brother who listen, no joke. My older brother Tone is nuts, man. This dude,
look at this guy,
absolutely nuts.
That's why they said Pirate of the Bumblebee. I'm way behind on the stream.
I'm on the 5th over. What are you on? Not 5th over. Sorry.
I was just able. Yeah, I'm the same spot. I was just able to refresh it, and usually it doesn't work, but this time it did. I'm seeing Ebony right now talking to Bumble. Now Anderson bowled it.
Almost.
Made an over. There you go, Anderson.
Made an over, and he almost had a wicket there. Jeez. Anyway, yeah, I got the family, my older brother, Boston Red Sox, forget about it. But I can still acknowledge, man, they've had some of the greatest pitchers of my generation. When we're talking about Pedro Martinez, when we're talking about Tim Wakefield, the knuckleballer, you know what I'm saying? And Kurt Schilling with the bloody sock. I mean, come on. Wow, Nick, you called it. He went for the jugular. Both Broad and Jimmy Anderson. Oh, my gosh. I really think he's pulling out all the stops to win this because somebody slid into his DM and said, these Americans said you don't deserve the captaincy. You know what I mean? Like, usually guys are like a little bit more reserved. He is being super aggressive here, throwing out his best bowlers right away. Just, wow. Ugh, I don't even want to watch this over right now. Stuart Broad. Just survive, guys. Defend.
$81 miles per hour for Broad. Second over, score is 0-0. Target is 399. That's it, folks. 399.
I agree. But I'm learning. Oh my God. Drop him now. Campbell needs to be dropped. Oh my God. Campbell needs to be, for the love of Pete.
Oh, a duck. The Karate Kid. That was crane technique right in the face. Oh my goodness gracious. 0 for 1. Oh, Broad, I think you're amazing. Holy cow.
Listen, I get it, man.
And there's Root with the catch. Once again, good job, Root.
I get it. These are people's careers. But are you kidding me? He faced 3 balls.
Good job, Joe Root. Nice catch.
Campbell doesn't even look as confident. He doesn't even look confident. Come on, Wendy's fans. Let's be honest with ourselves right now. Campbell has probably been the biggest disaster of this entire test series. Gosh, bro. I don't even know. I don't got the words. If they don't make a decision, then that's bad on you, Holder, and bad on the, because you guys have to see the glaring hole, the black hole that Campbell has become. He's got a storm cloud following him. He can't make catches. He's dropping wickets all over the place. He dropped Ben Stokes earlier in this test series. He's oh my gosh, 3 balls.
They said that Bumble would say, "Start the car." Start the car,
dude. It's so bad. And
oh my gosh,
it's not a personal thing. You guys are talking to the guy here, and I will have my wife come on here when my older son comes around. I'll let him come tell you the story himself. My son's mother, who's not my wife, but my ex, pulled him out of the dugout because I pulled him out of a little league game because he was getting torched, and I pulled him, and he started crying. And she literally went in there, that's your son, and pulls him out the dugout. That's who I am, all right? I go to win. Bottom line. If I don't care if you're my kid or not. If you're not performing, go take a seat. Period. Are you kidding me? How can they not see Campbell is not performing?
Oh,
gosh.
Watch the dome.
Renil's like, calm down, kid. Calm down. I'm serious, Renil. Like, come on. You gotta take ownership. As a captain, you gotta take ownership. As a coach, you can't tell me those conversations aren't happening right now.
Don't tell them to stop. Tell them to keep going. This is awesome. We live for the rants.
What did I say? Go back in the stream 30 minutes, not even like 10 minutes ago. What did I say? Give me Brathwaite and give me Blackwood. But do not put Campbell up there. He's too shaky.
They got the night watchman in there. They got Roach, the night watchman.
There we go. See, these guys are ready to play. Campbell didn't even make it. He looks like he's lost his confidence, bro. Like he's afraid to be out there. You know what I mean?
Stuart Broad. My gosh. They're saying all out today for West Indies.
Oh, dude. Smell the roses, blow the candles, Gabe. Smell the roses means something different. Whoa, whoa, whoa. To us, smell the roses means something different. We're Walking Dead fans. Campbell rant. This is just, oh my gosh.
You know what's crazy about this test match is Stokes has been in consequential. Like he didn't bat in that last inning because they didn't need him to. He was out for 20 or 25 or so in the first inning. I don't think he's gotten any wickets yet. It's crazy how much of a different type of situation. Now this is a different type of test match where they don't really need him. But man, it's just so polar opposite from the second test match.
Don Antonio says, you are a true Wendy's fan now. Listen, I have called for literally every single manager on the New York Yankees to get fired at some point or another. And the Yankees win 90 plus games a year. They go to the playoffs literally every year. Ask Nick. First year, did I not rant about not Joe Girardi, the new guy that replaced him, Aaron Boone, how much I hated Aaron Boone, and he won 99 games.
Guys, let me tell you about Gabe here. I probably heard this specific thing, and I'll tell you what it is in a second, probably about 20 times last year, if not more. His Yankees were in first place. His Yankees had won 100 games or something like that. But you know who he was calling to get fired? You know who he was all fired up the entire season? The training staff. The training staff, because his guys kept getting injured on the injured list. I heard 20 different times throughout the year about how ticked he was at the training staff. It's because the training staff I'm like, you have 100 wins. My Padres have 40. What are you talking about? The training staff. Oh, it was hilarious.
Guys, let me put it this way. If every single, and I'm not exaggerating, go do your own research. Every single starter on the Yankees got hurt last year. We're all on the injury reserve list. Every single player, our entire 27-man roster. It's never happened in history. 25-man roster, sorry. Never happened in history. You're going to tell me you don't need to fire that training staff? Need to fire those team doctors? Get out of here. You got to be kidding me. Oh.
Okay, so this question is going to epitomize my whole approach to watching this game and the things I said about Root. Okay? Holder is the number 2 ranked all-rounder as of now. Root is lower on the list. I don't even consider him an all-rounder, but maybe he's considered one. I'm not sure. But according to the results, according to what I've seen, especially in this test match, I would say by far and away Root's a better captain than I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry. I'd say Root is a better captain than Holder because of the results, because of what I've seen, because I've seen him at the bat be able to be very, very productive, because I've seen him make great decisions. Holder's decisions, I'm not going to say they're horrible. I'm not going to say he's the reason why they lost, but you can question a whole lot more of them. So I would say Root is the better captain at this point. But I don't know Holder's history. I don't know Holder's history in the CPL and other leagues that he's played in. I don't know. I just know what I see in front of me, and that's the epitome of my whole point. From what I see, Root is more successful and is the better captain.
I definitely say in this series, Root has out-coached Holder, but then again, you also got to think about it. Holder doesn't have a Jimmy Anderson to turn to. Holder doesn't have a Broad to turn to. All right, Holder's basically the second best bowler on his own team. Okay, he doesn't have those other arms to go to. His best bowler is often injured, Gabriel. And guess what? While Gabriel gives him 0 wickets, goes out on ducks. All right, your boy Broad gave Joe Root 62 runs. All right, it's easy to look good when your tail ender gives you 62 runs, cousin. You know what I mean? That's just real. I think he's had an easier job. We're talking about Joe Root managing his team and coaching his team during this test match. But my gosh.
That was Jody in the background. Even she was shocked. But, hopefully in the future when you watch test matches with Nick and Gabe or Nick by myself or whatever, at least you'll know you're going to get the true opinion of this guy, and he's not going to pander to the audience.
No, and you got to be real, man. Guys, here's the thing. As sports fan, we got to be real. Here's the thing.
Broad
At your
had 7
job,
wickets so far in this test match. Sorry, keep going.
at your job, could you underperform year after year, time after time, and not be held accountable? No, most of us can't. So I get it. These athletes are revered, but if they're not performing, they need to be held to the same standard. No way.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Okay, I repeat. He has 8 wickets now. Oh my goodness gracious.
Go England.
You got to be,
That
bro.
was Night Watchman. Oh my gosh, 2 wickets. That's exactly what they exactly wanted at the end of this play today, is to get at least 2 wickets.
I can't even. My God.
It's gonna take an epic comeback. Epic comeback. He's at 499. Yes. I mean, this guy, he's like, I want to get to 500 today on Sunday. I don't want to wait till Monday or Tuesday.
What? Somebody explain that to me.
Get away from him.
I'm serious. Somebody explain it to me. You just lost Campbell. You just lost Campbell to a duck, okay? He faced 3 balls. Why would you bring in Kamar Roach? I said get Blackman in there. Not Blackman, Blackwood in there. Get your best guys. Survive. The last thing you wanted to do was lose 2 wickets today. Am I... Explain. Bro.
Oh man, I love it. Now, this is the Gabe I know and love. He is the king of the rant, and I love it. I would feel the same exact way if I was him, though. I'm not laughing because I think that I'm so much better than he is. I would be reacting the same exact way. Oh my goodness gracious.
West Indies fan, explain to me, why are they doing that? What is the mentality? I get it. I'm a novice in this sport. I don't know all the strategy. What's the strategy of putting Kamar Roach in there when they've got their best 2 bowlers and all we have to do today is hold on to wickets?
Look who's up. Look who's up. Shay Hope.
Are you?
They said 3rd is on the way. Oh my goodness gracious.
I don't know what's going on, bro.
You may have to rethink your rain dance explanation. You may have to rethink that rationale.
Bro, I want to listen to the press conference afterwards because I want to know what Holder's thinking. For the love of Christ, I want to know what he's thinking. This makes no sense.
Oh, he almost got another one. They almost caught that one. Jeez.
Bro, it's literally, you go from the 2 guys that are struggling right now, Hope and Campbell, and you sandwich that with Kamar Roach. You're giving wickets away, for the love of Pete.
Oh my gosh.
Bro, oh my gosh.
This is good entertainment.
Dude, I'm so angry right now. And don't worry, this happens. I get it. I'm not gonna be, I'm not a Wendy's fan. I'm gonna still rock my Wendy's hat. Listen, the Knicks have done. The Knicks signed Tom Thibodeau. All right, signed Tom Thibodeau. And do you know what me and my brother said? He'll be out of here in 2 years. This guy's a revered coach. But that's how disgruntled we are as Knicks fans. Nothing ever changes. Until ownership changes, nothing ever changes. So it is what it is. But just the explanation is what I need. Explain to me what you're thinking, because you should be trying to win at all costs.
Close.
Oh, I'm going to have
an animal.
Broad.
Broad's an animal.
You know how it's like a nightmare on Elm Street? This is a nightmare on Broad Street. Jeez Louise.
Wow. The pun. I love it. The best puns come out during the rants. Yes. Nightmare on Broad Street. Oh, man. That was good.
Oh my gosh. If that had gone down right there, bro, I would have had to turn off the screen because I'm flipping Chromebooks and everything right now, bro.
There's a 4. There's a 4.
Listen, Anada, I get it. It's not that they're
my digital teacher with the super chat, Gabe. He says, "Chillax, Gabe, buddy."
I am
my digital teacher.
I just need to know the we're fans, right? So if you're fans of a team they're getting paid for us to watch these games, right? They get paid off by revenue streams. I understand that they get a part of the TV money and contracts. We make the game what it is. So as fans, you should be trying to win for your fans. When you're not playing at all, somebody said they're choking. Choking is one thing. Choke, it happens. Choking is not putting out there 3 of the worst batsmen you have, 2 that are falling apart this entire tournament. What are you thinking? When the last thing you want to do today is lose wickets. Maybe this is just a strategy I don't understand. Under the broad walk. Oh. Please survive. Bye, Broad. Go home with your 2 wickets. 2 wickets, 8 runs.
Oh,
2 wickets, 2 overs, 2 wickets. No problem.
Another super chat from Prashant Reddy. No comment. Oh, here we go. Stuart Broad will be 7th bowler in Test to achieve 500 wickets. Yeah, he just needs 1 more. Unbelievable.
I get it.
Unbelievable. As a new fan of cricket, I was happy to see that I knew 6 of those names on that list. I did not know Walsh. I'm sure he's an all-timer, but I did not know that name.
Hold on. Roger. Thank you, Roger. Oh, there's a super chat in there. I'll let you get to that first, Nick. And then Roger's trying to explain it to me.
All right, AJ, thanks so much for the super chat. I love the passion, Gabe. That's right. That is right. Way to go.
Whew, Jimmy. I'm trying to find what Roger said. He said, let me explain it to you. And I hope he's being serious here. Let me explain. The strategy is not to lose their best batsman to the new ball at the end of the day. So they send a bowler to bat and hang in there. But aren't the wickets more important? I get it. The new ball moves around, but you're literally sending in walking wickets at this point. You know what I mean? Like, okay, thank you, Roger. At least I get a little bit of sense, but I mean, I'm not worrying about the new ball. I'm worrying about losing wickets. Right now, this could not have gone any worse for the West Indies. And it's like,
here's a second super chat from Prashant. Thanks a lot for that, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Prashant. Oh. And Nick is watching. The wicket keeper is watching, and 2 wickets fell that early. What's going on?
Controlling the powers, my friend. I'm finally controlling them. It took Clark Kent a few months until he can control his heat vision. I'm finally controlling it, my friend.
Oh, wait. You are also correct, Gabe. Where is it? Nick is finally controlling the dark side. The powers of the dark guy. Gabe, it could get worse.
Courtney Walsh played for West Indies. Okay. Was he part of the 4 Horsemen, or was he just a different era? I didn't see the year on his when he reached his 500th wicket. But that's super cool.
I said you're the English wicketkeeper.
The English wicket keeper. Yes, finally I controlled the powers. It only took me 3 test matches.
How does that explain batting Hope right now? When the last thing you want to do is lose a 3rd over today. When Hope is also struggling.
You know what's cool, Gabe? Look at this. Nick the Thanos. Isn't that what people call me at work sometimes?
Yeah, actually, his nickname at work, Thanos. And we actually got him a Thanos Infinity Glove Cup or whatever. And my team calls him Thanos, the 4th grade team. It's hilarious.
That's funny.
One last over. Oh, my God.
One last till stumps. Made an over there for Anderson. Jeez. Is it just me, or are these bowlers getting better with every test match?
I tell you right now, what's he up to? 8 now? 8? Broad is getting better. My gosh.
He says Broad is getting better.
Oh, last over. Survive this over. I know, Yash. If Broad takes another, you know what? I will give him a standing ovation because, again, he's making history. But if Broad takes an over, I'm going to lose it.
2 matches, 14 wickets.
Wow.
Is there any question now who's going to be the man of the series?
My gosh.
Courtney Walsh was a spinner. Destroyed Sri Lanka once with 5 for 1. Wow, 5 for 1? Ay caramba.
Jimmy will be on fire soon.
Walsh was in the 90s. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, Nightmare on Broad Street. Jeez.
It's the first time that Nick is supporting a team which is winning one-sided. Don't forget about my Lakers. Don't forget about my Lakers. 17 championships.
Even though the Lakers were pretty bad there for the last few years,
hey,
I was able to give it to you until LeBron decided to go to Hollywood.
Hey, easy. Easy.
Come on, 3 more balls.
I appreciate that hand solo.
3.
I appreciate it. That's right. I lit the fire under Joe Root. That's all I was trying to do.
3
Strategy.
more balls. We got to survive 3 more deliveries.
Walsh was a pacer. Walsh was a beast fast bowler. 150 kmpf spinner. Jeez. That's like 95 miles per hour. Walsh was not a spinner. Who said Walsh was a spinner? How could you confuse him for that? Fast bowler. Maybe I just read it wrong. That's quite possible.
Oh, my gosh. That was it right there. Oh, my gosh.
500 in the cards.
Wow, that was it right there. Ooh. He is so good.
Walsh's son, Walsh Jr., was a spinner. Maybe that's what the comment said. He's not a spinner. Yeah, I'm sure I just read it wrong. It's all good.
Wow.
Fast bowler.
Somebody said you read it right.
2 balls. 2 balls.
You read it right. Might be messing with you. Maybe.
Come on, 1 more ball, guys. Get out of here. Last ball.
Gabe's like, just please.
Oh, right now,
another
you
day.
shouldn't think about doing anything but just defending. If he's thinking about taking a swing, he better apologize. Just defend. That's all you're doing. You're gonna defend or you're gonna leave the ball. That simple. Oh.
Harbhajan took 15 wickets in a match versus Australia. Man alive. Come on, Broad. You can do it.
That's exhausted.
Last ball. Bye.
Yo.
Man.
He wants it so bad. I don't blame him. He's one away.
They're so bad. But it's going to be at least one more day. Stuart Broad. Can anybody, even as a Wendy's fan, I've got to appreciate this performance. My gosh. This is a performance for the ages. This is obviously a guy that knows, and we're going to talk about this in our 3 wickets. I think that leaving him off the team might have actually lit a fire under this guy, because in his mind, he's thinking if they're already looking, because people said that they leave you off the team when younger people come because they're looking to move off from you. So if he's thinking, man, my mortality as a test cricketer may be coming to an end a lot sooner than I expected, I got to set my mark, because this guy, is there any question that he's been the best player on both teams for the last 2 games? I don't care what Ben Stokes did. His 174 is not more important than how many wickets has he gotten now? He had 6 in that one, 8 in this one or already. This guy is carried this team on his back. I agree. Rain, come, please.
Yep. Going back to Walsh real quick while Gabe simmers for a second. I like this comment. Walsh lost some pace in his later years. He made up for that lack of pace by adding variation to his bowling. That's exactly what happens in baseball for the great pitchers. They are going to lose their velocity. Even Clayton Kershaw, who was just Mr. Consistent, he's losing velocity on his fastball. You have to be able to have location on your other pitches, maybe add a pitch here or there, and then that's what you got to do. You got to work towards it. So it's cool that you see that in cricket as well.
Man, we got 227 in the chat right now. And guys, I thank you guys for joining us. It's been a lot of fun. 7+ hours. I mean, and I get it. I'm watching history, and that's a cool thing. I just think at the same time, you have to make. I kind of get what I forget who was it that tried to give me an explanation. But if I were out there, if I were Holder, which I'm not, the last thing I wanted to do was give up 2 wickets today. There's no way he was trying to. I don't care if new ball or not. In his mind, he did not think he was going to give up 2 wickets. So that just means he made a bad choice. All right. And what I mean is you're putting a night watchman in there. You're also putting in 2 of your shakiest batsmen, okay, with Campbell and Hope. And honestly, there's got to be some discussions happening. Forget about this test right now. It doesn't matter, as far as that. But moving forward, there's no way both Campbell and Hope can come back to this team for the next Text match. There's no way. There's no way. So we'll see what happens. Abay, thank you so much, guys. Dan Starr up in here. Kyle, you guys are awesome. Reneel, I know Reneel knows everything. She's going to give me the 411 and let me know right away who's going to get dropped. If they do get dropped, she's got a plug with the team, I think. But, man, thoughts on Derek Jeter? Jeter's a GOAT. Jeter's a GOAT, man. Come on, number 2. I might bust that joint out for you guys. You guys can see the number 2 hat. Jeter's awesome.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for joining us today. Tomorrow, there's a good chance that weather could dictate. Obviously, there's no match. There's no stream. Hope to see you guys. Thanks so much for all the comments, for all the super chats. We appreciate it. And, until next time.
You know what? I'm changing the ending moniker. No more that's 6 runs. We're gonna go with the finger for the until next time.
As long as you can bring that every time.
Later, guys.
Bye, guys.